Hey guys. You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was broken but rose as the strongest hero. Here is short summary. After enduring unimaginable pain and betrayal, Izuku rises from the ashes, stronger than ever, to become the greatest hero the world has ever seen. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Uraraka blinked, processing what she just heard before speaking herself. Listen, I'm not 100% convinced you're All Might, the greatest hero ever. Hell, for all I know you could be just some crazy guy with some weird cosplay quirk that really likes All Might. Next, how the hell does a person inherit a quirk? You can just give someone a quirk? That's just impossible, especially getting the crazy, insane, powerful quirk you have. All Might blinked as he listened to Uraraka's rant but quickly became annoyed and cut her off. Shut up. Uraraka jumped in surprise as All Might sighed, scratching his head. It's completely understandable that you find everything I've told you hard to believe, but it's the truth and reality you need to accept. All Might slowly lifts his shirt, revealing a horrific look wound, causing Uraraka to gasp in shock, staring at it. Pretty gross, I know. I got this a few years back in a big battle I kept under wraps. I'm tired and worn out from all the surgeries, and the fact is, young Uraraka, I won't be around forever. That's another reality people haven't thought about at all, and before that time comes I need someone to take my place. And you, Ochako Uraraka, I have chosen to take my place. Do you accept? Uraraka blinked and thought hard about it. Honestly, she didn't feel worthy of such honor and responsibility. But then again, here was All Might himself asking her of all people to take up this honor. A few short seconds later she looked up at the frail. I'm not sure if I'll regret this, but I accept. All Might smiled. I'm glad to hear that. 8 months later. Uraraka's muscles aches as well as her stomach as she carried both garbage on her arms and with her quirk along a beach towards a parked pickup truck. Since meeting All Might and agreeing to become his successor, Uraraka had become fully committed to the training he designed, titled something along the lines of Aim to Pass American Dream Plan. She was worried at first about affordability of her meals to make the plan work. Fortunately, All Might assisted her with her financial troubles as well as assisting with the cost of rent with a single-bedroom apartment that's in reasonable distance of both her school and the beach. As she dropped the trash on the back tray of the pickup truck and released the rest from her quirk, she quickly collapsed in exhaustion but sighed in satisfaction at the hard work, especially since she completely cleared the beach. All Might sat down beside her, smiling as he handed her a cold bottle of water. Well done, young Uraraka. I think it's fair to say you've completed the American Dream Plan. She slowly forced herself to sit up and she weakly reaches out to take the bottle of water and chug it. Thanks. I honestly thought it'd take me longer. If you were to clean the beach without your quirk, then it would take you longer. But we needed to train your quirk as well. As both you and your quirk improved, your overall performance improves as well as moving more rubbish. Explained All Might. Uraraka nodded. Makes sense. All Might stood and quickly changed into his muscle form. Now, young Uraraka. I think now you're ready to inherit the power of One for All. Uraraka quick got to her feet and stood to attention. Are you sure? Really? All Might nodded. Indeed. Here's a little something I was told once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One is an accident and the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take this to heart, young lady. You've earned this with your own hard work and efforts. Uraraka stood proudly and smiled as All Might tugged off a piece of his hair and held it out to her. Eat this. Uraraka's face quickly changed into shock and confusion. Huh? All Might rubbed the back of his neck nervously as he tried to explain. To inherit my quirk, you need to absorb some of my DNA. It's how the process works. You gotta be kidding me. You can't expect me to do that, shouted Uraraka. Well, this is the best option unless you want to drink my blood like a freaky vampire or something, retorted All Might. Uraraka stares at him in disbelief. Come on, there's surely a better way to do this. There's no time to argue, just eat. 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 Shouted All Might, shoving the hair into Uraraka's hand, causing the girl to take a deep breath and put it in her mouth, quickly grabbing a bottle of water to help force it down. Uraraka looked up at the old pro, frowning, feeling quizzy after swallowing the hair. If I knew I had to do that to get your quirk, then I would have been fully convinced you were crazy when we meet. She then looked at her hands clenched fists. Huh. I don't feel any different. Bahahaha. That's because your body needs time to process it first. I'd say you'd have the ability to access one for all in day 4 hours. But we won't rush this. You still have 2 months until the UA entrance exam. You'll rest for the remainder of the week and starting on the weekend you'll begin your training to use this new power. Explained All Might. Uraraka nodded and brushed off the beach sand from her training outfit before grabbing her school pack. Okay then. I'll see you on Saturday. I gotta get to school. All Might deflated back to his true form watching Uraraka leave, then quickly pulled out his phone. I need to train her right. So I'm gonna need some help, he said to himself as he scrolled through his contact list and found the name he was looking for. He stared at the name in fear, having flashbacks to his youth and the abuse he got from the very man he needs help from. Taking a deep breath, he pressed call and waited for a response, which he got almost instantly. So you actually decided to call your old teacher for once, Toshinori, spoke the elderly man's voice on the phone. Uraraka sat on the wall watching families enjoy the clean beach. She smiled with pure pride, knowing that with her training helped give people a chance to relax at the beach. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed an elderly man slowly walk towards the stairs with the assistance of his walking stick. Uraraka quickly leapt off the wall and approached the man. Excuse me, sir, but do you need help with the stairs? The man looked at her, giving a gentle smile. I'd appreciate the help, young lady. Uraraka smiled back and proceeded to help the man up the stairs. As soon as they reached the top, the old man turned and smiled. Thank you, young lady. Now let's keep moving. You don't want to keep Toshinori waiting. Sorry, what? Who? Asked the brunette with obvious confusion. You know him better as All Might. Come. There's training to be done, spoke the old man. Uraraka followed the man. Walking beside him, she looked at the elderly man. How do you know All Might exactly? I was his teacher and trained him when he was a snot-nosed brat in Ua, answered the elderly man. Uraraka looked at him in amazement. You used to teach at UA and train All Might? You must be like crazy strong. But I don't recognize you at all. The man chuckled. I usually keep to myself mostly. Only got my license to teach Toshinori and to use my quirk when I got the itch to kick some tail. And before you ask, just call me Gran Torino. Uraraka blinked. How'd you guess I was gonna ask what your name was? Gran shrugged. You were gonna ask sooner or later. And you're Ochako Uraraka, Toshinori's successor with the quirk ability called Zero Gravity. He told me over the phone when he asked me to help teach you about One for All before you go asking how I knew all that. Uraraka chuckled nervously. Are you gonna guess my favorite color and birthday next? She joked. Gran glanced her up and down and shrugged casually as he gave a guess. Either black or pink judging off your training outfit, and I'm gonna guess November for birth month. December actually, but good guess on the colors, she replied, impressed. Shortly after, they arrived at an abandoned warehouse with a collection of crates and burned out and wrecked cars. Among them was All Might leaning against his pickup. Seeing the two arrive, he smiled. I see you two have met. Indeed we have. Now let's get to it. Show me this zero gravity quirk, spoke Gran as he leaned on the pickup truck beside All Might. All Might nodded in approval, allowing Uraraka to use her quirk. Okay. She took advantage of the privacy of the area and approached a wheel-less van, touching it to activate her quirk. The van floated effortlessly, and so she grabbed the axle beneath it and gripped tightly as she spun around to gain momentum. Soon she tossed it towards a wrecked car. Once it got halfway towards it, she pressed her fingers together, release. The weight returned to the van and crashed violently into the car, sending it tumbling back slightly. Smiling proudly, she turned to face the two men. Gran scratched his beard. Impressive. Your quirk has many uses in both combat and rescue, and with its nature you'll be able to pass off One for All as the same quirk rather than saying you have two. All Might nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. When using One for All, you should be able to pass it off as a form of gravity manipulation. Rather than just taking away the gravity of an object, you could also say that you can increase gravity at certain points, like one of my punches. Uraraka scratches her head, processing the men's suggestion. Makes sense. That means I'll have to upgrade my quirk registration. We'll worry about that later. For now, you must learn how to use One for All and understand its fundamentals, spoke Gran Torino as he stepped forward. Now show us what you can do. With a determined look, Uraraka nodded and clenched her fist, looking at the closest car, but stopped and sheepishly turned to the old pros. How'd I use it? Gran raised a brow and slowly turned to All Might. You gave her the power without explaining how to use it, didn't you? All Might rubbed the back of his head. Maybe. Okay, try this. Clench your butt cheeks and yell this from the depths of your heart. Smash! Shouted All Might as he destroys a nearby create in his muscle form. What kind of advice is that, you damn fool? Yelled Gran as he hit All Might across the head with his cane, causing All Might to have a coughing fit. Just because you picked up how to use this power so easily doesn't mean she can. Or did you forget the intense combat training I put you through? All Might rubbed his head and wiped his mouth as he shrunk back into his true form. Gran sighed and approached Uraraka. As you stand right now, you're overwhelming with power. Imagine 2 jugs, one empty and one with water. Your body is the jug and One for All is the water. You need to move the water from one jug to the other, but if you do it too much or fast, you could damage the jug. You need to work out how to pour the water carefully. So I just gotta work out how to let the power out but not break my body? Uraraka asked. Gran nodded and stepped back beside All Might, leaving Uraraka to think. She imagined the jugs and also thought about All Might's butt-clenching advice. I think I understand what they're trying to say, she thought to herself as she raised her hand and placed her fingers into a flicking position. This should work, but if the backlash is just as bad as they think, then I should just test with something simple. She focused hard, clenching her butt, and suddenly a red glow began to show on her finger. She aimed at the car and took a deep breath. Smash! A huge wave of air exploded from the flicked finger and shot the car flying into the wall of the warehouse, straight through it. Gran and All Might stared in awe at the hole she created and slowly turned to see Uraraka on her knees nursing her now broken finger. She winced as she looked at it and felt the pain of her new dark purple and bloody finger. She glanced at the 2 pros and smiled, trying to hide the pain. I think I damaged the jug. 2 months later, today was the day. The UA entrance exam. Uraraka finally got a rough idea on how to use One for All without hurting herself. As she is now, she can only use 5% of the power. As she walked through the gates of the hero school, she decided to use her zero-gravity quirk for the exam and only use One for All if she absolutely had to. As she walked along, she glanced around, seeing the other students that would be taking part in the exam. While doing so, she noticed a red-headed girl trip in front of her, letting out a yelp. Uraraka reached, lightly touching the girl, making her float. Uraraka watched as the girl was cringing, waiting for the ground to hit her face, but the impact never came. The girl slowly opened her eyes to look and gasped to see she was floating. Wow, what the? Sorry. Thought it'd be bad luck if I let you fall, said Uraraka as she helped the girl down and deactivated her quirk. I hope you didn't mind me using my quirk on you. The girl smiled and bowed in thanks. No, not at all. I owe you one. That's a neat quirk you got. Thanks, it's called gravity manipulation, said Uraraka. Sounds amazing. Mine's called Big Fist. The girl enlarged her hands, showing them. Not as impressive as yours, she shrugged. I'm sure it's good for punching villains. I'm Ochako Uraraka, said Uraraka, holding out her hand. The other girl shrunk her hand and took it. Itsuka Kendo. Here for the entrance exam for the hero course. You bet, said Uraraka proudly. Me too. I wish you luck, Uraraka, smiled Itsuka as she and Uraraka began walking towards the main building. Good luck to you too, she replied. All right, you rocking boys and girls. Are ready to get down for the exam, yelled Present Mike with pure enthusiasm. He looked out into the crowd and received complete silence as a response. He blinked as he stood awkwardly in his pose, then cleared his throat. Keep things on the low, I see. That's cool, I'll just get straight to the point. Today you all will be participating in 2 exams. One written and a 2-minute practical exam. I'll explain the practical one first. On the screen behind him, an image of a city appeared along with 3 different shape-looking robots. You'll be randomly split up into our mock cities where you'll be tasked with destroying our lovely robots you see here. Each one has a point ranking, and for each one you take out you get said points, explained Mike. Uraraka smiled at the task. With my zero-gravity quirk, this will be easy thanks to the training I did with All Might. I won't even have to use One for All for this test. But still I need to remember if I have to use it at all I can't over 5% since that's all my body can handle for the moment. She thought to herself until a tall boy in glasses stood up to complain about a misprint. She didn't pay much attention to the proud ranting student but did listen to present Mike as he explained the mysterious fourth robot. These guys are merely just an obstacle to get in your way and are worth 0 combat points. I recommend my fans steer clear and concentrate on the other villainous robots to climb to the top of the charts. Minutes later she stood with other students in front of a large gate waiting for the exams to start. She began stretching and doing breathing exercises to calm her nerves. After her 10 months of training she was confident, but still it didn't stop the feeling of butterflies in her stomach about the whole situation. As she kept breathing she was shocked out of her mental prep when President Mike's voice boomed through her ears. Exams start now. Everyone including her looked at Mike in surprise as he spoke again. There's no countdowns in real life, get going. She didn't need to be told twice and quickly sprinted into the opening gates with large mob of students. As she was in the fake city she split off away from everyone else to increase her chances of having more robots to find and lease people to compete with. A 2-pointer crashed through the wall and lunged at her, barely giving her enough time to dodge. She stretched out and lied to the bot, making it weightless. She noticed a 3-pointer at the end of the street she was on and quickly tossed the 2-pointer like she did with the van when she met Gran Torino. The bot spun in the air straight at the 3-pointer. Satisfied she places her fingers together and released it, making the 2 bits collide and destroy each other. Alright, that's 5 points off the bat. Observation room. It would seem this year's group has a lot of potential. I'm curious to see who will make the rankings. Spoke the R-rated hero Midnight, watching the monitors closely. Indeed. The students have no idea how many robots there are or where. Some are obviously using a collection of tactics that best suit their talents to pull ahead of their peers, while others seem to charge head first using raw power and brute force to somewhat show their dominance. Of course, remaining calm under pressure is also an advantage. Spoke the principal, watching the monitors closely as well. The best students for the hero course will use a combination of these tactics. Those are the ones who will rank highest, he continued. Well, there's no point beating around the bush. The real test is about to begin, said the pro hero known as Snipe, as he pressed down on a button. Mock City Kendo let out a grunt as she crushed the robot's head with her large hands and let it slump over, crashing on the ground. She let out a sigh and gave her hands a shake. That should roughly be around 25 points now, I think. Crash. Kendo stumbles around for a moment as the ground violently shook beneath her. Once fully regaining her balance she looked up to see other students fleeing and shouting from the direction the loud crashing sound came from. Her eyes slowly began to widen as she looked up at the cause of the mayhem being the monstrous 0-pointer. You've got to be kidding me. She turned quickly and began to run in the opposite direction until... Oh! She glanced over her shoulder to see a familiar-looking brunette trapped underneath a heap of rubble caused by the 0-pointer. Kendo looked between the two for a moment before sprinting towards Uraraka. Uraraka stretched awkwardly, trying to reach behind her, and finally managed to touch the rubble, removing its gravity. She kicked it off her and cringed, noticing her ankle twisted. Kendo arrived and quickly helped her up. Come on, we gotta move. Uraraka moved as fast as she could, leaning on Kendo after removing the gravity from her foot. She glanced back to see the 0-pointer closing in faster. Leave me. I'm slowing you down, shouted Uraraka. If I do that, then I don't deserve to be in the hero course, retorted Kendo, refusing to leave Uraraka behind. As the two continued their attempt to escape, a large shadow loomed over them, causing the two girls to freeze and slowly turn to see a giant metal foot come crashing down towards them. There are no combat points awarded for taking on the most biggest villain. Uraraka clenched her fist as she let instinct take over as one for all began to flow through her body. But there is opportunity. Kendo eyes widened as she watched Uraraka's arm glow red as the sleeve rips apart while she draws it back. A chance to shine. Uraraka clenched her teeth as she stared at the incoming foot coming towards her. So clench your butt cheeks, young lady, and yell this from the depths of your heart. Uraraka thrusted her fist forward, releasing the awesome power of her quirk with incredible force. Smash. The air pressure and raw energy broke the foot of the joint that would be considered its ankle and sent it flying through the air, crashing into a nearby building, while the rest of the robot lost balance and fell backwards, crashing into the rubble it had already created. Back in the observation room, All Might sat back smiling proudly. That's right. Show them what you're made of. Nothing is nobeler than self-sacrifice. Kendo stared at the aftermath of what just occurred with her mouth open and eyes blinking, trying to confirm what she saw was real. She looked at the brunette beside slowly. I'm just gonna say that your gravity manipulation quirk is overkill. Uraraka chuckled. Yeah. I've been told that. She winced, finally feeling the pain in her arm. Both girls gasped when they saw Uraraka's right arm completely destroyed with an all-too-familiar purple color. Crap. I overdid it. No shit, added Kendo as she looked at the damage. I'm gonna get a lecture at the end of this, I know it, thought Uraraka. Time's up. Exam is over, announced Present Mike. Uraraka gasped and looked at Kendo. Oh gosh, Kendo, I'm so sorry. If you weren't wasting time helping me, then you would have gotten more points. Kendo raised her hand in an effort to calm Uraraka down. It's okay, really. I still got a few points and I doubt I'll be dead last. Was kinda worth it to watch you do that cool move. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head, not used to the praise. Still, I feel guilty. The two were soon interrupted when an elderly woman approached the two. Okay, who's got injuries? Kendo immediately pointed to Uraraka, causing the brunette to avoid the older woman's gaze. The elder sighed, looking at her arm, and frowned. Young lady, I thought we fixed this problem already with your training. We did it. I just kinda lost control in the moment. Big robot trying to crush me and all, hee, replied Uraraka, trying to play it off by the older woman wasn't amused. Sorry, recovery girl. I'll let you off this time. But do it again and your head will become familiar with my cane, said recovery girl as she leaned up and keyed the young girl. Kendo watched in amazement as the broken arm healed and regained its usual healthy color. Uraraka began to stand on her own as she felt no pain in her ankle. But as usual with recovery girl's quirk, the brunette became really tired and let out a yawn. The youthful heroine placed some candy into Uraraka's hand before turning off to search for more wounded. Off you go, you two. The exam's over. Uraraka offered Kendo one of the candy pieces. Kendo shrugged and ate one, as did Uraraka, as the two walked together back the main gate of the mock city. Days had passed since the exam. And in that time Uraraka returned home to her family to visit and wait patiently for the results to arrive in the mail. She had not heard from All Might since the morning of the exam, but tried to her best to ignore the nagging voice of concern and worry in her mind. At the moment she was spending her time doing house chores. The overwhelming work and stress her parents battled with had left them ignoring the simple household duties since their dear daughter moved away for school and training. Her mother was at the moment dealing with the bills and paperwork of the construction company while her father was out doing the physical labor on the site. Uraraka casually began putting the dishes she just finished washing and drying when she heard the front door open and a shout from her father. Ochako! Ochako, it's here! She jolted from the surprise of the sound burst in the once quiet house and turned to see her father run in, panting, out of breath, and her mother poking her head through the door, seeing what all the commotion was about. Her father held up a letter with the UA emblem printed on it. Once laying eyes on Ochako froze and stared at the letter. After a few moments she reached out and took the letter, retreating into her old room, leaving her parents out in the kitchen waiting in anticipation. She sat at her desk staring at the envelope. At the time after the exam she felt confident, but the longer she waited the more her mind began to wander about unforeseen parts of the test. Like, would she be demoted points because she got injured? She sighed and opened the letter to see a projector roll out. Booyah! I am here as projection! Shouted a projection of All Might, causing Uraraka to squeal and fall back onto the ground. She shook her head, looking up. All Might? Wait, isn't this letter from UA? I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paper. All Might bows and clears his throat. My apologies, young lady. The truth is I didn't come to the city to fight villains. You're in fact looking at UA's latest faculty member. Uraraka blinked and gasped. He's gonna be teaching at UA. On the projector, All Might becomes distracted by someone behind the camera roll. What's that? Who's showboating? Oh, but let me just. Wait, I have to do how many of these things? Anyway. Moving on. You passed the written and managed to score yourself 28 combat points in the practical. Unfortunately, this alone isn't enough to pass. Uraraka felt her heart stop. She failed. All the training. Inheriting All Might's power. All for nothing, wasted. But there were other factors that come into play. Remember, being a hero is more than just beating the living snot of a bad guy. So that's why we also have rescue points, announced All Might. Uraraka looked up hearing this and waited for him to proceed. A panel of judges views the exam and awards points when deserved for their deeds. Ochako Uraraka 52 rescue points, and Itsuka Kendo 46 rescue points. Uraraka's eyes widened at the reveal of the points she received, but All Might wasn't done. With the grand total of 80 points. You young lady are the highest ranking student in this year's entrance exam. I know you put in a lot of work to get here and it has paid off. You've made it. So welcome Ochako Uraraka to your hero academia. As the video ended, Uraraka felt the tears run down her cheeks and she sniffles as a wobbly smile came on her face. She slowly stood up and walked to the door, seeing her parents waiting anxiously. As the creak of the door caught their attention, they looked up to see their daughter tear eyes. Her father gulped nervously and stepped forward. Sweetie. What happened? She leapt forward and wrapped both her arms around them, squealing with joy. I passed. Uraraka wandered down the hall looking at the doors. 1A, 1A. It's gotta be here somewhere. She kept looking until she finally found the door. She smiled seeing the door open and stepped in to see everyone looking at the tall boy in glasses and argue with a familiar-looking Ash boy. But what really caught her attention was a redhead in a ponytail, Kendo. The girl in question turned to see her and smiled seeing her. Uraraka. I knew you'd get in. Wow, what luck that we're in the same class, huh? Uraraka nodded in agreement. I know. I'm happy to see you made it in too. Before they could continue conversation, she noticed the Ash boy glaring at her. She blinked in confusion looking at him and gasped, recognizing him. Hey, you're that guy the first tried to save from the sludge guy. The growled and let out an explosion, damaging his desk, and he got to his feet, storming over to Uraraka. You listen up, round face. You didn't do shit that day. I was doing fine on my own till you got in the way. So don't come in here and look down on me. Uraraka took a step back in shock and the hostile nature and rudeness thrown at her. Kendo took a step between the two. Hey, back off. Who the hell do you think you are talking to someone like that? She's your classmate. The boy growled. I don't care about any of that. I'm gonna be the top hero here. So you all just stay out of my way. Especially you. He stared at Uraraka as he finished his rant, still leaving the girl shocked. Are any of you gonna shut up? Everyone stopped and slowly turned towards the door to see a man in a sleeping bag on the floor staring at them. The students stared in shocked silence as the man stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag. That took way too long. In the hero industry, time is of the essence and you wasted time fairly well. Now you all go put on your training gear and meet me on the sports field. The tired-looking man spoke as he rolled up his sleeping bag. The tall boy in glasses stood up with his hand raised. Forgive me for asking, sir, but who are you? Shota Aizawa. Your homeroom teacher. Just call me Mr. Aizawa. Now quit screwing around and get moving. Said Aizawa in a tired tone that seems to be part of his personality. So what do you think we're doing? Asked a girl with green hair standing in an odd posture that couldn't possibly be any good for someone's back. No idea. Hopefully it won't take too long, otherwise we'll miss orientation, replied Kendo. Aizawa stood in front of the class with his usual tired posture. I'm sure at some point you all had to take part of a physical fitness test. Unfortunately, those tests wouldn't allow the use of quirks. The class nodded, remembering at some point taking such a test. Aizawa turned his gaze to the Uraraka. Uraraka. You scored the highest in the entrance exam. What was your best throw in middle school? All eyes turned to her and she rubbed her arm nervously at the sudden unwanted attention. And nothing impressive. 45 meters, I think. Aizawa tossed a ball at her which she fumbled with for a moment before getting a grip on it. Try throwing it with your quirk. Do it however you please, just don't leave the circle. Uraraka stepped into the circle looking at the ball in hand. A tiny smirk formed on her lips as she activated her original quirk on it and tossed it effortlessly. The throw itself was nothing impressive, but quickly everyone became confused as the ball continued to go higher and further away till it could no longer be seen. Aizawa looked down at his phone sighing. I should have picked someone else as example for this, but oh well. He turned his phone around to show the distance reading at infinity. Holy crap, that's insane! Yelled a spiky redhead guy. No one has a chance at beating that, spoke a girl with purple hair and strange-looking earlobes. Aizawa put his hands back in his pockets. You'll all perform a series of tests with your quirks to see your potential. Oh man, this is gonna be fun, squealed a pink girl in excitement. Wait, what about orientation? Asked a midget with purple balls for hair. U is well known for letting teachers have full control on the methods of teaching to get the best results. Which means I can do whatever I want. So if you think this is fun, let's make things more interesting. Whoever gets the lowest score will be expelled, said Aizawa with a devilish smirk. Uraraka stared at the teacher fearfully before speaking up. That's not fair, we just got here. Aizawa glanced her way. Fair? Is it fair when lives are lost during natural disasters or in acts of heroism? Would a villain think what's the fairest way to defeat you in battle? In this line of work you have all chosen fairness as a luxury that we can no longer have. So if you think you can't hack it, then leave now. But if you do truly believe that you belong here, then prove it. Go beyond. Plus ultra. And so the tests began, with the first being the 50-meter dash. Uraraka watched as a boy with a French accent go up against the pink girl. The boy used his laser beam to help get across but tripped over himself, allowing the girl to beat him. Although his plan had kinda failed, it did give Uraraka an idea. It was finally her turn, and she was up against a boy with a tail that was named Ojiro. He crouched down ready to sprint while Uraraka faced the opposite direction and aimed her finger in a flicking motion. As soon as the start signal was given, she quickly jumped and activated her quirk on herself, making her weightless, then flicking her finger using one for all at 5%. She spun through the air backwards and heard the robot call out her time. 3.45 seconds. She quickly released her quirk and came crashing to the ground with a thud. She sat up groaning before her eyes widened and she bent over to vomit. A boy with a black lightning bolt in his hair commented, "That was totally epic, but the end result is kinda gross." The tests continued. With long jump, Uraraka pretty much used the same trick but didn't use one for all to make the leap. Some tests didn't really require her use of quirks, like the toe touch of the sit-ups. She did use one for all for the grip test and the long distance run to help boost strength and speed. The time had finally come to see the results. Aizawa displayed them, and so Uraraka quickly began searching for her name, which didn't take long since she was ranked at number 3. She sighed in relief and looked down the list to see what was last. She saw the name Mineta appear, and she turned to see the purple ball-headed boy shaking in fear, realizing his result. He's the one getting expelled. He must feel so crushed, she thought to herself. Aizawa put away his phone. Mineta, he called out, causing the boy to stiffen and step forward. Aizawa looked down on him. You scored last on the tests. You know what that means. The boy nodded. I'm expelled, he said in absolute defeat. Aizawa nodded. It does. However, you do have potential. You all do, hence why I lied about the expulsion. That was just a little bit of deception to make sure you all did your hardest. What? Shouted the class in unison. You guys didn't know, spoke a girl named Yayorozu. Thought it was kinda obvious. Guess we should have told you guys, added Kendo. The class frowned at the two. Yeah, you should have. Aizawa turned to leave. That's class down for the day. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Go home and rest. Tenya Iida walked along, heading to exit the UA school grounds, and noticed two girls walking out as well. He immediately recognized them as his classmates and approached them. Are you two heading for the station? The redhead nodded. That's right. Do you mind if I accompany you since we're heading to the same location? He asked. Sure, why not? Spoke the brunette. He looked over to see her. Ah, the infantile girl. Your performance today was rather impressive. Thanks. I'm Ochako Uraraka, by the way, she greeted as the three began to walk together. Tenya Iida. Pleasure to meet you, he replied, then turned to the redhead for introduction. Itsuka Kendo. She bowed as she spoke, and so the three continued onto the train station in relief, passing the first day of UA. However, none of them would be prepared for what was about to come. Aizawa stood before the class, confirming his students are quiet. All right. You all have to make an important choice to make that'll affect you all. The classes stiffened in anticipation of what it could be. Some sharing glances while others shook in fear of a pop quiz or maybe another quirk assessment. You'll have to pick class representatives. The whole class blinked. Oh. Just normal school stuff. The class then exploded with everyone demanding and yelling among themselves to be selected for the position. Uraraka decided against raising her hand. She was already dealing with enough pressure from all aspects of her current life as is. She couldn't possibly handle the added workload of class representative. We must handle this diplomatically. I suggest we take a vote, shouted Iida, grabbing everyone's attention. Want people just vote for themselves? Questioned Juru. If you think about it, then the person with the most votes deserves the spot, said Kendo, agreeing with Iida's idea. Aizawa grumbled, zipping up his sleeping bag. I don't care how you decide. Just do it before I wake up from my nap. Everyone agreed with the idea and each grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down a name. By the end of the count, it was Kendo and Momo who tied with 2 votes each. Iida sat down in defeat. Only 1 vote. Oh well, can't exactly complain about the system I picked. So who between Kendo and myself becomes class rep? Asked Yaoyorozu. Kirishima pulled a coin from his pocket, turning to the 2 girls. We can flip for it. Kendo shrugged. I'm easy either way. You call it, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu nodded for Kirishima to flip the coin. In doing so, Yaoyorozu called out heads while the coin rotated in the air before Kirishima caught it and placed it on the top of his hand. Everyone in class gathered around him to see the reveal. He removed his hand, and it's heads. Guess that makes Yaoyorozu class representative. And so everyone congratulated the raven-haired girl and the red-haired girl for gaining the task of vice representative. The classes proceeded as usual with lunch break soon upon them. Uraraka sat with Kendo, Iida and Tsuyu for her meal. The 5 were enjoying their lunchtime conversation till an alarm broke out. During the chaos of the security breach, Uraraka noticed it was the media that broke in. She managed to inform Kendo and used her quirk on the redhead to make her float. Kendo then enlarged her hands and made a loud clap to get everyone's attention to pull them into line. Uraraka stared at her helmet while she and the rest of 1A rode a bus to a location to begin rescue training. Originally her helmet was going to have a more spacesuit look, but now she had the All Might's quirk. She figured that she'd be more likely dealing with fights. So in the scenario of a powerful villain managing to get a hard blow on her head, then her original helmet option would have caused her to lose sight with all the cracks that would go into it after a hard punch. So she decided to make a few changes, adding a mouthguard as well as making the visor smaller but still have the ability to see plenty. Picture Spartan B312 aka Noble Sixa original helmet in Halo Reach. The rest of her costume was what you'd consider skin tight, which made a certain midget appreciate her design even though she herself thought it was kinda revealing. The only other real change she made was adding fingerless gloves, so she has the ability to protect her hands in a fight but still be able to use her original quirk. You really went for the whole space look, didn't you? Asked Tsuyu sitting next to her. Uraraka turned to her, nodding. Yeah. I wanted to be a rescue hero like 13, so my costume may have been inspired by him. Well, I like it. It has a perfect combination of cute and intimidation thanks to your helmet, cheered Mina. Soon the bus came to a stop, and as soon as Uraraka put on her helmet she stepped out, and was greeted by the very hero she looked up to. 13 quickly introduced himself and the USJ. Aizawa looked around in confusion before speaking to 13 privately. Where's All Might? Isn't he supposed to be here with you? 13 sighed and held up 3 fingers, which Uraraka noticed from a distance. He went overboard on his way to work this morning and reached his limit doing hero work. Aizawa groaned. That man is the pinnacle of recklessness. We'll just have to handle this ourselves. Suddenly the lights began to flicker, giving Aizawa a sickening feeling. The feeling only worsened when he looked over his shoulder to see a purple and black mist appear in the center of the USJ. Then a figure covered in hands walked through the mist, followed by many more figures with a mixed assortment of quirks. What the? Has the training already started? Asked Kirishima. Aizawa turned to his students. Stay back. Those are villains. This is real. A few of students gasped in shock, not at all prepared for this situation to happen. A few others tensed up, taking up defensive stances. Aizawa then turned to 13. Get the students out of here and alert the faculty. I'll hold them off. But sir, your quirk is better suited for one-on-one fights or stealth missions. You can't hope to win against all of them, voiced Kendo with concern. Aizawa simply slipped on his goggles. You can't be a pro if you're only a one-trick pony. With that he leapt down and began to take out villains one by one with mastered skill only a pro would have. Quick everyone, let's go! Shouted 13. As the students began to make a run for the exit, the dark purple mist appeared in front of them along with a pair of yellow eyes staring down at them. Where is All Might? We were told he would be here, but I failed to see him anywhere among you. Uraraka's eyes widened behind her visor. All Might? What do they want with him? Her thoughts were interrupted as Bakugo and Kirishima made a charge at the villain, but he quickly warped them away. The warp villain turned to the rest of the students. If he isn't here, then we'll just force him to appear. I'm sure a few dead students would be a good enough incentive to bring him out. He activated warps beneath few different students. Uraraka barely jumped back in time to not be swallowed up by the warp itself. She looked to her side to see 13 standing beside her along with Iida. She turned back to the warp villain and gulped. Shit. What do we do now? 13 stared down at the warp villain blocking the path to escape. She looked towards the student beside Iida. On my signal, I need you to get out and alert the school of the attack. They've cut off communication somehow, so this is of most importance. Iida turned to 13, but abandoning my fellow classmates when they need me would be disloyal. Uraraka cut him off. No, if you get out, you're doing the heroic thing. Exactly. We'll hold out till you get help, added Sato. It is unwise to discuss plans while the enemy is in front of you, spoke the villain, sending his warp mist towards Iida. But 13 activated his quirk black hole and began beeping up the warp. Iida now. With no more time to discuss the matter, Iida statured his engines and sprinted past to the exit. No you don't, said the villain as he opened a warped gate behind 13, causing him to use black hole on himself, ripping apart his costume, then immediately went after Iida. Iida struggled to slide through the door with the villain close to grabbing him until Uraraka jumped in between the two and flicked 2 fingers at the villain, sent a powerful blast of air making the warp mist fly back violently. Quick Iida, get out of here, shouted Uraraka as pink lightning raced off her body. Iida wasted no more time and managed to escape. Uraraka sighed in relief but quickly ran back to 13 to see Mina and the others kneeling beside him. Uraraka looked on with shock at the damage but had the sudden urge to look towards the battle Aizawa was fighting. Aizawa swung a villain with his scarf and crashed them into another before charging at the hand villain. Final boss. He swung a kick at the villain which he barely dodged, but then he got wrapped into the scarf. The villain chuckled. Damn eraser. You really are good, only one problem. A giant muscular figure with a bird head and exposed brain stomped behind Aizawa, catching him off guard. I'm not the final boss. With terrifying speed the creature threw a punch, hitting Aizawa so hard that his goggles broke off and instantly drew blood, making it splatter on the ground. The moment Aizawa hit the ground, the creature stomped on his arm, crushing it and pinning it. The villain brushed himself off, smirking behind the hand that covered his face. Good job, Nomu. The warp villain suddenly appeared beside him. My apologies, Shigaraki. But it would seem one of the students has escaped me. No doubt that he will warn the others and return with reinforcements. The one known as Shigaraki let his shoulders slump. What? For Sake Kurogiri. How could you be so careless? He grumbled and began to scratch his neck like it had a bad itch. Eventually he calmed down enough and sighed. I guess this is game over. Let's go home. He then turned towards the water's edge nearby, but not before adding a few more deaths to All Might's consciences. He jumps towards the water, reaching out, grabbing Tsuyuyu by the face, causing Kendo and Mineta to freeze up in fear of what could happen to their friend. But nothing happened. The villain blinked and began to laugh like a maniac. Holy shit, you really are amazing. He spoke, looking over his shoulder to see Aizawa ignoring the pain he's in to use his quirk against the villain. Let her go, shouted Kendo, enlarging her fist and colliding it with the villain, forcing him to let go and fall back, making the hand on his face fall onto the ground. Shigaraki slowly sat up, frowning before putting the hand back on his face, and grumbled, Nomu. Kill. The creature known as Nomu charged towards Kendo. She took up a defensive stance and gulped as the beast's large fist began to come towards her. In an unexpected sudden blur, Kendo found herself being tackled from the side and knocked out of the way. She hit the ground hard and quickly sat up to see a crater where she once stood created by the Nomu's fist. She looked to her side to see Uraraka standing up and facing off with the beast. "Get Mr. Aizawa and go," she shouted. Tsuyu ran over and helped Kendo up with Mineta following behind. "Are you crazy? You haven't got a ing hope winning against that thing. Even with a kick quirk like yours," complained Mineta. "I don't plan on winning. Just holding them off long enough for All Might and the others to get here," replies Uraraka. "That's very noble of you, Uraraka, but as vice-class representative I refuse to let you stand her alone," spoke Kendo as she stood beside her. "You bunch of brats really think you stand a chance against Nomu? You're fools, but I can't deny that I'm curious to see how long you'll last," spoke Shigaraki. "I wouldn't underestimate the one in the helmet. She has some kind of strength quirk," spoke Kurogiri. "That's what you think," thought Uraraka. Hearing Kurogiri's guess about Uraraka's quirk basically confirmed Kendo's theory that they know nothing about what quirks the students had. Especially since they warped Tsuyu to the water zone of all places. Her thoughts stopped as Shigaraki spoke. "Strength enhancement, huh? That's nothing to be concerned about with Nomu. In fact, why don't we let her have the first punch? Give the girl a fighting chance to make the game last longer." "Shigaraki, I think that is unwise. We're running out of time already," voiced a concerned Kurogiri. "This won't take long at all. Be over before you know it. So what do you say, hero? Wanna make the first move?" asked Shigaraki, eyeing down Uraraka. Uraraka smirked behind her visor. "Sure." She began to approach the Nomu as it stood almost lifeless as it stood there just breathing. Her fellow students stared on with concern but have a feeling she had a plan but continued to watch. She stood in front of the Nomu as it stood motionless. "Go ahead. Do your attack," spoke Shigaraki from behind with his voice overwhelming with cockiness. Uraraka drew back her right fist but reached out with her left, lightly touching the Nomu with a pink glow coming from her fingers once she touched. Then quickly pink lightning came off her body as she drove her fist as hard as she could into the Nomu. The Nomu went flying up and hit the ceiling, leaving a hard dent, but then continued to float around helplessly in the air, unable to do anything at all. You cheated," growled Shigaraki, scratching his neck. No Nomu was meant to be unbeatable. He was the one created to kill All Might," he shouted, having a tantrum. "How was some first-year brat managed to beat my Nomu like that? I warned you not to underestimate her," spoke Kurogiri, which only added to Shigaraki's rage. "Shut up, be useful for once and warp her to master." Kurogiri simply nodded at the request and began to create a warp until. "Got ya, bastard!" shouted Bakugo, exploding his way into the villain and pinning him to the ground. Shigaraki clenched his fist seeing Kurogiri captured so easily and frowned seeing more students arrive to face him. He once again violently scratched his neck. "No, this isn't fair," he shouted, echoing through the USJ. Bakugo simply chuckled. "That's what happens when you get cocky in class, you dumb prick." But suddenly the creaking of metal causes everyone to look up and see Nomu managed to grip a hold of the roof. He flipped itself around and kicked with both legs, propelling himself back towards the ground. Once he crash-landed, he made the effort to stomp his feet into the solid ground to prevent himself from floating away again. Kurogiri used this distraction as a chance to slip away from Bakugo's grip and warp to behind Shigaraki. "We need to go now," he shouted. Shigaraki growled. "Fine. But Nomu stays. I want him to do as much damage to these little brats as possible." A warp appeared behind the two and they slipped away. Now left with the Nomu, the Class 1A students began to notice the villains Aizawa took out were beginning to get back up. Tsuyu, Todoroki, Kendo, Uraraka, Kirishima, Bakugo and Mineta all stood back to back as they slowly became surrounded. "Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, we're so screwed," whined Mineta. "Shut the up, midget, they're only street thugs. We can take them easily," shouted Bakugo. "You may be right, but I'm still worried about that thing," spoke Kendo as the Nomu stomped forward towards them. Suddenly the front doors busted open, causing everyone to look at it. "Have no fear, students, you're safe now. Because I am here," spoke All Might emerging from the dust. Everyone sighed in relief while the villains stiffened you seeing the arrival of the number one hero. Before the villains could formulate a plan, All Might speed through most of them, knocking them out, and appeared with his students. All of you. Get Aizawa back to the entrance. Young Iida will be returning with backup soon. The students nodded and began to move off doing what he said. Quickly, while he had the upper hand, All Might quickly went toe-to-toe with the creature Nomu, both exchanging blows with one another in a battle of brute strength. All Might took notice to how the beast was making an effort to keep his feet embedded into the ground. A quick guess had him guessing that young Uraraka used her quirk on the creature. So he decided to start throwing punches to make the creature expose an opening. Once the opening was found, he drove a fist into Nomu's chest at 100% and sent the beast flying with a giant crash through the roof at incredible speed. Once out of sight, All Might called out to Uraraka, who was using her quirk to help move Aizawa up the stairs with the help of Kendo and Tsuyu. Once you make it to the entrance, deactivate your quirk, young lady. Yes, sir, responded Uraraka. And so once she reached the doors and confirmed that Aizawa won't be injured, she deactivated her quirk. And in doing so, somewhere high in the skies, the creature Nomu began its descent just in time before breaking the Earth's atmosphere. Days after the USJ incident, the students of 1A sat at their desks retelling their stories from what they saw. Apparently Kendo, Tsuyu and Mineta got warped to the water zone and had managed to escape the villains, with Kendo basically doing a water bomb with her enlarged hands, followed by Mineta throwing his balls to then have Tsuyu pull them both to the safety of the water's edge, where they came face to face with the villains fighting Aizawa. On the subject of Aizawa, the students began to wonder who would be in charge of teaching class that day. Of course, they were all caught off guard when a mummy in the shape of Aizawa walked through the door and stood in front of class. Mr. Aizawa, shouldn't you be in hospital?" asked Mina. "I got a bit of help from the old lady, so I'll be fine," he replied as he turned to the class. "Now let's get straight to it. The sports festival is coming up." Gasps and chatters of excitement filled the room until Momo spoke. "Sir, is it really wise to have an event so soon after what just happened?" The staff believe that now is the best time for it to demonstrate that the school is more than ready to face any threat and that hero students have a bright future, replied Aizawa, and continued, "Up until the festival you'll spend your time preparing and training. This is bigger than the Olympics, so bring your A game. Especially if you want the top agencies to recognize you." On that note, Aizawa shifted off to sleep and the students began to become excited about the festival. That was until they opened the door to leave class and noticed other UA students standing outside looking at them. "Why are they all here? Did we get famous from what happened at the USJ?" questioned Kaminari. "No, you idiot. They're just scoping out the competition," grunted Bakugo as he shouldered his way through the crowd. "Out of my way, extras. You can't just call people that just because you don't know them," shouted Iida. "Honestly, I'm not surprised," sighed Kendo. A boy with wild, untamed purple hair and a tired look made his way through the crowd. "The way everyone was talking about the USJ, I assumed you guys would have been a big deal. But from what I can see, you're just a bunch of egotistic fools. The fact is, the sports festival is also a chance for other classes to get into the hero course. And I promise you, any of you slack off and I will take your spot." He turned and began to walk away. "Consider this a declaration of war." Uraraka blinked in confusion and turned to Kendo. "They really have it out for the hero course, huh?" Kendo agreed. "Seems that way. Let's go eat." The two, along with Iida, began to make their way to the cafeteria until young Uraraka is here, shouted All Might, catching her attention. "All Might, what are you doing here?" she asked. All Might held up a small paper bag. "Lunch. Care to join me?" Kendo and Iida blinked before looking at each other, then continued walking to the cafeteria, leaving the two alone. "What do you think those two are talking about?" Kendo asked. "Could be about the USJ. Or could be that Uraraka's gravity quirk almost works similar to All Might's in combat, so he's giving her pointers," theorized Iida. That makes sense," added Kendo, unaware that a certain ice and fire user overheard their discussion. Meanwhile, Uraraka sat across from All Might in his true form while he poured some tea. "I'm sure you're aware of the sports festival?" asked All Might. Uraraka nodded. "Yes. It's a chance for students to compete against one another to show off their skills." All Might gently pick up his cup of tea. "Spot on. But it's also a huge event that the entire world will be watching along with every hero agency in the country. That's why it'll be the perfect opportunity to stand up proudly and announce to the world that you are here, declared All Might. Uraraka blinked. That seems like a lot of pressure, she said nervously. All Might looked at her. After hearing about what you did in the USJ, I know you're more than capable of doing this, young Uraraka. All I ask is that you try your best. Uraraka gave a nod with face of determination. I'll do my best. Weeks passed, and before she knew it, Uraraka stood with her classmates in the UA Stadium, surrounded by a huge cheering crowd, all there to watch her and the others compete for the top spot. The R-rated hero Midnight made her way on stage and loudly cracked her whip. And now for the student pledge. Hero Course 1A's Ochako Uraraka. Hearing her name, Uraraka froze. What? Why me? Why not Momoshi's class representative? Or even Kendo? You got the highest score on the entrance exam, didn't you? Pointed out Iida. Uraraka deflated and looked at the ground. Shit. She forced herself to walk up on stage and stand in front of the microphone. She gulped nervously, looking at the large crowd. Holy crap, there's a lot of people here, she thought to herself. She calmly took a deep breath and adjusted the mic. I honestly don't know what to say. So I guess everyone just try your best out there. She smiled confidently when the perfect words came to mind. In fact, you all should go beyond. The UA students and crowd smiled and cheered back with an applause. Begin! Shouted Midnight, and soon the students charged for the exit. Uraraka quickly found herself soon being smothered in the middle with everyone else. Before it became too tight, she quickly activated her quirk on herself and jumped above the gathering crowd. Sighing in relief, she noticed Bakugo propelling himself with his explosions. Uraraka smiled as an idea came to her head and began flickering her fingers behind her, mimicking the boy's move. She flew above everyone with ease and found herself trailing behind Bakugo and Todoroki once she slipped past the robots. Once she glided across the canyon, she still found herself trailing behind them. Normally she would start to feel a little upset in the stomach, but thankfully her 10 months of training made that a tiny issue. She smirked seeing Todoroki and Bakugo slow down for the minefield and take their time to get across. Still floating effortlessly, she took advantage and attempted to slip by them. Unfortunately, Bakugo spotted her and exploded up toward her. Oh no, you don't, round face! He yelled while colliding his fist into her back, sending crashing into the ice path that Todoroki created to run across the mines. With a painful groan, Uraraka looked up to see Bakugo land beside Todoroki and run head to head against him. She pushes herself up into her feet, clenching her fist, and threw a punch aimed between the two, using 10% of one for all. Smash! The pressure exploded in front of the two boys, destroying Todoroki's ice. The shock waves sent them sideways, landing on a mine, each firing them backwards. Quickly, Uraraka started running for the finish while holding her arm, wincing. I didn't break it, but it feels like I've pulled a muscle using that much power. She jumped over the crater she created just as Bakugo roared in frustration, getting back to his feet, with Todoroki following close behind. But neither of the boys were fast enough, as Uraraka became the first to make it back into the stadium. Up in his own viewing booth, All Might jumped out of his seat, pumping his fist. Yes. Somewhere on a construction site, cheers could be heard as the Uraraka's workforce watched the event on a smartphone. One of the men patted another on the shoulder. Your little girl got some skill there, boss. Uraraka's father smiled proudly, watching the phone. That's my girl. Kendo and Tsuyu leaned against each other, panting exhaustion. Uraraka approaches the two. Man, you two looked wrecked. Not all of us can just float to the finish line, groaned Kendo. Although I did see that hit you took from Bakugo. Are you okay? Asked Tsuyu with a little concern. Uraraka rubbed her back from where she took the blow and shrugged it off. I'll be fine. She spoke just as Midnight announced the next event. And now we have a cavalry battle. The girls stood up straight, looking at the inappropriate-looking hero as she explained the rules and the points system. But then the hero got a devilish grin. But there's a delicious little twist. She spoke, licking her lips seductively. For the first place winner, Ochako Uraraka shall be worth a staggering 10 million points. All eyes turned to the brunette, and from her point of view everyone looked at her like they were hungry predators and she was wounded fawn. She froze on spot, not able to move, trying to comprehend the challenge that now faced here. She didn't even move once everyone started picking teams for the cavalry battle. Kendo shook the girl out of her gloom. Hey. Focus, we got this. Uraraka blinked and turned to the redhead. We? Kendo nodded and gave her a thumbs up. We're friends, aren't we? Uraraka squealed and hugged her tightly. Thank you. In that moment a girl with pink hair approached them and shouted, I want to be on your team. Kendo and Uraraka looked at the girl who grinned at them with an insane-like smile. Everyone will have eyes on you for sure, so this will be the perfect opportunity to showcase my marvelous babies for the pro support studios, she spoke grinning. Kendo blinked and tilted her head. Babies. Yes, my fantastic gadgets. For example, these hover boots will work fantastic with your gravity quirk, raved the girl. Okay, you're in. We need one more, spoke Uraraka, looking around scratching her head. Kendo looked as well and pointed to someone behind her. Why not Tokiyami? He looks free still. Plus from what I've seen of his quirk it'll be great for defense. Uraraka looked towards the raven-head boy and nodded in agreement, quickly running over to make him part of the team. With a crack of midnight's whip the cavalry battle began, and as one could have predicted everyone charged towards Team Uraraka. Quick, use your quirk, shouted Kendo. Uraraka quickly touched everyone as Dark Shadow emerged as a defensive shield, buying them a few more precious seconds to get airborne with Mei's hover boots. They floated high in the air with Mei grinning proudly. How do you like my babies now? Uraraka looked over her shoulder. It's working great. We should be able to last up here thanks to them. Yo, there's a random hand flying towards us, called our Dark Shadow, who was watching their six. Kendo raised a brow in confusion and turned to see the hand coming towards them. She chuckled to herself in amusement. After everything that's going on, I forgot she got in. She quickly enlarged her hand and caught the hand before it could get near Uraraka and tossed it back towards the ground, where it returned to its green-haired owner that wore a sharp toothy grin. Nice reflexes, Kendo. But can't stay up there forever, and you know it. Just sit back down there and watch Tokage. Kendo called back, grinning, but then caught an explosion coming from the corner of her eye and quickly turned to see Bakugo rocketing towards them. Shit. Captain Explosive Personality coming in hot. Uraraka turned and aimed her finger. I'm on it. She lined Bakugo up, waiting for him to get close, then blasted a finger flick at him, knocking him back to the ground where he was caught by his team. That flick also allowed them to float away from them. Suddenly a flash of wild lightning covered the court, taking out a good portion of the competition. Well, I think Kaminari is out for now, commented Kendo. Her theory was only confirmed when the echoes of a goofy laugh made itself known. A large iceberg suddenly appeared in front of them, almost making them crash, but luckily Dark Shadow pushed them away from it by putting himself into it first. Once returning to his sentinel-like position, Tokiyami thanked him. With the time and non-stop moving and weight of the load Uraraka was holding, she was beginning to feel it in her stomach. If the match didn't end soon, then the chances of her beach landing with her team increased. Bakugo and his team made another attempt to get to them, as well as Todoroki's team. The pressure overwhelmed her mind and the whole team began to descend. Wow, Uraraka, shouted Kendo in concern. I'm sorry, she spoke before making a gagging-like sound. I can't hold us anymore. They fell quicker, and so Bakugo and Todoroki saw their chance to attack. Bakugo exploded towards Uraraka while Iida used his quirk to boost Team Todoroki towards them faster. Dark Shadow prepared to defend, as did Kendo. Uraraka cringed, waiting for either the ground to hit or one of the other teams until. And time is up, announced Midnight. Team Todoroki came to a screaming halt while Bakugo and Team Uraraka all collapsed on the ground. Uraraka quickly rolled to her knees and began vomiting, with Tokiyami rubbing her back and looking away. Bakugo sat up, twitching, ready to snap at a moment's notice. With amazing strategy and interesting performance, Team Uraraka held onto the 10 million points and proceed to the finals along with Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo and Team Shinso, announced Midnight. Kendo raised a brow. Shinso. She looked around to see the same purple-haired boy who declared war on her classmates standing back with a smug look as he looked at the scoreboard. Whoever this guy is, he wasn't kidding about getting into the hero course, she thought to herself. Uraraka gulped as she stared at the names on the board of who everyone would be up against. She became increasingly nervous when she saw her opponent was none other than one Katsuki Bakugo. She slowly glanced towards the direction of the explosive boy and saw he was wearing a feral smile. It was obvious he was pleased with the result and was looking forward to his match against the brunette. Man, I don't know what's worse. You against Bakugo or the fact we all got tricked into the cheerleading thing, commented Jiru beside her. Personally, I feel it's worse going against Boomboy. He's really got a grudge against Uraraka, added Mina. Suyu joined in to add her thoughts. Well, Uraraka has shot him down a few times when he's attempted to show he's superior to the rest of us. Uraraka nodded, not really paying much thought to the conversation, as in her mind she began to panic at the thought of going up against the boy. Sure, she had one for all, but Bakugo was wild and untamed, but at the same time calculative and observant on the battlefield. It was at this moment Uraraka noticed a certain redhead missing from the group. Hey, where's Kendo? She's talking time Ojiro about that creepy Shinso guy. She's against him in the first round and Ojiro might know what his quirk is, answered Toru. Uraraka sighed understandingly and continued to think over how to handle her match. Kendo stood in the ring staring at her opponent as she tried to focus on her most important job in this match. Not speaking. Ojiro informed her beforehand that the wild purple-haired boy could very well have a brainwashing quirk that's activated if his target speaks. If this information is true, then she has to do everything she can to end the match quickly without uttering a word. She was quickly removed from her thoughts as Shinso spoke. It's funny. The guy with the tail was ranting about how important his pride was to him. But I think he's just a coward. If he really did have pride, he would have stepped into the ring and faced me. Kendo clenched her teeth and fists but quickly used her years of martial arts training to calm her emotions. He's trying to get into my head before I can attack. He knows he's physically at a disadvantage against me even without my quirk. Kendo breathed in and slowly began walking her way towards the brainwasher. Shinso frowned as his original plan failed but tried again. Kind of a pointless quirk you have. All you do is make yourself grow bigger hands. In the long run everyone else can train and get better adapting their abilities, but you'll just remain the same, won't you? Shinso was hoping his little rant would have been enough to enrage the redhead to get her to bite, so to speak. He succeeded in enraging her but didn't get the hypothetical bite he needed to brainwash her. Instead, what he received was one big mother of a fist from a very pissed redhead straight in the nose. The power and ferocity of the punch caused Shinso to backflip out of the ring with a very bloody mashed nose and loose teeth. Up in the stands, the boys of 1A cringed seeing the punch while the girls cheered for the vice-class representative beside them. In the 1B section, Tokage grinned as she counted the money she received from her annoying classmate who bet her for Kendo to lose. Tokage had faith in her old school friend, so was keen on making a few extra bucks. Each battle continued with a variety of different results, but Uraraka was only focused on hers. She took deep breaths as she stood in the ring. Listen up, round face, called out Bakugo from the other end of the ring. Uraraka stiffened and looked his way as he continued to speak. I don't want you holding back. I want you to hit me with everything you got, so when I destroy you there will be no doubt I was the best. I don't want a victory because you chickened out or because you took pity on me. You got it. She sighed and faced him fully. Fine. She began to flicker pink lightning off her body as she activated full cowling and stood her ground. Begin, shouted Midnight, and quickly both students charged at each other. Bakugo led with a right hook, but Uraraka stepped out of the way, but not quick enough to dodge the explosion from his left, blowing her back. Uraraka groaned as she got back to her feet to face her opponent, to see him standing in a defensive position with a slight smirk. You'll have to try better than that. Uraraka then noticed the debris from where Bakugo launches his attack and began to form a game plan in her head. Activating full cowling again, she charged forward and quickly leapt and bounced around, dodging Bakugo's explosions, occasionally taking a hit from him. Bakugo growled at her. Come on, you're not even trying. If you don't try harder I'll murder you. Uraraka got back onto her feet and placed her hands together, smirking. Heads up, release. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly as he glanced up to see the debris he created come flying down from the sky towards him. He reacted by aiming his palm in the air and fire a powerful blast, destroying everything in its path. Little did he know this was the perfect opening for Uraraka, as she fired a smash the same time Bakugo fires his attack. The air pressure side swiped him and sent him sliding with speed. He skidded to a stop on the grass and froze, realizing what just happened. She tricked me. Damn it. Damn it. Ochako Uraraka proceeds to the next round. announced Midnight to the cheering crowd. Uraraka sighed, wiping the sweat off her forehead, and shyly waved to the crowd. Before she left the ring, she glanced at Bakugo, who stood where he landed gobsmacked and slowly began to shake with rage. "Oh, he's pissed," spoke Kaminari from the stands. "I think that's an understatement," added Shoji. "To be fair, he kinda had it coming. But hell, I feel sorry for whoever ticks me off next," said Tsuyu, scratching her chin as Aoyama nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The brute will snuff the flame out of whoever dares dazzles in his way." Somewhere in a dark room, a figure grunts with effort as they pull themselves up, doing a set of one-arm pull-ups. As the pain in their muscles continue to beg for rest, the figure can't help the smile on their face as they watch the loudmouth hot-headed explosion user get defeated on the television. They switch arms and continue watching the festival curiously as they continue their workout. Kendo had hoped she could put up a better fight, but honestly there was no real plan she could make to defeat a guy who can create icebergs in the blink of an eye. As Todoroki placed his hand beside her against the ice to allow the second half of his quirk to melt it, she couldn't help but pout. "Geez, you don't show anyone any mercy, do you?" Todoroki simply glanced at her. "This is a competition. I'm just simply doing what I can to win." Once she broke free, she shivered once the wind hit, sending the chills of the ice into her. "Holy shit, that's cold. I need a jacket or something." She wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to warm up as she and Todoroki left the ring. Uraraka stood in the ring in a defensive position, ready to take on Kirishima. She knew his quirk was best for brawling, so in reality the poor guy was at a disadvantage even if she only had her original quirk. So her options were either blow him out of the ring with a smash or let him get in close and simply took and let him float out on his own. She decided to play it by ear and take advantage of whatever situation came her way from the manly redhead. He quickly used his quirk to harden, then charged forward, deciding that a fast attack would be best to catch the brunette off guard. Uraraka stepped back, dodging his fist, and attempted to reach out and touch him, but Kirishima was well aware of the consequences of being touched by her quirk and made it his mission to stay out of her reach. Deciding that tactic won't work, Uraraka decided to try smashing him out and punches towards him, sending the same air pressure she did at Bakugo. Kirishima reacted by standing his ground, stomping his feet into the ring in a similar fashion the Nomu did at the USJ. Groaning in frustration at the trouble the hardening user was giving her, she continued firing more smashes towards him, but he still wouldn't budge. It was then did Uraraka notice how much concentration he was putting into standing his ground. Even to the point he had his eyes close every time she smashed. Uraraka started charging forward, firing smashes as she did, forcing Kirishima to stay on the defensive, allowing her to get in close enough to reach out and touch his arm. When Kirishima felt the light touch, his eyes widened and he looked up to see Uraraka standing just out of his reach with her arms crossed, smiling innocently. "Your move." Kirishima gritted his teeth and attempted to step forward, but failed to get enough force to lodge his foot into the ground and floated lightly away from the ring. God damn it. Midnight cracked her whip. Kirishima is unable to battle. Uraraka goes on to the next round. Kendo and Uraraka walked together towards the waiting room when they came across Iida. "Hey, tough luck again, Todoroki," said Uraraka to the engine quirk user. Kendo noticed Iida having a worried look on his face. "Hey, you okay? You put up a good fight, no need to feel ashamed." Iida shook his head. No, it's not that, but I'm afraid I have to leave." Kendo and Uraraka shared a glance and became worried. "Is something wrong?" the gravity user asked. "It's my brother. He's been injured. I don't know the details, but I need to leave right away for Hosu to see him," Iida explained. Iida turned and bowed to Uraraka. "I apologize for not staying around to watch and support you, Uraraka." She waved her hands in dismissal. "It's fine, don't stress. I of all people know how important family is." "Thank you for your understanding," replied Iida. Kendo patted him on the shoulder. "I'll walk you out, and I'll watch you from the stands, Uraraka. Good luck." She gave them brunette a thumbs up and proceeded to walk towards the exit with Iida. Uraraka stretched her arms as she walked along the empty halls alone towards the waiting area, but noticed a fiery figure step out before her. She stopped, glancing up, and gasped, seeing the number 2 hero Endeavor stand before her. The man himself looked down towards her. "Ah, just the person I was looking for." Uraraka blinked in confusion. "Why, you were looking for me?" The number 2 nodded. I was. You have impressive skill and power. Your gravity manipulation quirk works similar to All Might's in its use for combat. Uraraka gulped. Crap. Does he know about One for All? No, he couldn't, otherwise he would have said something. But I better be careful around him. There's just something about him I don't like. Your classmate Shoto is my son. It is his duty to surpass All Might. But he refuses to use his other half. I have no doubt you'll face him in the finals after you achieve victory against the raven-headed boy. Explained Endeavor. Uraraka furrowed her brows. It sounds like you're gonna ask me a favor. Do you want me to throw the fight? Endeavor shook his head. No, of course not. I just need you to make Shoto use his flames. So far I believe you're the only one powerful enough. And so this will be a perfect opportunity for him to test his limits and see how much he needs to grow. Endeavor then turned to leave, but Uraraka spoke. Why doesn't he use his flames to begin with? Endeavor stopped with his back to the girl before replying. He's going through a rebellious phase right now. You don't need to know any more than that. He then walked off, leaving Uraraka to wonder about the conversation that took place, but couldn't help an uncomfortable feeling that came along with the thoughts. As Endeavor predicted, Uraraka managed to win against Tokiyami. Although it was indeed a challenge, they both made attempts to force each other out with brute force, shoving each other. Tokiyami would have undoubtedly won if it weren't for Uraraka's signature flying trick that kept saving her from landing out. In the end, it came down to Uraraka leading him to the ring's edge and dodging out of the way last minute, causing both Tokiyami and Dark Shadow to slip out of the ring. The boy felt somewhat ashamed for falling for such a simple tactic, but gracefully accepted his defeat nonetheless. And now Uraraka was back in the ring, now facing the wonder child of the number 2 hero. I'll end this quickly like all previous matches, declared Todoroki. Uraraka activated full cowling at 7%, deciding that she'll need that tiny extra boost to stand a chance. Especially against the one-hit wonder iceberg attack. And once Midnight cracked her whip, that's exactly what he did. Reacting out of instinct, Uraraka threw her fist forward, stopping the ice in its tracks but not destroying it completely. Todoroki frowned and launched another and then another, with Uraraka either dodging or blocking them with some form of smash. The game of cat and mouse continued for some time. Uraraka panted from exhaustion as her muscles began to ache from the higher usage of One for All, but noticed Todoroki slowly becoming consumed by his ice slowly. She was actually trying her hardest for this match, but the fact the half-and-half boy refused to use his flames bothered her. Not because of what Endeavor said, but because she felt he wasn't taking it seriously. Why aren't you using your fire? She shouted. Todoroki glared at her. My fire? My father spoke to you, didn't he? Answer me, Todoroki. Why won't you use it? She shouted in frustration. Todoroki glanced towards the stands to see his father. It's personal. She frowned and the pink lightning began to flicker wildly. Is this a joke to you? Everyone here has given it their all to get as far as they have. And the fact you're not even trying is an insult to them. Hell, there's even 20% of the population that dream to have your gift, she ranted. Todoroki blinked and began to process her words, but stopped once he noticed her no longer producing her pink lighting. If you're not gonna take this seriously, then I don't want to fight, she said, turning her back to him and began walking towards the ring's edge. Everyone in the stands gasped, watching the girl walk away. What the hell is she doing? Asked a shocked Momo. Bakugo crossed his arms. It's too easy a win. She can win because Icy Hot is only using half his quirk and refuses to use the other. She won't accept victory if he isn't trying. I can respect that. Dude. Did I just get a glimpse of Bakugo possibly having a soul? Gawked Kirishima. Off shitty hair. Roared Bakugo. And he's back to normal, sighed Mina. All Might sat back in his seat watching his successor walk towards the end of the ring, scratching his chin. Young Uraraka. You may be throwing the match purely for pride, but little do you realize you're actually helping young Todoroki. He then glanced towards the stands to see Endeavor clenching his fist in rage with his flames burning hot. Uraraka sighed and stepped out of the ring. The stadium went dead quiet as she did so. Uraraka is out of bounds. Todoroki is the winner, announced Midnight, and the crowd slowly began to cheer. Todoroki blinked and looked down at his hands, mentally questioning his choices and why Uraraka did what she did. The room remained dark as the only light came from the TV as the figure completes a set of sit-ups. They stand up glancing at the TV, seeing Uraraka receive the second-place medal from the symbol of peace himself. The figure grabbed the remote and switched off the television. "Well, I'm satisfied with what I've seen." They spoke, walking towards a desk and taking a seat at it. They sighed as they looked at the sheet in front of them. "God, I hate paperwork." They grabbed the nearest working pen and filled it out. A hero course work study application form. Pro hero name: Mirko. Uraraka stared at the pile of papers in front of her in surprise. She glanced around to see if anyone had a pile as large as hers, and the only person coming close was Todoroki. Everyone else had a fairly modest pile or none at all. "How the hell am I gonna get through this?" she groaned, staring at what she considered an endless list of agencies that wanted her for the work study. "I'll help you with it," offered Kendo, smiling as she looked up from her list. "Oh thanks, but you got your own to deal with," replied Uraraka. "I've already picked. I was gonna go with Uwabami, but Momo got a request from her too. So I decided I'll go with Gunhead," said Kendo as she sat down her sheet of paper and picked up one of Uraraka's. Aizawa then interrupted. "You have the rest of the day and tomorrow to pick your agencies, but for now there's something much more important you need to do." The class stared at their teacher, gulp in anticipation of what they're about to do. Aizawa continued to glance at them all. "You have to pick code names." "Awesome!" shouted the class, earning a grumble from the homeroom teacher. "Remember to take this seriously." "He's right. The name you pick today can very easily be what sticks to you for your entire heroics career. You need to choose something that represents you as both a person and a hero," added Midnight, strutting into the room. "Midnight is better at this thing than I am, so she'll have final say over your names," spoke Aizawa as he laid back, zipping up his sleeping bag and turning his back to the class. Everyone scratched their heads, thinking hard, until with incredible confidence Aoyama stood before the class announcing his name. "I cannot stop twinkling." The class looked at him like he's on meth or some type of illegal drug, but soon the class became even more confused when Midnight did some minor corrections and gave the name her approval. But when Tsuyu stepped forward calling herself Froppy, then that's when the ball really got rolling, with everyone feeling more confident with their names, although some got turned down, like Mina's Alien Queen, or Bakugo's King Explosion Murder. Kendo kept her name pretty much on point, calling herself Battle Fist. Todoroki had no imagination and just stuck with calling himself Shoto. Uraraka finally decided to step up and announce hers. "I'll be the gravity-controlling hero." "Uravity!" Midnight applauded. "So unique to your abilities and cute too. I absolutely love it." Uraraka sighed in relief and sat back down, but couldn't help but feel a little concerned when Iida decided to use his normal name like Todoroki did. In fact, since he returned from seeing his brother, he has become more quiet and somewhat antisocial. Meanwhile, Bakugo stared at the whiteboard on his desk and wrote another name. He glanced down at it and did a double take, not realizing the word he wrote that stared back at him. "Kachan." He growled quietly and quickly rubbed out the stupid nickname that was given to him by a weakling that he was embarrassed to once call a friend. He silently cursed himself for bringing up the memory of the boy he once knew, but he didn't care about that loser. He was Inua and the nerd wasn't. Just as it should be. He eventually gave up since Midnight wouldn't accept any of the suggestions he thought was cool, so for the time being he followed suit, with Todoroki and Iida sticking with his regular name. With the assistance of Momo, Tsuyu and Kendo, Uraraka worked through the pile of hero agencies, placing them into piles of nope, maybe, yes and hell yes. As they got through 3/4 of the pile, Kendo grabbed the next sheet of paper as she took a swig of her coffee. Whilst doing so, she read the name and in shock accidentally chalked on said coffee, spilling it over her school top. The other 3 girls looked up in concern just as Tsuyu offered a napkin. "You okay?" Kendo nodded, taking the napkin, drying herself, and handed the sheet to Tsuyu. "Yeah, just got caught off guard by that is all." Curiously, Tsuyu read the name on the sheet. "Holy crap. Mirko sent Uraraka a request." Momo gasped. "Mirko? As in the rabbit hero that's currently ranked as the number 7 pro hero Mirko?" Tsuyu simply handed the paper to Momo to confirm her suspicions. She quickly turned to Uraraka. "This is a rare opportunity that no one else will ever get. You must accept this." Uraraka blinked at the class rep in confusion. "What? Why?" Kendo stepped in to explain. Apart from her being the number 7 pro, she works completely solo. Doesn't team up with anyone, and as you can see on the application sheet, she's not part of any agency apart from her own solo deal. So the fact she's made an effort to send you a request is pretty big deal. You impressed a lot of people at the sports festival, but it's incredible to think that you impressed Mirko enough that she wants to work with you and possibly teach you stuff, added Suyu. Uraraka was somewhat overwhelmed by what she heard. Admittedly, 5 minutes ago she had no real idea who Mirko was. But judging off what the girls are saying, this is a big deal. I guess I'll go with her for the work study if you guys think that's the right choice. It is. They all spoke in unison. Everyone began wishing each other luck as they all began boarding different trains to spend the following few days attending their work studies. Kendo and Uraraka quickly caught up to Iida before he left for Hosu. The two couldn't help noticing the gloom that surrounded their engine quirk friend. Kendo was the one to speak up. Yo Iida. The boy turned to face his friends as she continued. Listen. Uraraka and I noticed you haven't been yourself lately. Ever since hearing about your brother actually. Uraraka stepped in to take over the tension-filled conversation. What she's trying to say is, if you ever need to talk, we're here for you, you know that right? Iida smiled at the two. No need to concern yourselves. He turned away from them, and once his face was out of view he frowned and marched for the train. Kendo and Uraraka didn't realize it yet, but they were both gonna wish they tried harder to help and speak to him. Uraraka stepped into an apartment, glancing around at what seemed more like a gym than a hero agency or a home. She looked towards the sounds of clanking metal to see the number 7 pro hero casually lifting a dumbbells while working on her balance. The hero's rabbit ears twitches slightly before a smirk appeared on her face. I'm actually surprised you accepted to do your work study with me. You must had a few more offers from higher ranking and better known agencies than me, spoke Mirko as she turned to face the UA student. Uraraka scratched the back of the head nervously. I did, but I was told that no many people get to work with you, so I thought this was an opportunity I couldn't afford to miss. Mirko sat down her weights and approached Uraraka with her arms crossed. You'd be correct. I personally think that anyone who teams up is weak because they lack the balls to man up and do things themselves. Now tell me, why do you think I put in a request for you? Uraraka thought about it for a few moments before shrugging. I honestly got no idea why. Mirko chuckled. I'll tell you why. You have the potential to become something great, especially with the amazing quirk you have. It's very rare that someone can have something that works perfectly in both combat and rescue. People like All Might, Endeavor and myself are good at kicking ass. Where heroes like the Wildcats are talented for rescue. The rescuing can be perfected at UA under the guidance of 13, that I don't doubt. However, I noticed your fighting style at the sports festival was somewhat similar to the Symbol of Peace's style. Uraraka blushed, shifting on the spot. Well, I don't have much fighting experience, so I based my moves from All Might's videos on the internet. Just as I thought. And so brings the reason why I wanted you here. I'm gonna train you how to fight properly. That means not just using your arms and fists but your legs and feet too, spoke Mirko, smiling proudly. Uraraka nodded in determination, with more than the willingness to learn what she can from the pro. You can have the main bedroom. I'm usually sleeping on the couch in my office anyways. Suit up so we can spar, ordered Mirko. Uraraka spent majority of her time training and practicing specific moves the rabbit hero taught her, which included attack moves like powerful kicks and using nearby walls to one's advantage to move or give a power boost to the force of one's kick. She also began working out more to build muscle for a few reasons. Main reason was Mirko had a habit of lifting weights casually all the time, and the habit may have rubbed off on the brunette out of boredom. The next and equally important reason was to hopefully increase the percentage of her one for all use. It wasn't at all the kind of work study she was expecting, but was happy for the opportunity nonetheless. It was now when Mirko walked by in a clean hero uniform did things decide to change. Suit up, Uravati. Time to put some of my lessons into practice. Uraraka sat down the dumbbell she had, glancing at the pro. What do you mean? She asked with great curiosity. I mean that we're going into the city to go on patrol. Now get moving. We gotta catch the bullet train, replied Mirko as she stood by the front door waiting for her student. The gravity quirk user hurried as fast as she could to get her costume on and trotted back over to the door, locking on her helmet. The two then made their way to the station with plans to deal with street thugs and drunks. At least that was the plan. A figure with long wild black hair wearing a red mask stared down from the rooftop at the lone hero walking along, checking an alleyway. The figure frowned, confirming the hero to be native, and gripped two of the many blades he had strapped to his body and drew them out. "Time to purge," he said darkly. Mirko tapped her foot impatiently as her and Uravati rode the bullet train through Hosu. She groaned in frustration as she hated waiting. Plus it didn't help there were fans and beeps eyeing her off but were to intimidate to approach her. She glanced outside the window and did a double take, noticing a fiery glow coming from within the city. Before she could bring this to the UA students' attention, a loud crash echoed through the train and was then followed by the ripping and groaning of metal. Uravati looked in the direction of the sound and gasped, seeing a horrible-looking creature reaching out to grab a civilian. "Nomu!" she shouted in surprise and shock. Mirko launched from her seat and drove the heel of her foot into the beast's ribs, kicking it off the train. She looked over her shoulder at Uraraka. "Stay here," she ordered before leaping off to pursue the Nomu. Uravati ran to the large hole and watched as Mirko chased after the creature. It was then she saw the city aflame. She gasped and quickly pulled out her phone and attempted to call Iida, knowing he was also in the city. All she got was his voice message. Sighing, she decided to pocket her phone and run towards the fire to assist where she can, after confirming there were no injuries on the train. As she arrived to see heroes fighting the flames and more Nomu, she heard something that caught her attention. "Iida. God damn it, where is he?" spoke a nearby hero with great concern. The gears in Uravati's head began to turn as she finally connected the dots. "No. He wouldn't," she whispered. She activated full cowling and began running along empty alleyways searching for her friend. "God damn it, I'm such an idiot. How could I have not noticed sooner? Why else would Iida come to Hosu? He's after the hero killer," she shouted in her mind. Iida laid motionlessly and helpless as he listened to the hero killer rant about fakes. His dark desires for revenge landed him here, and he was going to feel the full power of the consequences from the killer's blade. Stan aimed his blade and proceeded to thrust it downward towards his new unexpected victim. But the blade never connected to his flesh and bone. Because a blur of pink and black kicked the hero killer away. Before he could process what he witnessed, he found himself looking at the worried eyes of Uraraka through her helmet visor. "Iida. Get up, we need to go," she shouted. "I can't move. Leave me, take native and go," pleaded Iida. Uraraka blinked and looked over her shoulder, gasping, finally noticing another hero laying unable to move. The growls of the hero killer caught her attention, and she looked to see the man get to his feet, gripping his swords. "A heroic act you've displayed, but it won't stop me from what I must do. Leave quietly and you'll live." Uravati quickly rose to her feet, taking up a fighting stance. "No, how can I hope to be a hero if I can't stand up to fight for those who can't, and save those who need saving? Damn it, Uraraka. Just leave. He doesn't want you. This is my fault and I'll take the fall," shouted Iida with tears streaming from his eyes. Uraraka's shoulders slumped as she heard the tears voice of her friend. "Oh Iida. I'm sorry I wasn't a better friend." The hero killer stopped his advances and listened on with curiosity. Iida looked up towards Uraraka. What do you mean?" he asked, confused. Uraraka answered. "I saw you hurting. I saw the gloom you carried with you ever since you returned from seeing your brother. Kendo and I tried to talk to you, but it was too late by then. I should have tried harder to help and talk to you. I wasn't a friend when you needed me to be. But I am here now, and I'll save you," she yelled with tear-filled eyes. Stan grinned wickedly and soon laughed as insane as he looked amazing. "You are a true hero. You don't do it for fame and glory. You do it because it's the right thing to do. As it should be. I won't kill you, girl. This world needs more like you. But I still must purge these two filth." Uravati furrows her brows and turned to Iida. "I'm sorry if this hurts," she told him as she activated her quirk on him by grab his leg and tossing him over towards the other end of the alleyway over the buildings towards where the main fighting is. "Uraraka, no," shouted Iida as he floated away, unable to prevent himself from flying off. Stan frowned as he knew he wasn't fast enough or have the ability to jump high enough to catch up to the boy. So instead he turned to Native and dove forward to thrust his blade into the hero's chest, but was instead sideswiped by a dumpster. The hero killer groaned as he crawled out from behind the dumpster that threw him into the wall and growled with annoyance as he saw Uravity leap away across the rooftops carrying Native. The hero killer groaned in pain as he rubbed his torso from where not only Uraraka kicked him but from where the dumpster impacted him the most. Ignoring the pain, he collected his blades and slipped into the shadows to return to the hunt for the unworthy. Although in his mind it may have to be out on hold with the chaos the League of Villains had unleashed on the city. That unwanted attention alone bothered him, and so perhaps he may have to purge Shigaraki as well for his reckless stupidity. Todoroki ran along beside some of his father's sidekicks to assist some civilians but became distracted when he saw a figure float over a building. He glanced for a moment wondering if it was another Nomu but realized it was one of his classmates. He quickly created an ice pillar that shot him towards Iida, becoming airborne. Once making contact, he grabbed his classmate, noticing he seemed extremely, and created an ice ramp on the descent to break the fall. They tumbled on the ground for a moment until Todoroki noticed Iida start to float again and quickly grabbed onto him. Judging by your current condition, I can assume Uraraka is here too? Iida finally managed to make himself move and quickly turned to Todoroki, who had just iced Iida to the ground. We have to go back. She's up against the hero killer. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. What? Where is she? He asked with what could be considered concern from the boy. I'm here, called a familiar bubbly voice floating down from the roof with her wounded casualty. Release, she announced as she used Todoroki's ice as slide to get down to them along with Iida having his weight returned to him. Uraraka? You fought the hero killer? Asked Todoroki. Uraraka shrugged. More like I threw a dumpster at him and made a break for it with Native. You shouldn't have been there, shouted Iida, causing all around to look at his direction. You could have gotten killed. There's no need for you to jump in like that. This caused Uraraka to remove her helmet and drop it on the ground as she glared at Iida. You're the one WHOSHOULDNT have been, she yelled, catching both boys off guard. You're so blinded by your want for revenge you almost got yourself killed. If I didn't show up, then you and Native would be Stan's latest victims. What would your brother and your family think if they found out you died avenging Ingenium? Ranted Uraraka, not at all impressed with Iida's previous comment to her. By now Endeavor's sidekicks had arrived and prevented things from escalating. Uraraka turned away to take deep breath but was quickly met a fist on top of her head like she was a whack-a-mole. What part of stay on the train did you not understand? Growled Mirko. Uraraka cringed, rubbing her head. Sorry, but it didn't feel right to stand back and do nothing. Sorry for butting in, Mirko, but this young lady did manage to save me and this young man from the hero killer. Spoke Native, finally able to move again. Mirko's and the sidekick's eyes widened hearing this. She turned to her student. You took on the hero killer. The is wrong with you, she all but yelled. Uraraka cringed and stepped back out of fear. He was gonna kill them. I just got them out before he could. And where is he now? Asked an Endeavor sidekick. I last saw him in the alleyway a few blokes over, but he could very well be gone from there by now, answered Uraraka. Well, everything here is under control now. Let's get you guys to the cops for the oh-so-lovely paperwork. Mirko groaned. Look out! Roared Endeavor from the distance. Everyone turned his was and quickly hit the ground for cover when a flying Nomu came swooping down towards them. The first thing Uraraka felt were its talons digging in deeply into her shoulder, which caused her to scream in horrific pain. The next thing she felt was the ground leave beneath as she became airborne, being carried away. Mirko looked up with shock and quickly jumped to her feet to pursue. Let her go, you up-looking freak, she growled as she began to sprint. Then she noticed a figure leaping across buildings before it finally jumped out towards the Nomu with two swords drawn. He embedded the blades in between the creature's shoulders, causing it let out a horrific squeal of pain and quickly came crashing to the ground. Uraraka hit the ground harsh with a loud crack sound as she landed on her arm. She rolled away and turned to look, seeing the Nomu get back onto its feet. But then the man removed his swords from its back and slices the head off the beast, spilling blood everywhere as the body became limp and motionless. The head rolled and stopped in front of Uraraka, causing her to gag, but froze when she looked up to see the man who slayed the beast was the hero killer Stan. Stan slowly looked up from the corpse and became furious when he laid eyes on Endeavor. Endeavor. You fake? Growled, stepping forward, crushing the Nomu's head beneath his boot. Everything I do is for the betterment of society, he snarled, gripping his blades tightly but didn't make an effort to prevent his mask from falling off. You are all phonies and frauds. None of you are heroes. That word has lost its true meaning. And I shall be the one to bring back to its glory. Everyone's eyes widened at the shock reveal of his face and all froze with fear as he stared them down with raw hate. There's only one who is a true hero. And the only one I'll let kill me. All might is worthy. Oh, just shut up, yelled Mirko as she drove her foot into the side of Stan's head, knocking him out in one swift blow without giving him a chance to attack. She then glanced over to the other pros. Don't stand there, tie this nut job up, she ordered quickly, getting Endeavor's men to secure the villain. She knelt down beside Uraraka, who was starting to go into the early stages of shock. She wrapped her arms around the teenage and embraced her. Uraraka finally broke and began to cry. The last hour had finally caught up to her mentally and she couldn't handle it. You're okay. You're okay. You're safe, whispered the rabbit hero gently. It was rare for her to be seen being down to earth in such a way. But what most people don't realize is that to be a good hero sometimes requires to show you're human. She wondered if they taught that at UA. Uraraka laid in her hospital bed, laying uncomfortable since she used to the fact she had stitches in her shoulder from the Nomu attempts to kidnap her. The doctors confirmed that she will have scarring there once it healed. Early that day, her and Iida has spoke to the police chief about what happened. Uraraka was praised for how she acted in the situation but got scowled for going in alone. Iida copped it worse but was very much apologetic about the matter and well aware of the mistakes he's made. The chief had decided to keep the incident about Iida's and Uraraka's conflict with the hero killer under wraps and focus all the attention on Mirko being the one that took him down. Even though she actually did. After Chief left, Iida turned to his friend and classmate. I apologize for what I said before, and I hope you can forgive me. Uraraka signed and smiled weakly at him. You were in a dark place then and you weren't yourself. But promise me something, okay? Iida nodded. Why, yes. Of course, what is it? In a serious tone she spoke. If your mind ever goes down that dark path again, please talk to me or Kendo. Or anyone who will listen. Iida smiled and bowed to her. I promise I will. And I never thanked you for saving me, so thank you. Uraraka smiles back and gave a thumbs up. Don't mention it. It was then her phone started to ring and saw it was her mother calling, so she took a moment to step out and talk to her. In a darkened room, a figure scrolls through the endless selection of internet videos that were high on the popularity list for the day. But one in particular stood out. Curiously, lead the person to click on the video link and began to watch the video that showed the hero killer Stain as its main thumbnail. Hero killer Stain. Real name, Shizome Akaguro. All Might's debut left a deep impressive on him, and he set his sights on becoming a hero. He enrolled at a private hero high school but was disappointed in the fundamentally depraved view of heroes taught by the educational system. He dropped out in the summer of his first year. Until the end of his teenage years he called for the return to the old idea of heroes, making speeches on the streets until he realized his words had no power. For the next 10 years he dedicated his life to training and studying killing techniques on his own. He continued his strong belief to bring back the old idea of heroes. The heroes shouldn't seek compensation. That the title hero should only be granted to those who epitomize self-sacrifice. Modern-day heroes are all fakes and big talkers, and through his perjury he'd hoped modern society would come to realize this. A rough video recording begins to play of the hero killer standing in front of the dead Nomu as he stares down their heroes. You are all phonies and frauds. None of you are heroes. That word has lost its true meaning. And I shall be the one to bring back to its glory. There is only one who is a true hero, and the only one I'll let kill me. All Might is worthy. The video ends as Stain glares with hatred-filled eyes in the direction of the pros. A pair of emerald eyes stare at the computer screen before the figure leaned back in his seat. Fakes. Phonies. Frauds. He's right. Heroes aren't what they should be. They're nothing like what I looked up to. Suddenly a knock came from the door, followed by a voice. Izuku, sweetie. Dinner's ready. The green-haired boy turned to the door and called back. Be out in a minute. He shut off his computer and stood up to leave his room but paused when he saw his reflection in the mirror. He's automatically drawn to the scar runs down from his hairline to just above the corner of his right eye. He lets out a sigh at the memory of where the scar came from and the shame that comes along with it. He looks away, ignoring it, to step outside his room for dinner, but the ideals of the hero killer playing continuously in his head. Weeks had passed since the work-study had ended, and the students of Class 1A were purely focused on their exams. Main reason being if they failed they would be denied the privilege of attending summer camp. However, at the moment that was one of the last concerns on Uraraka's mind. She sat across from All Might in the same room where they usually meet to discuss private matters, especially anything related to One for All. All Might sat and watched as Uraraka stared at steam coming off her cup of tea. Ever since Hosu, the girl has been unsure about herself. The words of Stain haunting her about fake heroes. You remember why I wanted to become a hero, right? She asked. All Might nodded. I do. To help your family with their financial troubles. She continued to stare at her tea. Stain thought I was worthy of the title hero. But if he actually knew the truth of what drives me, I just don't know what to think. All Might began to scratch his chin. You're wondering if it was the right choice for me to pick you as my successor? She sighed, nodding and looking away. I can be a hero on my own with the quirk I have. But I'm honestly not sure if I can be what you need me to be. I feel like someone else deserves this more than I do. It's an overwhelming burden I've placed on you, young Uraraka, but I don't regret my decision. In the same way my master before me picking some quirkless boy to be her successor. Spoke All Might in thought. Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise as she whipped her head up to look at the old pro. Wait. You were quirkless? I didn't know that. All Might looked casually towards her and shrugged. Not my fault you ever asked. He smiled warmly at her as he leaned back in his seat. I don't regret my choice of successor. And when the time comes for you to pass on this great torch, I know in your heart whoever you pick you won't regret either. Uraraka stood up, smiling with a new fresh wave of confidence. Thank you. I needed to hear that. All Might chuckled and waved her off. No problem. You still got some exams to do as well as the practical, so you best off studying. Uraraka nodded and bowed before taking her leave from the room. Aoyama gripped as tight as he could to avoid being beeped up by 13's black hole with Uraraka beside him holding on for dear life. He glanced towards the brunette. This is quite the predicament we're in. That's one way of putting it. We need a plan, she shouted back over the sound of 13's quirk trying to beep them up. 'Tis no use. If we let go we'll be beeped up into nothing and I'll no longer sparkle in the spotlight. Spoke Aoyama in his usual natural expression. Of course if we let go we'll get beeped. No we won't. Uraraka thought out loud and glanced over her shoulder at 13. She grinned behind her helmet and purposely let go, allowing herself to be swept away by the power of 13's quirk. Seeing the student come racing towards him, 13 panicked and turned off his quirk to avoid beeping up his student. This was exactly what Uraraka expected happen, and with the momentum she already had she continued flying towards 13, crashing into him with a loud thud and pinning him to the ground, flicking on a pair of cuffs. 13 groaned, sitting up and looking up at Uraraka. Nice work. It's always good to outwit your opponent with using their quirk against them. However, if this was a real-life situation, that plan of yours would have failed. Uraraka nodded and bowed understandingly. Of course. Kendo sat at her desk frowning over failure of her exam. To make matters worse, her partner for the test glared at her from his desk with the assumption that the failure was her fault. She however didn't agree, since she offered ideas or even offered to listen to his plans. But Bakugo was as stubborn as ever and refused to try the team player card that was a requirement for the test. If the grudge against her wasn't enough, the pain she could feel in her body where All Might had delivered harsh blows. At least she got the privilege of seeing Bakugo smashed through a bus. It almost makes All Might nearly breaking her back worth it. Meanwhile, Aizawa was explaining the results of the test and congratulating those who passed. Now for those who failed. You'll still be able to go to training camp considering the fact the test shows you need help the most. So naturally it'd be foolish to leave you behind while your fellow classmates learn more and excel. Explained Aizawa, which caused the redhead to sigh in relief. Soon later class was dismissed and discussions began about the class teaming up to go to the mall to shop for things needed for the trip. Kendo and Uraraka were more than keen on the idea as it'll be a good stress reliever after the exams. Shigaraki sat at the bar staring at the three figures that stood before him. He wasn't impressed to say the least. In fact, he was getting annoyed. The one called Dabi was rude and the girl Toga was the very definition of batshit crazy. The third one barely had a chance to introduce himself yet since the other two kept talking about stain. Stain this and stain that. Honestly, it was really pissing him off. He ignored them for the moment and looked at the one in the black hood. So what's this kid's story? Okuda looked over his shoulder looking and answered. This one is a little different. Clean history in terms of criminal activity. And he's quirkless. But is taking great interest in Stain's ideals. So I'll only charge half the scouting fee for him. Shigaraki frowned. And what use is some quirkless brat to me? I honestly don't care if any of you look up to Stain like he's Jesus Christ in the ink flesh. I've had enough. He lunged forward reaching out to grab those closest to him but Kurogiri quickly intercepted and warped hands and weapons away from causing unwanted damage. The boy in the hood felt his presence was unwelcomed and turned to leave before things escalated further, after Kurogiri managed to calm down Shigaraki. The decay user stormed off out of the building. Toga giggled twirling her knife. Hee hee wow, I thought he was going to kill us. The young master just needs time. I suggest we discuss recruitment another day. Suggest Kurogiri. Izuku walked into a mall attempting to calm himself from the confrontation he just witnessed. Honestly, his anxiety was at its peak and he was seriously questioning what had made him want to join the league. Well, of course he knew why. He liked Stain's views and assumed he was a league member, but from what he just witnessed that doesn't appear to be the case. As he breathed slowly to calm down, he suddenly felt an arm wrap over his shoulder. I never did catch your name. And it's rude to just leave without saying goodbye. He stiffened up as he slowly glanced to see a hooded Shigaraki glaring down at him. Sorry, but after seeing what happened I felt that you didn't really want me around. Fair point. But I'm glad I found you. I'd like to hear your opinions on matters. Get an outside perspective from someone who's greatly ignored, said Shigaraki as he guided Izuku to a nearby bench to sit on. Just act calm and I won't hurt you, although since you want to join the league I have no doubt you'll do what I say since I'm the one who makes the final call on if you're in or out. Shigaraki explained. Izuku just decided to go along with it. Can't exactly back out since he went through the effort to actually meet him to begin with. Uraraka walked around casually on her own since everyone split off to go get different things. Iida and Kendo were off together checking stuff out. So just decided to wander around. She had no reason to spend money as anything she'd want to buy she'd end up finding excuse of why she didn't need it just so she can hang on to cash a bit longer. It was at this moment she glanced at a boy with wild curly green hair sitting with a hooded figure. At first he seemed kinda plain. But then at the same time he kinda stood out to her, especially once she noticed his scar near his eye. Then she noticed that he seemed uncomfortable, almost like he was scared. Then she noticed the hold the other guy had on his neck and it struck her as threatening. She gulped nervously and approached the two. Excuse me. The hooded figure looked up at the same time the green-haired boy did. The hooded man looked familiar to her but couldn't pick where. His eyes narrowed seeing her and began to glare. Did you need something? The boy stuttered looking at her. She looked back at him and could tell he was extremely nervous. Sorry to bother you. It's just that you looked troubled. Oh do I? Hee sorry. I had a job interview and I guess I'm still kind of a wreck about it. I'm just a little unsure if I'll get it, the boy explained. The man patted him on the shoulder speaking in a positive tone. Don't worry about it buddy, I'm certain you got the job. But the question is, do you actually want it? The boy glanced over at the man and swallowed nervously before giving a nod. Yes, I want it. The man stood up and turned to leave. Then there's nothing to worry about. I'll see you around. Friend. He spoke as he shoved his hands into his pockets walking away. Uraraka couldn't help but feel something suspicious just happened but decided to not question it for now. She turned back to the boy. Are you sure you're alright? Your friend seems a little off. The boy laughed nervously. Oh him. That's just the way he is haha. Thanks for checking on me, I really appreciate it. He bowed to her to show her gratitude and then turned on his foot and bolted out of the mall. Uraraka blinked and furrowed her brows in great confusion. That was weird. Uraraka and the rest of 1A dragged their feet in exhaustion as they finally arrived to the campground to be greeted by Aizawa and the Wildcats. Well done. Although you didn't make it here as perfect as we would, you still made it nonetheless, cheered Ragdoll. Come on. It's time for you kids to eat, groaned Aizawa as he turned towards the outdoor kitchen area. It was then Kendo noticed a little boy leaning against the wall. Who's that? Oh, that's my cousin's kid. He's been living with us, answered Mandalay. Kirishima approached the boy, reaching out his hand. Hi there. I'm Kirishi. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish his introduction as a tiny fist drove its way right into Kirishima's sacred family jewels. Gah! Eeeeee! He gasped and yelled, clutching in pain, falling over, but was quickly assisted by Iida, who glared at the boy in shock. You fiend of child. A fist to the scrotum is unforgivable. Uraraka, Kendo, Mina and Juru along with majority of the boys cringed at the sight. Momo gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Kaminari and Mineta bowed in respect like they've just lost a brother in arms. Meanwhile, Bakugo was curled over, pissing himself laughing. The boy known as Kota began storming of grumbling to himself. The last thing I want is to be around some wannabe heroes. The students of classes 1A and 1B spent the last few days training to improve their quirks. It was exhausting to say the least. As the evening approached, they began preparing what was to be known as a game of courage. However, the students that failed exams would have to partake in Aizawa's late-night lessons to make up for their examination failures. So Kendo and Mina were both pretty bummed out they were missing the fun. But up on a nearby hillside, Dabi watched the valley below as he waited for the rest of the squad to appear. He turned to the teen beside him. You know your job, right, Midoriya? Izuku looked up towards him and nodded nervously. Why, yeah. I go up and keep an eye out from the mountain, and warn you guys if anything unexpected happens. Exactly. It's the only useful thing some quirkless kid like you can do for us. So go make your way there now, spoke Dabi, looking back towards the valley. Izuku frowned at him, pointing out he was quirkless, but began making his way towards the mountain like he was told, but stopped to face Dabi. I still haven't been told what we're doing here. Dabi sighed and rubbed his temple. If you don't know, then there's no need for you to know. Just go do what you were told, kid. Izuku stuffed his hands into his pockets, unsatisfied with the answer he got, but knew it was pointless to argue, and went on his way to the mountainside. Once he made it there, he quickly discovered he wasn't alone and saw a boy in a red cap sitting along, mumbling, "Stupid heroes." Izuku quickly looked around to make sure he was alone and then stepped out to approach. What are you doing here? He asked. The boy stood up and spun around to face him, frowning. This is my hideout. I'm allowed to be here. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your stupid hero friends training or something? Izuku blinked and chuckled quietly as he sat on the edge of the cliff. I am not with them. Even though deep down I want to be. Kota looked at him and frowned. It's stupid. People trying to be heroes. Why can't you be anyway? Izuku stared out into the valley as a memory played in his mind before answering. Because to be a hero you need a quirk. It's kind of impossible to be one without it. Kota stared in surprise and sat down beside Izuku but kept his distance. You don't have a quirk? Izuku smiled sadly and nodded, confirming it. Before the conversation could carry on further, the two boys noticed the forest begin to burn blue, with some sections being engulfed by a thick mist. Izuku sighed, realizing that the League have begun their attack, while Kota began stare in shocked horror. What's happening? It's all right. If we stay here we'll both be fine, spoke Izuku. Kota went to argue but was interrupted by a new voice behind them. I wouldn't know about that. Izuku turned to see the villain known as Muscular standing behind them, grinning devilishly at the two. You're the quirkless kid, right? What are you doing being buddy-buddy with this runt? Izuku felt uncomfortable in the man's presence as he approached. What's it matter to you? He's not gonna get in the way of the mission if he's here with me. He's a witness. And plus it'll be real fun just to kill him for the sake of it. Izuku's body froze hearing that and began to stutter. Why, you can't be serious? He's just a kid? And it'll be all the more easier. Now step aside while I handle him, spoke Muscular as muscle began to form on his body. It's you. You're the one that killed my mom and dad, aren't you? Yelled Koda as tears streamed down his face. Izuku glanced his way for a moment, then back to the villain. I kill lots of people, kid. So good chance idea. Sorry, you'll have to forgive me for not remembering. It's pretty long list of dead I got. He chuckled, clenching his fist, drawing it back. Izuku dived forward, tackling Koda out of the way, saving him from the crushing impact of the fist. Muscular frowned and turned to face them. What gives? I was about to turn him into paste. Izuku quickly stood up and made sure Koda was behind him. I didn't join for this. I didn't agree to killing anyone. Especially kids. Shigaraki told me I can kill whoever I want as long as it wasn't a Bakugo kid. So I guess this technically makes you a traitor. Muscular smirked, deciding he gets to kill 2 people instead. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of the name, Bakugo. What does Shigaraki want with Kachan? He yelled, demanding an answer. No idea. But even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you, especially since you'll be dead in the next 5 minutes. Sneered Muscular as he drew his fist back. Izuku gulped, turning to Koda. Run. Get out of here, was all he managed to yell before a fist drove into Izuku's chest and sent him flying into the cliff face with loud crash and cracking of rock. Koda shook as he watched the dust settle to see Izuku bloody and broken, gasping for air and choking on his own blood. Muscular began to laugh insanely. Bahahaha, that was a little punch too. Wow, you're so weak, it's pathetic. But what else should I expect from a quirkless runt like you? You guys only exist to die easy. Izuku looked up at the villain, weakly clenching his teeth, trying to ignore the pain. But eventually he became overwhelmed and passed out. Only thing he could face now was pure darkness and silence. 15 minutes earlier, Uraraka walked along hand in hand with Tsuyu as they made their way through the forest path. This is a bit intense, spoke Tsuyu, looking around for anyone from Class 1B. A scream echoed further in the distance, causing Uraraka to tense up for a moment and gulping nervously as they both continued forward. It was then Uraraka smelt something and stopped, beginning to sniff. Su, can you smell something burning? Tsuyu stopped and began to sniff as well and looked in the direction to their left and saw the blue glow of fire. There. She pointed. Before either of them could question, in Mandalay's voice spoke in their minds. Attention all students. We're under act. I repeat, we're under attack. Return to camp immediately. The 2 girls looked at each other, then turned to run back the way they came, but was blocked by a girl smiling insanely. Leaving already? But we haven't introduced ourselves. She spoke as she twirled her knife around. Main camp building. Kendo stood up from her desk, looking at Vlad and Aizawa. We need to do something. We can't just leave our friends out there. Stand down. We don't know what or who the villains are after. If you all went out now, you'll only endanger yourselves, this causing more harm than good, spoke Vlad. Bakugo growled, slamming his fist on the desk. This is bullshit. Vlad is right. Besides, you're all only students. None of you have the authority to use your quirks in combat, added Aizawa. That's good. That means I only need to worry about you 2 pros if they brats do what they're told, spoke Dabi, standing in the doorway with his hand alight. Vlad, King and Aizawa quickly put themselves between Dabi and the students. Dabi chuckled. There's no need for anyone to get hurt. Just give us Bakugo and we'll leave in peace. Aizawa quickly deactivated Dabi's quirk and captured him in his scarf, pinning him to the ground. You're not in a position to make demands. Dabi chuckled. Don't day, I didn't warn you, Eraser. Suddenly his body began to melt and fall apart, turning to sludge. Remember, anything that happens to your students will be on you. He spoke before becoming slime completely. What the hell was that? Screamed Kaminari, pointing AR the pile of slime on the ground that was once the villain. Somewhere on the forest path. Uraraka panted as she pinned the known as Toga under her, making sure she can't escape and cause any more trouble. Toga giggled. Wow, you're good. You're so focused on becoming a hero. I'm sure Staney would have respected you for that. I wanted to be him so bad. He was my special person. You wouldn't know what that's like. You haven't been love-struck like I have. Uraraka groaned. Just shut up, please. If anyone has seen Koda, please make sure he's safe. I have no idea where he is, so please keep an eye out for him, spoke Mandalay again. Uraraka became distracted hearing that the boy is missing. Toga took advantage of this and quickly jammed a syringe into Uraraka's thigh. Ah. Toga smiled lustfully. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Uraraka quickly turned to pull it out but heard the sound of the ground thundering and the crashing of trees getting closer and closer. Uraraka, Tsuyu and Toga shared a look of confusion as they turned towards the sound of mayhem. "Get back here and die, you little bastard," roared Amon's voice. Suddenly a familiar boy in a red cap came running into the open and straight towards the girls. "Help me, please." As he came closer, Muscular exploded through the trees. He looked around in all directions then grinned seeing the small boy running towards the girls. "Oh great. You found me more weaklings to kill." Toga quickly slipped out from Uraraka's grip, taking the syringe along with her, and stepped back at a distance. "Hey. I'm on your side, you brute." "Oh right, crazy school bitch. You mind if I take care of these three?" asked Muscular, which made Toga frown. "No. These are my new best friends." Muscular groaned. "At least let me have the kid." Uraraka shot forward with full cowling, charging towards Muscular, trying to take advantage of his guard being down. But the large man quickly noticed the girl and smirked. "Hey, I recognize you. You're meant to be strong. Well, show me what you got, little lady." Uraraka kept sprinting, drawing her fist back, dived out of the way last second to avoid the powerful fist Muscular slammed to the ground. She slid to the side of his leg and slapped it, making him lose balance. Then suddenly he found himself floating off the ground helplessly. "What the? That's cheating." Toga giggled and slipped off into the forest unseen. Tsuyu stood beside Uraraka, watching the muscle villain float and yell in frustration, not able to do anything. "I'll keep him up there until Mr. Aizawa can capture him." The two girls turned to look down at the sniffling boy. Tsuyu kneeled in front of him and smiled gently. "It's okay. You're safe now. Mandalay was getting worried about you." The boy wiped his face and sniffled more. He tried to save me." The girls looked at each other confused, then turned back to the boy. "Who did?" asked Tsuyu. "The quirkless boy. The one with green hair. He got beat up pretty bad." Uraraka became curious and asked, "Where is he?" Kota sniffled as he pointed to the mountain. "You up there. Near the cave. I don't want him to die because of me." Uraraka stood up and gave him her best smile. "Don't worry. I'll help him. Get him back to camp." Tsuyu stood up holding Kota's hand. "Are you sure? It's not safe to go alone. We need to make sure Kota's safe, and if what he said is true, then we don't have much time to see if this mystery boy is still alive," replied Uraraka. "The little traitor is dead. No way he can survive what I did to him," yelled Muscular from above. Uraraka chose to ignore the villain and started running to the mountain. Main camp. Kendo slowly backed up with Mina and Kirishima either side of her as a Nomu with multiple chainsaws coming off its body cut its way through the wall into the classroom. Vlad King attempted to slow it down with his quirk while Aizawa wrapped its scarf around its neck, attempting to slow it down. "Get yourselves into the main office now. If any villains come in after you, then you have my permission to engage in combat," grunted Aizawa as the Nomu roared and swung its arm around trying to cut him. The students quickly slipped through into the hall with Kendo in the lead. She held the door open and watched everyone run in, but did a double take when she counted who was there. She looked directly at Kirishima. "Where's Bakugo?" Kirishima's eyes widened as he looked around the room for the explosive boy. He was right behind me." "Shit. Lock the door until I'm back," ordered Kendo as she slammed the door shut and ran back towards the teachers. Kirishima quickly ran up beside her and joined her. "What the hell are you doing? Go back. He's my friend, all right. If I go and hide without trying to help him, then I'd be nothing more than a coward. And that just ain't manly," spoke Kirishima in response. The two arrived in time to see Aizawa attempt to trip the Nomu's feet with his scarf and managed to make it work with Vlad's help. "Mr. Aizawa, Bakugo has gone missing." Aizawa turned to them for a moment, clenching his teeth in frustration. "Shit." He then turned back to the Nomu just in time to dive out of the way as the Nomu swung its arm and destroys the desk he was standing on and once again lets out a horrific roar. Pain. That's all he can feel amongst the darkness. This place he was in. This feeling he felt. It's happened before. Izuku's eyes blinked open with his vision blurred. He was still trapped among the rocks of the cliff face beside the cave. Even though everything in his eyes was out of focus, he was still able to tell the muscular and the boy were gone. Did he get away? Is he safe? He thought as he attempted to move from his rocky prison, but was only met with more pain that caused him to become more awake and aware. Gah! Grr! Tears filled his eyes as it became unbearable once again. Hearing the sound of someone in pain, Uraraka quickened her pace and found the cave. She looked around cautiously and found body trapped into the mountainside with an awful amount of blood dripping onto the dirt. Gasping, she ran up to the person, fearing the worst. Izuku panted but saw something come into his blurred vision. He blinked in an attempt to focus and laid eyes on a brunette girl staring at him in shock and concern. After a few painful seconds, his eyes slightly opened more in realization, recognizing the girl. It's you. The pretty girl from the mall. He spoke weakly. Uraraka blushes slightly at what he said but brushed it away as that wasn't a major concern at the moment. Shush, don't talk. We gotta go you out of here and some help. Izuku groaned and attempted to shake his head, but the pounding headache stopped him rather quickly. Grr. No. The boy. You need to save him. He's in a red cap. Please. He's gonna get killed. Uraraka attempted to calm him. Hey, Koda is safe. He's with my friend. Izuku looked at her weakly. Koda? Was that his name? What about Muscular? I handled him. He won't be causing trouble anytime soon. She smiled at him warmly. In his mind, Izuku honestly thought he was looking at an angel's smile and that he was indeed truly dead. But the idea quickly left his head as she attempted to free him and accidentally cause him more pain. I'm sorry. I'll get you out, I promise, she said in a worried, panic tone. Forest boundary near main building. Compress walked along the forest towards the extraction point, humming happily as he played with a marble in his hand before slipping it into his pocket. Honestly, the Nomu provided the perfect distraction for his act. So perfect that part of him was kind of disappointed that an appropriate audience couldn't witness such a display of skill. The teachers and students themselves were so caught up in the massacre the chainsaw Nomu was causing, no one noticed young Bakugo's disappearance. Yo, Bakugo! Where are you, man? Yelled a voice from behind him. Obviously it was one of the students. Which means they finally noticed the missing classmate. Wasting no time, Compress quickened his pace to meet with the others to inform them that their mission is completed and successful. Mountain cave entrance. Koda's hideout. It took some time, but eventually Uraraka was able to gently pick apart the rock to be able to remove the boy and gently lay him on the ground. This would have been easier if she used her zero-gravity quirk, but she didn't want to risk releasing the muscle villain, so had to unfortunately risk causing the boy more pain. He gasped and winced as she laid him down. She removed her top and wrapped it into a makeshift pillow to rest his head. He chuckled weakly as he stared tiredly at the stars above. Damn, I'm useless. Failed my dream at being a hero. And I failed at being a villain. His eyes began to tear up and he closed them. I am such a Deku. Uraraka frowned at him, not really understanding what he was saying, but spoke, well, between you and me, I'm glad you failed as a villain. And although it doesn't seem like much now, you were a hero for Koda. He opened his eyes to glance her way and sniffled. At least I managed to talk to a nice girl before I died. You're not dying on me yet, she declared, pulling out her flip phone and opening only to sigh in disappointment. Damn it. No signal. She looked at the boy who looked like he was about to fall asleep. She knew in a first responder situation that she couldn't allow that to happen. So she tried to get him to talk. Hey, why did you call yourself a Deku before? Izuku blinked his eyes back open and frowned slightly, staring at the stars. He had honestly convinced himself he was on death row, so he felt no need to hide anything at all and just spoke openly. It was a nickname given to me by someone. It means useless. Uraraka noticed the discomfort on his face and kept talking. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think Deku sounds like a hero name. Izuku's face became one of confusion as he looked at the brunette. Huh? Uraraka smiles again and nodded. Yeah. The name Deku sounds like you could do anything. The confused look remained on the boy's face for a few moments before a small smile appeared. Thanks. I'm Izuku, by the way. Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka, she replied with the same smile. Villian Extraction Point Compress walked towards Dabi and the others, twirling a marble in his hand proudly. One UA student's Katsuki Bakugo is requested. Where are the others? They should be back here, asked Dabi with annoyance. Well, let's say the big guy literally got knocked off his feet, giggled Toga. Judging by the lack of gas, I'm assuming Mustard got taken out too. But I couldn't really care if that Moonfish guy doesn't come back. He kinda gave me the creeps. I love that, yelled Twice. Fine. But where's the kid? He was supposed to be our eyes and ears, asked Spinner. At that moment Kurogiri appeared. Do you have the Bakugo boy? He asked, instantly getting to the point. Compress nodded, showing the marble, wrapped and ready for delivery. Satisfied, Kurogiri opened a warp gate and allowed the others to exit. Dabi looked towards his main body. What about the others? I'll attempt to retrieve them if possible, answered Kurogiri. Dabi shrugged, not really caring, and walked through the portal. Kurogiri then closed it off and began his search for the others. They were all but captured with the exception of the Nomu, which he quickly retrieved. Then he found young Midoriya bloody and beaten, being added by the girl who embarrassed Shigaraki and the League at the USJ. He waited for her to check her phone again for a signal, then opened a warp gate beneath the boy, letting him fall through and quickly closing it off. Uraraka dropped her phone and began feeling the ground and looking around fearfully for the boy. Izuku? Izuku. He's safe. And I thank you for caring for our young comrade, spoke Kurogiri from a distance. Uraraka glared at him. Give him back, he's badly hurt because of you villains. Kurogiri replied, no. I'd rather not. He then disappeared into his own warp, not to be seen again. Uraraka stared at the spot where Kurogiri once was before falling to her knees, shaking. He was in front of me. I had him. And I couldn't save him. Damn it, she screamed as she slammed her fists into the ground with tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt nothing but the overwhelming feeling of failure. One moment Izuku was in the care of a beautiful heroine in training. Even though he was in horrible pain and struggling to stay awake, it was peaceful. Then suddenly he was falling. Then he landed hard on his back, knocking the wind out of him, something fierce. He gasped loudly and coughed up blood, groaning in pain. Then a very familiar and unwanted voice reached his ears. Deku. Why are you here? That happened to you? Izuku slowly turned towards the voice to see Bakugo tied to a chair, wearing a look of shock and surprise that he hadn't seen on the ash. Keikachan. Was all me managed to say before finally passing out from overwhelming pain and blood loss. Bakugo growled as he looked at League. What did you do to that loser? Why is that bastard? Shigaraki sighed. I'll deal with you later. Dabi taking him someplace quiet. Dabi dragged Bakugo's chair into another room with the boy yelling and fighting as best he could to break free until a syringe jabbed his neck, knocking him out. Shigaraki glanced down at the bloody mess that was Izuku. What the hell happened to him? He was supposed to be the look. Toga stared at Izuku with a faint blush appearing on her cheeks and a slight bit of drool dripping from her mouth. Her thighs squeezed and rubbed together, and as lustful thoughts entered her mind. But she quickly shook those aside, remembering what she heard from Muscular during his confrontation with her new friends. Pretty sure the big guy had something to do with it. Said something about a traitor. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed as he slowly turned to Toga. What? Spinner scratched his chin in thought. Well, we neither heard from him the entire time. And he was being cared for by the girl we faced at the USJ, added Kurogiri. Shigaraki began to twitch and started scratching his neck. That brat was looking after him? So he's a mole? I welcomed this quirkless bastard to the League and he turns on me just like that. That really pisses me off, he yelled as he stormed forward, outstretching his hand to grab the unconscious boy. Tamura, wait, spoke a voice from a TV set. Shigaraki stopped his advances just mere inches from turning the green-haired boy into powdered dust. He turned his head slightly towards the TV, as did everyone else, as it spoke again. The theory of young Midoriya here being a traitor is nothing but that. A theory. The boy is unconscious and unable to defend himself, and you're trusting the words of a man that looks for any excuse to kill. Shigaraki stood up straight, frowning at the idea of him overreacting so easily. The TV continued. If the boy is a traitor, then that can be easily learned. And if he is, he still has use for your cause, young Tamura. Shigaraki grumbled. Fine. Whatever. Then walked out into another room straight to a gaming console to distract him. Kurogiri. Bring the boy to me. I'll have the doctor keep him alive while I do some investigating, spoke the mysterious voice on the TV. Kurogiri nodded. Of course, master. He spoke as he opened another warp gate, letting Izuku sink through it again. No one noticed the look of disappointment on Toga's face when she watched Izuku leave. Failure. That word was what sank in Uraraka's mind the whole time. Everything was a blur the moment the warp villain disappeared. She doesn't remember leaving the mountain. She doesn't remember deactivating her quirk to allow the police and pros to secure Muscular. She doesn't even remember agreeing to join her classmates to visit those still in hospital. Suddenly a hand shook her out of her daze and she looked up to see a concerned Kendo looking at her. Uraraka. I don't know what happened to you out there, but I'm here for you, okay? Spoke Kendo. As am I regret not speaking to you about my brother, but I'm also here for you, Uraraka. Spoke Iida standing beside Kendo. Uraraka tried to fight back the tears. She already told the police about Izuku and she wasn't exactly keen to talk about failing to save a dying boy right in front of her. How can she possibly become the next symbol of peace as she can save one person? She quickly wiped her face and put on a brave face. Thanks, I appreciate that. She walked past them to join the others visiting Momo and walked in just as Kirishima asked her a question. I heard you put a tracker on the monster thing. That true? Monk nodded weakly. Yes. One of the students from 1B used his welding quirk to attach it when the beast stopped attacking Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King. I gave a tracking device to All Might and the police earlier that'll lead them to it. Could you make another one? Asked Todoroki, gaining shocked looks from everyone but Kirishima. Momo blinked and nodded. Yes, I could, but why? Don't tell me you two are going to go after Bakugo? Shouted Kendo. We're considering it, replied Todoroki. Iida frowned, shaking his head. Don't be stupid. You'll only cause more harm than good. Let the pros handle this. We're only students. So what? I let my friend get kidnapped. Someone who was literally right there 1 minute and gone the next. I didn't even put up a fight against the villains, snapped Kirishima. Mina looked at Kirishima with concern as Suyu spoke. Iida's right. If you go off doing something reckless, then you'll be no better than the villains. Let All Might and the police handle this. Tokiyami looked towards Todoroki. I thank you for your help with your flames to help control the wrath of Dark Shadow, and I owe you for that. But this is a matter that we shouldn't mingle with. The room fell silent awkwardly, no one knowing how to move on from here. Hey, let Momo rest and visit some of the 1B guys. We'll check up on you before we all go. Spoke Juru, deciding to break the silence. Everyone said their goodbyes and began to file out while Kirishima and Todoroki lingered back and whispered to Momo. If you want to help, we'll meet you at the front of the hospital tonight. If not, then we'll forget about this whole thing. Spoke Kirishima. Unaware to him that Iida lingered back just in time to catch what was said. But unknown to him, Uraraka eavesdropped as whole from around the door. Of all the quirks All for One collected over the years, the one known as memory reading certainly had its uses. He smirked evilly as he read through the memories of Izuku Midoriya. Everything from his bullied childhood, his dreams being shattered by someone he looked up to, in the events that followed all the way to the night of camp attack. My oh my. What an existence you lived. What did you learn? Asked the doctor, who was monitoring not only Izuku's machines but All for One's as well. I learned that the only traitorous thing he did was attempt to save a young boy from Muscular. But that's nothing. This boy will serve a great purpose for us when the time is right. And I feel that time will be soon. Answer All for One. He then turned to the doctor with a grin. Do you not recognize the boy? Have had many patients over the years, master. I can't be expected to remember all of them, the doctor replied. You were the first to shatter this boy's hopes and dreams by telling him he was quirkless. Spoke All for One. The doctor looked at the unconscious green-haired boy on the table, and a vague memory came to mind of a little green-haired boy with an All Might action figure. Perhaps I remember some. Then you shall be the one to restore some hope for him. I think he'll be perfect for our next project. All for One grinned as he laid back in his seat. The doctor simply nodded. Very well, master. I'll make the preparations. Kirishima and Todoroki watched as Momo approached them holding a device that'll track the Nomu. But the moment was interrupted when Iida stormed towards them telling them how reckless and irresponsible they are. Kirishima and Todoroki attempted to explain they'll rescue Bakugo without causing a conflict. Iida wasn't exactly impressed but could tell he was talking to stubborn walls, but he wasn't expecting another classmate to appear. "Are you serious about going?" Everyone turned to see Uraraka standing before them with a serious look on her face. Kirishima nodded. "Yeah, we're serious." Uraraka nodded. "I'm coming then." This earned a few gasps of surprise and shock. Todoroki looked at the girl in confusion. "Uraraka? You care about Bakugo?" The girl shook her head. "No. Don't get me wrong, I want Bakugo safe just like everyone else in class. But he's not the reason I'm going." The students looked at each other in more confusion until Iida turned to fully face Uraraka. "Then what is the reason?" He spoke sternly. Uraraka looked down as the memory of failure replayed in her mind. At camp, there was a boy and he was badly hurt. Basically on death's doorstep, and I couldn't get help without leaving him. I stayed with him determined that I'd be able to help him. The one tiny moment I left my guard down. The warp villain took him. This whole time, I failed him and I can't forgive myself for it. But now I have a chance to save him and Bakugo. Momo spoke up cautiously. "If what you say is true, then the chances that he survive are." "I don't care. If there's even the slightest chance I'll take it. I feel like I owe Izuku that much," shouted Uraraka clenching her fists. "That's his name, I'm guessing. Izuku?" asked Todoroki. Uraraka nodded while looking at the ground. Iida sighed in defeat. "Let's get one thing clear. At the first sigh of trouble we're pulling out. Understand?" "Agreed." Uraraka walked along adjusting the aviator sunglasses that were part of her disguise as her and the others made their way towards the location of the tracker. Occasionally she catch glimpses of her reflection, not at all used to the idea of her having long aqua-colored hair tied into a braided ponytail. Added onto that was her wearing tight black leather pants with military-style boots. Then she had a red t-shirt that the word Rebel written in English printed in white on the chest. Next to finish it all off, she wore a denim jacket that was designed to have a faded white look with only subtle hint of blue being seen through it. It's an outfit she'd never imagine herself ever wearing, but that's what makes it a good disguise. And if she was being honest, the look was growing on her. The small group of undercover students eventually made it through the rowdy crowd that were watching Aizawa and Vlad King's press conference about the incident at camp. The students found themselves looking into a warehouse but were having trouble getting a look inside. "Yo Uraraka. Think you can use your quirk to help us look through those windows?" asked Kirishima. Uraraka nodded and activated her quirk on herself and Kirishima, and both gently floated towards the window while the others kept watch. They both gripped the window peering in but could only see darkness. "Damn it. I can't see anything," whispered Uraraka. "I knew grabbing this would come in handy," said Kirishima as he pulled out a night vision monocular from his back pocket and started scanning the room. Uraraka watched as he tensed up suddenly. "What do you see?" she asked. He gulped as he handed her the monocular. "Look towards the back." Iida kept on watch until he noticed Uraraka and Kirishima make their way down to ground level, followed by her deactivating her quirk. "So what did you see?" the engine user asked. He then noticed how tensed and sweaty they both were as they stared at the ground. "It's full of them," said Uraraka. "Full of what?" asked Momo as her and Todoroki joined them. Uraraka gulped looking at them. "Nomu." Suddenly they heard a loud crash from the building itself, and they all turned towards it to see Pro Hero Mount Lady breaking through the building and capturing the Nomu. Then they noticed the other Pro Hero doing their part. After hearing Best Jeanist give Mount Lady a lecture on hero priorities, the students sighed in relief. They got everything handled. "We should go before we're caught," whispered Kirishima. The others nodded in agreement, although Uraraka waited back desperately trying to get eyes on Izuku. But instead of seeing him, she saw a figure in a suit wearing some kind of helmet. Something about the man screamed dangerous at her and she quickly turned to others. "Get down." Seconds later the building exploded and became leveled in a flash. The only thing standing was the wall they hid behind. Uraraka shook her head in attempt to clear her vision as her ears rang loudly. She looked up to see the others do the same and lean against the wall, struck with fear. She glanced around just in time to see the lead with Bakugo speaking with the figure until he turned to see something coming towards him from the sky. "I'll have you return my student, All for One," growled All Might as he threw a punch at the villain only for it to be blocked. "Come to kill me a second time, have you, All Might?" The two exchanged blows as Bakugo made his own attempts to escape, but the lead kept him grounded. Uraraka and the others watched desperately, trying to work out a plan until All for One stopped fighting and kept his distance from All Might. "Why don't we make things a little more interesting?" the villain spoke, eyeing off his enemy. All Might stood his ground in a defensive stance. "Only thing that will be interesting is knowing what size prison cell they'll lock you up in when this is over." All for One shook his head with a chuckle. "We'll see about that. But for now, be a good hero and play along with my little game." He created a small warp gate in between himself and All Might, then a shirtless green-haired boy falls through it and lands on his hands and knees, coughing and gasping for air. Uraraka gasped seeing the boy. Izuku. Part of her felt incredible relieved seeing the boy was no longer hurt and dying. In fact, it looked like he was fully healed. But that feeling soon passed as she became concerned that he was in the middle of this clashing battle. "Do you recognize the boy, All Might?" asked All for One. Hearing the name of the number one hero caused Izuku to look up and lock eyes with the pro. All Might soon recognized the boy and frowned, glaring at All for One. "What are you doing dragging this innocent boy into this?" All for One chuckled. "Oh, I didn't drag him into this. He came willingly. In fact, one could say it was you that drove him to me." All Might tensed up hearing this. What do you mean? Did you really forget what you did to this boy? Young Midoriya here thought the world of you. And you shattered his dreams so effortlessly you didn't notice it," grinned All for One begins his mask. All Might clenched his fists as the memories came flooding back. "Can I be a hero even if I don't have a quirk? I'm just normal kid. No powers at all. Can I ever hope to be like you?" Izuku's voice rang clearly in his mind. He looked towards the boy to see him looking down with tear-filled eyes. "All I can tell you to remember, deep down the boy has a golden heart that even I can't change. But still you welcome a student like young Bakugo to be a hero even though he made Midoriya's existence a living hell. Then him finally meeting you was the final nail in the coffin," spoke All for One. "Shut up," growled All Might. "The boy had nothing to live for. You left him alone on that rooftop. I'm willingly to bet you didn't even know he jumped off that building mere minutes after you walked out that door," continued All for One. Uraraka gasped listening to this, as did the others. Bakugo glanced Izuku's way for a moment, growling before dodging another attack from Toga and Spinner. Izuku stared at the ground in shame, not willing to look at All Might. The number one hero stood speechless, looking at the boy, feeling nothing but guilt for what the boy had been through. "Now this boy will be your end," spoke All for One lowly, causing All Might's and Izuku's eyes to widen. Before anyone could react, All for One extended his hand, jabbing it into Izuku's spine, making the green-haired boy yell in pain, making everyone turn his direction. Regeneration quirk 25%. Werewolf transformation quirk 40%, Velociraptor transformation quirk 75%, and I'll add one more mystery quirk at 100% to keep you on your toes," smirked All for One as he forced these quirks into Izuku. Izuku shook and spasmed as the quirks entered his body. The moment All for One removed his hand, Izuku panted heavily and looked at his hands, not noticing any change. I don't care what you say. I won't hurt All Might." "You don't have a choice," All for One declared as he injected a very high dosage of the drug known as Trigger into Izuku's neck. "Stop this. You're going too far," yelled All Might. But All for One simply crossed his arms to watch his handiwork. At this moment I like to imagine, Luffy vs Ratchet round 2 inches Ost from One Piece playing for this part. Uraraka's eyes widened in horror as she watched Izuku's body jerk and twitch wildly and uncontrollably. He groaned in pain and screams as his body starts to grow and slowly turns scaly and green. Dark black and green hair start to grow along his back like a razorback boar. A reptilian-like tail forms on him, as well as a pair of hooked claws grow on his feet. Muscle forms rapidly, bulking him unnaturally while his hands become more clawed. His screams of pain slowly change into a roar, howl as his head grows a snout, giving him a prehistoric head along with jagged wild teeth. His emerald eyes change to blood red and animal-like. "What the muttered Bakugo. What did they do to him? Asked a very shocked Uraraka. All Might frowned, shaming in anger. You bastard, what have you done? All for One grinned. I present to you feral Nomu. Izuku stood up as a fully transformed werewolf, velociraptor hybrid with majority of the transformation leaning towards the dinosaur traits. He hissed as he laid eyes on All Might, growling lowly before letting out a deafening roar. It was clear that Izuku had the mindset of a wild beast and he had no ability to control his newly gained abilities. Being quirkless all his life basically means he has no experience on how to handle being transformed. And the fact he's been injected with trigger means any hope of getting through to him were slim at best. All Might eyes off the creature as it sniffed the air, slowly stepping towards the pro, clicking his talon-like claws on his feet on the ground. Young man. If you can somehow hear me in there, we can help you. Just try and take control of yourself. You're wasting your time, All Might. That useless bastard probably isn't even that big of a threat cause he's still just a wimp, yelled Bakugo. Uraraka instantly frowned and was about to storm out, but Todoroki and Momo held her back, telling her to remain hidden. Kirishima, however, widened his eyes and gulped. Bakugo. You idiot. Izuku's head slowly turned towards Bakugo the moment he heard his voice, and eyes narrowed furiously the moment he was called a wimp. Dabi stepped back from Bakugo nervously. You just ed up. Bakugo noticed the league back away from him and slowly turned around just in time to see Izuku coming at him midair, roaring. The explosive teen barely had time to react as Izuku landed on him, pinning to the ground. Izuku pressed his foot onto Bakugo's right shoulder and jammed his talon into it. Gah! He yelled and quickly brought up his left hand and released a series of explosions into Izuku's side. The Nomu hybrid yelped in pain before growling and crushing Bakugo's hand with his jaws, chewing on it. Ah, get thee off me, quirkless! He yells just as All Might Texas smashes Izuku away from Bakugo, making the Nomu crash into a pillar. Young Bakugo? Are you alright? Asked All Might, checking his student. Bakugo sat up, growling as he looked at his mangled hand. I'm gonna murder that damn nerd. That doesn't sound very heroic. Yet he's allowed to attend a high-end hero school like UA. Society is broken and you know this. Commented All for One. That's enough from you. Shouted All Might, launching himself towards All for One, but only to be side-swiped by Izuku, head-butting him right into All Might's wound, causing the pro to tumble over, coughing up blood. Fortunately, he had enough time to react to turn around and grab a hold of Izuku's jaws as the boy attempted to take a bite out of him. Suddenly Izuku packed off after receiving a high-speed kick from Grab Torino, making him stumble in a daze. The older hero landed beside his old student. Use your wits, Toshinori. This isn't gonna be easy. You put your strength towards handling the man that killed my friend while I deal with Dino Boy here. All Might got to his feet, rubbing his wound in. I understand. But there's still the matter of young Bakugo. We need to get him out of here. I know that, but unfortunately Is and the boy need to hold out until the other pros get here to assist and get him. Spoke Gran Torino before jetting off and jumping around, distracting Izuku. All Might launched himself again at All for One and the two began exchanging powerful blows, while Bakugo fought through his pain and continued his defenses to keep the league at bay. Suddenly a huge iceberg appeared from behind a wall, grabbing everyone's attention. Bakugo frowned. I see why Hot's here. He then felt something grab hold of his good arm. As he turned to launch an explosion, his eyes widened to see Uraraka in disguise gripping his arm, activating her quirk. The one thing that caught his attention was the look in her eyes. It was full of pent-up rage, but he didn't get to look for long as she threw him in the air weightlessly. He flew upwards out of control, then heard the sound of an engine seconds before something else grabbed him. Got ya! Shouted Kirishima as he held onto Bakugo while also hanging onto Ida. What the hell? Yelled Bakugo. Uraraka released her quirk hold on Bakugo and Kirishima to allow them to land. She suddenly found herself surrounded by the league and she tensed up, nervously eyeing each of them. Freeze, police! Shouted the SWAT team as they finally appeared on the scene. The league eyed them off, watching them get surrounded, making Uraraka sigh in relief. But that didn't last long as she heard Izuku growl. She turned to Izuku, ignoring Gran Torino's attacks and instead stomping his way towards the police, letting out a deafening roar. The SWAT team aimed their weapons at him as he continued to advance towards them. Open fire! Yelled the commanding officer. All Might turned away from his fight with All for One, hearing this with eyes widening. "Wait. No!" shouted Uraraka as the police opened fire on the green Nomu. Gunshots rang out, echoing along with roaring pain. Izuku roared out as he took all the bullets head on, eventually collapsing on the ground. "Cease fire." Izuku laid motionless in the ground. Uraraka stared on as her eyes began to water. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Not like this. Gran Torino landed by the police, growling. "You damn fools. The kid was under the influence of the trigger drug. We just needed to buy time till it wore off." Taking advantage of the distraction, All for One quickly force-activated Kurogiri's quirk and sent the lead through his warp. Shigaraki attempted to stay back but was forced through. Uraraka remained standing there, shaking with her tears. Then a red-black aura surrounded Izuku, and with a lowly growl he began to stand up. As he slowly rose, his wounds began to heal and the mushroomed bullets fell to the ground at his feet. All for One grinned. Remember, he has regeneration as well as fourth quirk, which is something called Pain Strang. It allows any injury he gets to make him stronger than before. Any near-death experience he has from now on will only make him more unstoppable. Izuku took off at a sprint towards the police, causing All Might to turn to save them, but unfortunately this allowed All for One to find an opening and hit him with a powerful punch that weakens him so much that All Might is forced back into his true form, coughing up blood. As Izuku made his way closer and closer to the panicking police struggling to reload their firearms, Uraraka leapt forward, tackling the Nomu hybrid to the ground using 10% of her power. The two tumbled on the ground, landing apart from each other. Izuku slowly stood up and eyed off Uraraka, growling at her. She quickly got to her feet and stared into his blood-red eyes. "Izuku. It's me, Ochako," she said calmly. Izuku stood his ground, still growling, but listened. Uraraka's eyes began to water again. I'm sorry, I didn't save you. If I was a good hero I would have saved you at the camp and none of this would have happened to you." Izuku closed his mouth, no longer showing his sharp teeth, and tilted his head slightly. Uraraka sniffled and wiped her nose. "I meant what I said before. Deku would make a good hero name. And I think you could be a hero." As the two stared into each other's eyes, Uraraka noticed his eyes change back to its original emerald color. Meanwhile, All Might coughed weakly and looked up at his enemy. "Now the world can see you for what you really are. Just a weak, fragile man that likes to play hero," taunted All for One. "I don't care. I'm still standing," replied a bloody and beaten All Might. All for One grinned through his broken helmet. "I had good fun tormenting you with Midoriya's history, so let's add a little salt to your wounds. My young apprentice Tamura Shigaraki is in fact the grandchild of Nana Shimura." Everything around All Might froze as he stared in shock. "No, why, you're lying." "Oh, come on now. You know I wouldn't lie about a thing like that," said All for One casually. All Might fell to his knees with tears filling his dark eyes. "He's my master's grandchild. My God, what would she say if she knew how we treated him?" "No." All for One grinned. "Looks like I've taken a piece of you after all. In more ways than one." He then began to add multiple quirks to enlarge his arm to put a finishing move into All Might. All Might just stayed on his knees, feeling nothing but shame after everything he learned through the duration of the evening. All for One drew back his fist. A loud roar caught everyone's attention as Izuku leapt onto All for One's siblings, his claws, talons and teeth into the villain. All for One groaned in pain, feeling parts of him slice a tear open from his creation's attack. "Grr, how dare you!" he yelled as he managed to grow a spike, sending it through Izuku's shoulder, forcing the boy to fall off. He then grabbed him by the tail and tossed him towards the sky over the buildings. The only thing that could be heard was Izuku's roars echoing in the distance. "No, Izuku!" shouted Uraraka worriedly. She suddenly felt a pair of hands grab her and drag away from the scene. "We need to go," spoke Momo as she helped Todoroki get her away. All for One panted and groaned as he assessed the damage Izuku done to him. Multiple cuts and lots of bleeding along with bite marks. That little brat. United, All for One tensed. Hearing All Might's voice. States. He quickly bulked up his arm again and turned to face him. By the time he turned he could already see All Might's knuckles centimeters away from his face. Smash. The power of the punch echoed and shock waved through the whole area as All Might's fist forced All for One's head into the ground, creating a crater, finally knock out the villain for good. Uraraka walked with Momo and Todoroki as they searched and meet up with the others. Uraraka ignored Bakugo and instead looked for anything else to look at. The crew decided to head off, but to first get Bakugo to the hospital for his injuries, especially his hand. As they began to leave, Uraraka heard All Might's voice on the TV and turned to look at it. He had his back to the camera but pointed his finger straight at it. "Now, it's your turn." Breaking news today: the #1 pro hero All Might announces his retirement just days following him battling an unknown villain. The villain is believed to be linked to the League of Villains. Footage of the battle has been seen worldwide, which has led critics to question a number of subjects, including the boy was transformed into a mysterious creature that attacked All Might then suddenly come to his aid. Another question being asked is whether UAS takes its hero selection seriously after claims that student Katsuki Bakugo convinced a fellow student to become suicidal. All Might switched off the television with a sigh, turning to the others in the room. It's the same thing on every channel. The media is eating it up. Very much in the same manner as Stain. But because All Might is involved, more people are paying closer attention to it, added Gran Torino. All Might looked down in thought while looking at his bandaged wounds before looking at his old friend. "Did you have any luck finding the boy?" Tsukachi shook his head before speaking. "We've searched and investigated for any sign of Midoriya but have had no luck. I'm sorry, Toshi." "It's very well possible the League could have picked him before the cops could," added Aizawa. "It's a possibility, yes. But I think we need to know how exactly you two know each other, Toshi," said Tsukachi. All Might and proceeded to tell the story of how he saved Izuku and how the boy asked if he could be a hero. "I couldn't lie to the boy. As someone without a quirk, he couldn't become a hero. So I told him the truth. He couldn't be. Turns out he didn't take that well. As cruel as the truth must have been to hear, someone had to tell him. Just must have been more crushing for him to hear it from the man he admires," spoke Aizawa with his arms crossed. "I pulled up an old case file about an attempted suicide, and what All for One said is true. Midoriya did attempt to take his life. It took him a few months to recover from the incident. The only sign was a scar above his eye from where he impacted into an oncoming car that mostly broke his fall," added Tsukachi. "So the words of the villain appear to be true, and it's very well possible that our recently rescued student bullied this young Midoriya," spoke Nezu in thought. The room fell silent at this, not knowing where to go from there, until Tsukachi spoke again. "The school board will be investigating the school both Midoriya and Bakugo attended. Until we see what they find, I think we should hold off from doing anything too extreme. Bakugo has a lot of potential, but he's on thin ice already, and if what is said about him is true, then the ice will become thinner. I won't think twice about expelling him if he screws up even a little," spoke Aizawa sternly. All Might looked at his coworker but didn't argue, knowing the power Aizawa has in his methods for teaching at UA. Tsukachi and Gran Torino eventually took their leave. "We need to regain faith with the parents of our students after the recent events we've been dealt with," spoke Nezu to his two staff members. "This is an idea I've been having for a while," he added after sliding forward a file with the word "dorms" printed in it. All Might had split off from Aizawa to speak to the students' parents about the dormitories with the theory of divide and conquer. It honestly surprised him how little convincing it took to have the parents agree. Especially the Uraraka family. Satisfied, he made his way to the car. All Might. He stopped to turn and see his successor run out of the house. He waited for her to stop in front of him. "Young Uraraka. Before you say anything, what you did that night was reckless. You had no reason for endangering yourself like that. But you did save young Bakugo. And me in a way. I'm proud of you." Uraraka blinked and looked, taking in the words. "I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have been there. But I couldn't leave Izuku behind again." All Might raises a brow. "You know the Midoriya boy?" Uraraka nodded and explained the story of meeting Izuku at the mall and what happened at camp. All Might listened carefully until Uraraka asked him something unexpected. "Why did you tell him he couldn't be a hero?" All Might was taken back by the question, then Uraraka added, "You had the power to help him become a hero. Yet you picked me instead of him. I know I barely know him, but..." Tears built up in her eyes as her voice began to crack, preventing her from speaking further. All Might placed his hand on her shoulder, sighing. The decision of who inherits my quirk was never an easy one to make. I had a long hunt before I chose you. And you very well may be right. Young Midoriya could have been a very worthy successor. But I never got the chance to witness him do something noble. I saw you do that. Uraraka sniffled and wiped her face. Everything that Villian said I think got to me. I can't look at Bakugo the same knowing what he did. I'm finding it hard to look at you, to be honest. I feel like everyone has given up on Izuku. I haven't. Spoke All Might honestly, causing Uraraka to look up at him. The guilt of what I said to him and the path I pushed him on is eating away at me. And I want to help the boy as much as you do. But unfortunately all we can do is wait for the police to make progress in their search for him. Uraraka nodded. Oh, okay. All Might turned to leave. I'll see you when you move to the dorms. He moved towards the car but the paused. Oh, by the way, Aizawa isn't really impressed with you kids showing up at the battle. Even he managed to pick you out in that blue wig. So I'd expect a punishment when you get back. Uraraka sighed before face-palming herself. Great. AMP shot. Yelled Bakugo as he fired his new attack on a piece of rock. He managed to put a dent into the rock and frowned in disappointment of the weakness the attack and cringed, feeling the pain shoot through his hand. He sat down, removing his glove to inspect his hand, and continued to frown as he looked at the fresh scars. He'd only just got the ability to use his hand again after a few visits to Recovery Girl. He flexed his hand as he thinks about sharp teeth sinking into his flesh and shaking his hand like a rag doll. He clenches his fist and anger. Deku. He looked across the training area to see his fellow classmates hard at work developing their special moves for the upcoming license test. His eyes fell onto a certain brunette that seemed to be staring off into space, not training at all. His eyes narrowed looking at her as his mind flashed back to Kirishima walking with him to Recovery Girl. Flashback. Bakugo walked with his arm in a sling towards the nurse's office with his friend Kirishima. You didn't have to come with me, shithair. I had nothing better to do anyway. Plus I need to get out of the dorms for a bit. Replied the hardened quirk user. Fine, whatever. Spoke Bakugo, walking along purely focused on the ground. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Listen. I know you're kinda too proud to thank anyone for rescuing you that night. But if you did decide to, you really should thank Uraraka. Bakugo raised a brow and glanced towards the redhead. Why should I thank Round Face? Because it was her plan that got you out of there. If she didn't come to try save someone else, I doubt we would have got you out at all. Answered Kirishima. Bakugo became even more confused and looked at Kirishima properly. She came for someone else? Who? Kirishima shrugged. I think his name was Izuku. Bakugo stopped dead on the spot as he furrowed his brows as he heard that name. She came to save Deku? Kirishima kept walking, oblivious to Bakugo fuming over this new information. No, that doesn't sound right. Pretty sure the name was Izuku. Bakugo stared forward with his fists clenched. How does she know him? Present Bakugo continued to eye off Uraraka. You and I are gonna need to talk. He spoke lowly to no one but himself as he pulled his glove back on to get back into training. Uraraka stood trying her best to figure out ways to make special moves with the combination of One for All and her zero gravity. But every time she became distracted and daydream of emerald eyes and wild green hair. She couldn't deny to herself that she was worried about where Izuku is and how he is. It was an obvious distraction from her training, but All Might did promise that any information he heard she would know. She shook her head free of her thoughts and again attempted to think up a new move. Then in the corner of her eye she glimpsed Kendo sparring with Ojiro, improving their martial arts. Curiously she turned to watch them and noticed how Ojiro had a talent with flipping and using his tail to attack instead of his feet. But he was smart enough to learn that Kendo would pattern his moves and would occasionally switch to his legs to mix things up. Uraraka watched two martial artists continue to spar with one another, and she began to think to Mariko's fighting style when an idea formed in her head. She quickly jumped down from her training area and made a mad dash straight to the support department. Days later, a bandages up All Might walked around inspecting his students and giving tips whenever possible. Honestly, sitting at home all day slowly healing was driving the pro insane. At least here he wasn't bored. He noticed his young successor standing on a large boulder the size of a truck. Curiously he sat back with Aizawa and watched to see what would unfold. Uraraka took deep breaths as she prepared for her to try out her move. She slowly activated zero gravity on herself and pushed of the boulder with her feet shooting straight up towards the ceiling. She released her quirk just inches from touching the ceiling and began to fall back towards the ground. She curled up into a ball and began to spin in a front flip style fashion, slowly gaining speed. A few classmates noticed and turned to watch in confusion. "What's she doing?" spoke Shoji as he continued to witness what was happening. Uraraka then stretched out one leg as she spun, getting closer and closer as pink lighting began to shoot off her body. Meters from the boulder she yelled, "Asteroid smash!" A shock wave and dust released from the impact, knocking the few closer bystanders off their feet while others closed their eyes and held up the arms in a last-minute effort to protect themselves. Once the dust settled, Aizawa and All Might sat up groaning and looked towards the boulder but instead of a boulder there was instead a crater double the size of what the boulder was, with Uraraka standing in the center of it, pink lighting still flickering off her. The lighting died down and she looked up at everyone, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly. "Hee. Sorry everyone. Kinda overdid it there." "You think? How the hell you do that?" shouted Kaminari. "Well, I used my quirk to aging elevation and then increased my gravity to basically make me a human weight," she explained. All might figure that she spun that for everyone else, but knows she just used the added strength of one for all. "How are you not injured? That seems kinda reckless, Ochako." "Jero," spoke a curiously Suyu. "I got Hatezoom to make me these new boots. The soles are iron, which helps for attacking and grip. But she also built in a mini air suspension system that cushions any blows my feet and legs might take, as well as braces on my legs and arms too," explained Uraraka. "Gotta give Hatezoom credit. Give her an idea, she'll make it," spoke Kendo, seeming rather impressed with the setup. "Very impressive move, Uraraka. But also reckless. Try toning it down next time you try it. It's a good move to have against a heavy hitter villain, but also overkill for the small fry. Try focusing on a weaker version and using the bigger one as worst case scenario." Spike Aizawa as he and All Might approached. "He's right. A devastating attack like that will for sure defeat most villains you face. But part of the job is avoiding unnecessary casualties such as harming nearby civilians or property damage," added All Might. Uraraka nodded understandingly. "I'll keep working on it. But to be fair, this was my first time testing it." Aizawa sighed. "Just keep working on it and try not to destroy the place completely." Everyone continued on with their training as a certain Ash clenched his fists after witnessing such an overwhelming attack move. Worry. If there was a word to describe Inko Midoriya over the last few weeks, it was worry. She'd always been worried, and she thought it peaked the day she got the call to say Izuku was in hospital after attempting to take his own life. When the boy woke, the two broke into tears. Izuku apologizing for doing something so selfish and horrible, and Inko apologizing for not being a better mother and not noticing the signs of his depression. It had been a long few months of recovery before Izuku could walk under his own will. In that time he became home-schooled since he no longer wanted to go to actual school. The reasons why he kept to himself, and Inko respected that in hopes that one day he'll open up to her about his problems. The obvious fact that his quirkless was obviously the main contributor to the problem, along with his impossible dream of being a hero. After the accident his enthusiasm on heroes died down but wasn't gone completely. Then one day he disappeared. Again causing Inko's worry to spike up as she attempted to find him. Then there he was on the television. Her precious boy caught in between a battle of heroes and villains. Words would not be able to describe how her heart felt when her eyes witnessed the horrific transformation of her son. The look of pain and agony continues to play in her mind as she sits quietly in Detective Tsukachi's office. The door opened as the detective himself entered the room. "I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. I understand this has been a stressful few weeks for you, especially when being harassed by the media." She nodded. "I understand. I believe I have you to thank for them no longer following me and asking questions. I may have pulled some strings, but I shouldn't take all the credit," replied Tsukachi, as he sat at his desk removing his hat. "Now we're still doing everything we can to find Izuku. But we have had no leads in his whereabouts since the night he was on television. We don't know anything about him really except his medical files and school history." "And you want me to help you?" questioned Inko. "Yes. Basically help us understand how he thinks to help narrow down how to find him." Inko looked down with watery eyes. I'm not sure I'll be much help, but I'll try to help save my son. A feeling of nervousness and excitement was felt among the students of 1A as they prepared to board the bus that'll take them to license testing facility. The weeks of hard training and support gear development had all lead up to this day. The pressure was on them all to pass, especially with All Might's retirement. The need of heroes was needed more than ever. Aizawa eyed off his students and picked one out. He called out to them, "Bakugo, come here for a moment." With a grunt, Bakugo removes himself from the lineup and approached the homeroom teacher. "Yeah, what?" Aizawa simply handed him a file. The Ash opened it up and began to read it as incident reports from his old school about him. His eyes began to furrow. "Your old principal tried his best to cover up your history. Unfortunately for him, some of his staff aren't too fond of him. Or of you," spoke Aizawa. "What are you getting at?" Growler Bakugo. "Basically, with this line of history, you shouldn't have been allowed to be enrolled at this school. Especially with your bullying history, not only pushed a fellow classmate of yours attempt to suicide, but also turned him to possibly become a villain," explained Aizawa. "This all being brought up because of that shitty Deku?" Bakugo growled once again. "It doesn't matter the circumstances of how this came to be. Right now you're unfit to be attending the hero course. Personally, I should expel you right here," Aizawa spoke coldly. Bakugo's eyes widened. You can't do that." "I very much can. Fortunately for you, Principal Nezu wants to give you a chance of redemption. But I warn you now. Make one up, and you're gone." Bakugo clenched his fists as he stared down his teacher. "Is that a threat?" "No. It's a fact," declared Aizawa as he walked off to get on the bus, leaving behind a stunned explosion user. Sika deer, also known as Jap deer, are what could be considered common big game on Japan. These deer have been introduced to many parts of the world, such as parts of Europe and in some states of America. Also tend to be living comfortably in New Zealand's North Island, where they can hybridize with the introduced European red deer. But in the native home of Japan, they thrive in high population numbers, to the point in some areas they are well overpopulated that some can be often viewed bunched together in the middle of a roundabout on roads. The urban populations have become well adjusted to humans, especially tourists that make an effort to feed them for a chance at a selfie to share on Instagram or Facebook. Of course, one could understand Mirko's disgust as she looked at the remains of several of these beautiful deer reduced to blood smears, tufts of fur, and internal remains along with broken bones. The only thing that remained were the deer's antlers, which consisted of 3 points. Nearby witnesses voiced their disapproval of something so barbaric. Ignoring them, Mirko worked along with the local police to investigate the area and what had happened. After a few minutes, the local detective asked, "So what do you think?" "Gut feeling tells me that something was hungry and it got a meal," she spoke, glancing at the scene. "It's hunting with predatory instincts, only killing the older, weaker males." "How can you be sure of that?" asked the detective. "Only males grow antlers. And you can tell that they're old by how close the coronets are to the skull, along with how worn and thick the antlers themselves are," spoke Mirko. "Wow. I didn't know any of that. And I bet you didn't know they shed their antlers yearly and grow a new set too. It surprises me how many people don't know that," she added as she pulled out a phone and began dialing a number. "Hello? I'd like to speak with Detective Tsukachi, please." "Don't you at all feel ridiculous wearing that overgrown costume?" spoke All for One behind the glass as All Might stared him down in his Silver Age hero costume. All Might didn't answer, but instead asked his own question. "Where are they?" "They? You need to be specific. But naturally, I assuming you're referring to Tamura and Izuku Midoriya," answered All for One. "Yes. Tell me where they are," demanded All Might in a quiet tone, eyeing off his oldest and cruelest enemy. "I haven't the faintest idea," the villain replied. "I know you're a clever man and you have the resources to aid you. Surely you made contact with them." The villain chuckled. "If what you assume is true, then this is a poorly designed prison if I can still aid young Shigaraki. It's an interesting name, this prison. Tartarus. Named after the underworld prison in Greek mythology. Designed to keep evil kings and even gods and titans from ever escaping." The villain grinned as he continued on. "So considering the effort they put into locking me in here, you could say I'm a god." All Might frowned. "Of course you would claim such a title, being the self-righteous bastard you are. But that still doesn't tell me what I need to know. All for One shook his head only the slightest. As I told you, I don't know. I trust Shigaraki to grow on his own. Me being locked up in here is just what he needs to become what I want him to be. As for young Midoriya, well, the injuries that boy left me with, I should make an effort to tear him apart. I gift him with abilities and he turns against me. How and why remains a mystery to me. All Might clenched his fists. You didn't gift. You cursed him into that thing. A mindless Nomu. Oh, don't you get on your high horse. Remember, it was your carelessness that led him to me, retorted the villain. Besides, he's not exactly the same as my other Nomu. Keep in mind the trigger drug was what made him mindless. But even now, if he managed to control his transformation from human to hybrid, he will lack the ability of control due to his years of quirklessness. All Might raises a brow, so he's not trapped as a Nomu forever. He can switch between his forms. I didn't really intend to spill so much information, but at this point it doesn't really matter. He's useless to Shigaraki now, spoke All for One. Time's up, All Might, spoke a voice through the speaker. All Might got up and turned his back to the villain. Whatever you planned for Shigaraki, I won't allow to happen. And I'll also make sure you remain for the rest of your existence. He spoke before the metal door closed with the villain grinning in his seat. All Might rode in the passenger of Detective Tsukachi's car as his mind wandered back to what the villain said. Tsukachi spoke up. Why did he tell information about Midoriya's ability to change between human and Nomu? That seems like something he'd keep tight-lipped about. All Might but a hand to his chin in thought. Could be because that we'd eventually find out about it soon anyway. Or he slipped the information on purpose to throw us off. The two stayed quiet until Tsukachi voiced his opinion. Maybe he's trying to lead us away from searching for Shigaraki and put our efforts into finding Midoriya. It'll take the heat off the league that way. You could be right. He does want Shigaraki to succeed, and that's exactly how he would manipulate us, said All Might in agreement. While you were in there, I got an unexpected phone call from a certain pro-hero, said Tsukachi as he continued driving. Go on. I think it may be a link to Midoriya. Mirko rang and texted through images of ripped-apart deer carcasses. Tsukachi explained as he handed his phone to All Might to inspect the images. All Might scrolled through the images to see torn-apart flesh, fur and bone. He's still in his Nomu form eating. My thoughts too. It's the closest lead we've had since his disappearance from the battle, said Tsukachi as he picked his phone after All Might handed it back to him. All Might stared at the road ahead and sighed. I hope you're right. If we go on a wild goose chase, then we'll be doing exactly what All for One wants. But there is a positive to this, even if it's at the cost of wildlife. Tsukachi raises a brow. Positive would that be? If Midoriya is the one hunting deer for food, then it means he has some kind of control that he isn't harming people. There's still hope to help him, All Might explained. It was at this moment All Might got a notification on his phone. He quickly opened it to see an image of his young successor posing with her new license, giving a peace sign with it. The sight brought a smile to the old pro's face, happy to see his young student being successful. Class 1A were in high spirits as they all got their provisional licenses. Well, most of them. Unfortunately for Bakugo and Todoroki, they both failed the rescue portion of the test. Luckily, they'll be given a second chance to try again in a few weeks' time through extra classes on the weekends. Uraraka sat alone on the couch, relaxing peacefully, satisfied that she managed to pass without any issues. Of course, there was the incident with Gang Orca and the other schools hell-bent on beating them, but they all survived just fine. Her mood was soon ruined when a voice spoke. Round face. Uraraka opened her eyes and looked up to see Bakugo staring down at her. Come outside. We need to talk, was all the Ash spoke as he exited the building. Uraraka frowned, staring at the ground. Ever since the rescue, she'd been on one heck of a mission to avoid the explosion user. Ever since hearing what All for One said the night she last saw Izuku, she had a newfound hate for the boy. And after avoiding him for so long, he suddenly demands to speak with her. Why? About what? Why now? Deciding to rip off the hypothetical band-aid, Uraraka stood up and walked to go outside to see what Katsuki Bakugo wants with her of all people. Uraraka stepped outside to see Bakugo staring off into the distance with his back to her. She sighed, crossing her arms, looking away from him. What do you want, Bakugo? The Ash turned to face, glaring slightly as he spoke. How the hell do you know Deku? Uraraka glances towards the boy frowning at him. Not that it's any of your business, but he was there at camp. Bakugo clenches his fists. So he was there with the league. So he is a villain. No, he isn't. Snapped Uraraka, gaining a look of surprise from Explosion User due to her outburst. It was truly out of character from her usually bubbly attitude. Although over time, especially since the night he was rescued, Bakugo did start noticing her change in attitude towards him. In frustration, Bakugo held up his scarred hand. Look at what that quirkless did to me. That's not exactly acting like a hero, is it? That's so hypocritical coming from you of all people. Growled Uraraka. He had no control over himself when he was forcefully transformed into that thing. But you drove him there. Bullied him and even told him to kill himself. How the hell is that heroic, Bakugo? Bakugo looked away. There's no hope from him being a hero if he's quirkless. He was gonna end up being killed. Someone had to pull him into line. Even then he still wouldn't give up on his hopeless dream. Uraraka scoffed. You really expect me to believe that you picked on him for his own good? That's biggest load of shit I've ever heard. Are you just too proud to admit you're a cunt? Bakugo's eyes widened before slowly turning to look at the rage-filled eyes of Uraraka as they stared one another down. What did you call me? Cunt. Sounds like a perfect hero name to describe exactly what you are. Answered Uraraka as she turned her back to him and walked back inside the dorms. Bakugo stared, shaking with pure rage. How dare she call him that? What nerve? The audacity to call a future hero like him such a thing. If it wasn't for Aizawa's threat, he wouldn't allow her to speak such words and go unpunished. He can't do a thing about it now, but he'll just have to wait for an opportunity. At some point during hero training they'll face one another and deal with her then. But until then he'll keep this overwhelming rage bottled up and release it against her when the time is right. No one insults him like that and gets away with it, ever. Alright. First thing we need to discuss is internships. Now that majority of you have hero licenses, you'll be able to intern with pros. This isn't compulsory, but it'll give you a head start for your careers. Although some of the faculty doesn't agree that you first years should be allowed to do it, spoke Aizawa to 1A. What's so different about internships from what we did in our work studies, Mr. Aizawa? Immediately asked Iida. I'll let someone else explain that. Answered Aizawa as he pulled open the door to reveal 3 students. A muscular boy. Another boy with black hair and slouching posture. And a girl with long blue hair and wonderful figure that no one could seem to fault. You may know them better as the Big Three. Imajiki explained to 1A about the internships. Spoke Aizawa. The black-haired boy gulped as he stepped forward and stared intensely at the class until suddenly he had his head leaning against the wall facing away from them. Nope. Can't do it. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Spoke the girl with raw positivity. Hi. I'm Najire Hado. Oh wow, your skin is really pink and your horns are so cute. If they broke off, do they grow back? Wow, cool arms. But what's the deal with the mask? So you're like half hot and half cold, right? Does it act up if you got the cold or a fever? Ooh, you can make your hands really big, right? That means you could be totally awesome at smacking big villains. The whole class blinked, unable to fit a word in or answer her million questions as she kept shooting them off. Aizawa groaned. Is she always like this? He asked the. Almost always. But don't worry, Eraser. I'll handle it. Spoke the in a positive manner as he stepped forward. All right. Let's get into this. Shouted the as he pumped his fist in the air. Uraraka and the rest of 1A stared dumbly at the boy in an awkward silence before he began to laugh and rub the back of his neck. Ha ha ha, wow, what a total fail. I thought you guys would be more pumped for this. Oh, I have an idea. Let's fight, spoke the boy with a determined grin. A fight? Why? Asked a curious Kendo. Simple. You all face me and get a taste of what it's like to gain real-life skills as an intern. Sure, you guys have dealt with the USJ and that thing at your summer camp. But that will seem like nothing when we're done. This will make you want to go plus ultra. Explained the boy as he turned to Aizawa. What do ya say, Eraser? Aizawa grinned, which creeped out his students as he gave an answer. Gear up and meet at Battleground Gamma. Mirio. Can you hold back a little bit? You always go overboard with this sort of thing. spoke Amajiki as he had his back turned to everyone standing in the corner of the gym. Najire glanced at him, then patted his back in an attempt to comfort her friend. Mirio, however, stood his ground, smiling at 1A as they stared him back. "Alright, I want you all to come at me. He seriously thinks he can take all of us. He's in for a shock," grinned Kaminari. "Back off, extras. I don't need you getting in the way. And I especially don't need any help," growled Bakugo as he stepped forward and aimed his particular last comment at the students who helped in his rescue. Especially Uraraka, who simply rolled her eyes and went back to focusing her attention on the third-year UA student. Mirio crossed his arms. "Ah, the explosion user. Don't worry, you won't get kidnapped when you lose." Bakugo launches himself forward with an explosion, yelling, "Shut up, you Tin-Tin-looking bastard." Mirio crossed his arms, smirking as Bakugo's outstretched hand comes closer to his face and lets out a massive explosion. Bakugo grinned as he stared at the smoke and dust. "Take that, ya cocky bastard." As the smoke and dust settled, Bakugo's eyes widened as the only thing of Mirio that remained was his clothes. "What the hell?" "Ah!" screamed Jiru from behind, making the explosion user turn to see a very naked Mirio standing behind him, posing with his hands on his hips. In an effort to react, Bakugo swung a right hook, adding another explosion to it at Mirio's head, only for it to pass straight through. Bakugo backed, you thrown off by what he just witnessed. "Wow, that would have been a good hit if it connected. Could have gone something like this." Mirio drew back his fist and launched it forward. Bakugo quickly reacted by raising his arms to block it, by the fist passed through his arms and connected with full force onto his jaw, knocking him into the ground with a loud and harsh thud. The moment Bakugo was flat on his back, Mirio was gone out of sight. Uraraka blinked in shock at how easily Bakugo was defeated. The moment was short-lived as she felt a knee pressed into her stomach. She gasped in pain and stepped back, holding her guts, as Mirio flipped over and jammed his elbow in between her shoulders, knocking her to the ground and disappearing once again. "He's taking out the strongest of us," yelled Kendo as she took up a defensive stance and stood back to back with Ojiro, carefully watching their surroundings. Panicking Mineta began throwing his balls randomly all over the place, accidentally hitting his own classmates. A fist appeared out of the ground and struck him harshly in the family jewels, making him curl up in pain, vomiting. As Mina and Tokiyami struggled to free themselves from Mineta's balls, Mirio appeared behind them and grabbed both their heads, knocking them together like coconuts. Todoroki stood beside Aizawa watching the carnage unfold. "He's really good." Aizawa nodded in agreement. "Out of everyone in this school, he's the most likely to become number one." Uraraka shakily got to her feet just in time to see Momo create a shield to defend herself from an incoming Kirishima with his quirk activated. Kendo desperately tried to track Mirio's movements but failed when she felt Ojiro's tail wrapped around her and the tail owner himself, and kicked out to the side. Uraraka activated her gravity quirk and jumped up into the air to avoid being caught off guard again. From the air she saw her entire class taken out and no sign of that defeated them. She continued to scan for any sign until she saw the launch out of the ground at incredible speeds straight towards her. She fires a punch at 13% but had no effect on the incoming human torpedo. She prepared herself for the impact of being hit, but prepared to grab him if the chance presented itself. But the collision never came. Instead, Mirio shot straight through her. Before she could turn to face him, she felt her wrists grabbed and her arms pulled behind her as Mirio planted his feet onto her back and used his weight to ride her straight towards the ground. Uraraka desperately tried to get her fingers to graze him, but Mirio had the brains to make her fingers and palms faced away from him. Aizawa, Todoroki, Najire and Amajiki cringed the moment Uraraka hit the ground, with Mirio passing through her into the ground and launched back out with a roaring battle cry, "Power!" After their harsh beating, Class 1A learned about Mirio's quirk and the advantage of being in an internship. The moment class was dismissed, Uraraka decided to take the initiative and called Mirko. "Yo Rabbity, been a while," spoke the rabbit hero on the phone. Uraraka smiled. "Yeah, it has been. So what are you calling for? Need some new training tips to build muscle?" asked Mirko. "Actually, I was wondering if you'd take on interns?" As tempting as it is to have you under my wing again, I'm afraid not. Kinda in the middle of a case and I still got keep up the reputation of working solo," replied Mirko. Uraraka couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed but understood and also wasn't really surprised that was the outcome. Oh okay. Just thought I'd ask is all. Sorry to let you down kiddo. We'll need to catch up sometime for a spar. I'd like that. I'll talk to you later. Uraraka hung up her flip phone and slid it into her pocket with a sigh as she looked out towards the setting sun over Ua. Ochako? She turned to see Suyu calling her name. Suyu? You need something? The frog girl walked up to her friend. Yeah. I was looking for you. Apparently Najire wanted to speak with the two of us. I was gonna head over and talk to her now if you wanna join. Oh. Yeah sure. Replied Uraraka with great curiosity and joined Suyu to go to 3 as dorms. Izuku groaned as he woke up feeling very cold. Why was he cold? Also what did he have in his mouth? He blinked his eyes open and spat out whatever he had and watched a piece of broken bone rattle on the cold concrete floor echoing. He blinked and looked around to find himself in an abandoned building. He looked down at himself to find himself completely naked, even finding some of his shredded clothes beside him. He sighed realizing what he did. Damn it. I still don't have control over my transformation yet. He leaned down and picked up what was left of the fabrics and attempted to wear them as some form of clothing. He then walked over to a nearby desk that was covered in notes about his quirks. But he brushed those away and opened a book that he marked as his journal. He began to write in it and take notes from his last transformation experience only to hear voices downstairs. Apparently there's been reports of a creature lurking in here. Spoke a man. And you think it's related to the deer that are being eaten? Spoke a voice that he recognized as Mirko. Yeah, we believe so, replied the man. Izuku abandoned everything he had in the building and quietly made his escape, careful not to alert the nearby hero. He managed to slip down to the streets via the fire escape and slowly snuck down the street in an effort to find new clothes to disguise himself in. He'd survived this long on his own and he wasn't ready to be thrown away in a cell anytime soon. Kendo stood beside Mirio in her hero costume ready to begin her internship. She was relieved that All Might's former sidekick agreed to take her on. Although when she first met Night Eye his intense glare was the very definition of intimidation. But after nagging Mirio constantly to let her join after Uraraka and Suyu got their internships with Ryuko and Kirishima getting one with Fat Gum, she felt like she was falling behind and decided to grab the bull by the horns, so to speak. She remembers the meeting as intense as the pro hero's glare whenever she thought back to it. Flashback. Why should I take you on for an internship when I already have 2 sidekicks and an intern? Asked Night Eye as he sat back in his desk eyeing off the redhead. Well sir, my quirk is only so useful, but I feel like I've reached my limit. My friends and classmates continue to improve their quirk abilities and skills. My martial arts is the only advantage I have, but I sometimes feel like my quirk is useless compared to everyone else's. Explained Kendo looking down at her hands. I assume one of the classmates you refer to as Ochako Uraraka. Quizzed Night Eye. Kendo nodded. Yes, she's amazing. I honestly feel like I can learn something from you. Or even Bubble Girl, considering your quirks aren't exactly flashy and powerful, but still you're greatly respected among the pro heroes. I see plenty of benefit for you joining us, and it's true you can learn here. But I fail to see what benefit you bring me or my agency. Spoke Night Eye as he stood up, placing his hands behind his back. Kendo sighed. I understand sir. Thank you for your time. She turned to leave and exit. Miss Kendo, you'll need my stamp on your papers before you leave. Spoke Night Eye, his words catching the redhead off guard, but she quickly wasted no time in pulling out the necessary papers needed. Present. We're gathering intel on a man named Shisaki. Spoke Night Eye looking at his interns and sidekick. Bubble Girl and I will scout and gather what intel we can. You two go patrol and listen to what word on the street is. No problem sir, said Mirio in his usual positive manner. Be warned. If you do come across Chisaki, avoid him at all costs. We don't want to arouse suspicion and allow him to become aware that he's being investigated. Added Night Eye. Mirio and Kendo nodded in understanding before splitting off and beginning their patrol of the area. So you never told me what your codename is, said a casual Mirio as both he and Kendo walked side by side. Oh, it's Battle Fist, replied Kendo glancing towards Mirio while rolling her shoulders. Mirio smiled. Battle fist, huh? I like it. It's simple but strikes power at the same time in a way. Kendo smiled, hearing her hero name being approved by the third-year student. What about you? Lemillion. The mention of the name instantly made Kendo furrow her brows in confusion. Why that? Mirio grinned as he pointed his thumb at himself. Because I want to save 1,000,000 people. That's why. Kendo smiled as they continued to walk silently, approving of the unusual but cool hero name. Izuku zipped up the All Might hoodie he'd just stolen from a nearby merch store and pulled the hoodie over his head in an attempt to cover his green hair and hide his identity from passerbyers. As he walked along the street with his hands jammed in his pockets, his mind began to wander around the subject of his quirk. Or better yet, quirks. His regeneration quirk was pretty straightforward. Any injury he endured would be healed, although he isn't at all aware of how far he can push it. For example, would he be able to regrow missing limbs? Honestly, he was keen to find out. His transformation quirk into the raptor werewolf hybrid was hard to get an understanding on. The werewolf part of him would be more dominant during times of a full moon, not only in mind but physically as well. Which means his more wolf than dinosaur during full moon evening. But the rest of the time the velociraptor side is usually the more dominant. And in some ways Izuku could control that easier. He have clear memory of being in the form as well as the ability to make his own decisions as though he was his regular self, unlike the werewolf dominant transformation. His fourth quirk, however, was still a mystery to him. Although the name Pain Strength is pretty much self-explanatory, he still had no clue on how exactly it worked. He knew it worked well with his regeneration quirk. He recalled accidentally cutting his own glass while trying to break into the abandoned office building where he spent most of his time hiding. He remembered how quickly the cut healed within seconds and could honestly feel his hand was stronger. It was the same as the limb theory. He wasn't game to test how far it could go before reaching a limit. That's if it had one. His think was then suddenly interrupted when he felt something bumped into his side rather hard. Hard enough to make him stumble a step or two. He then heard a thud and a small high-pitched groan. He glanced down to his side to see a small girl with gray-white hair on the ground. Obviously the poor girl accidentally ran into him and fell over. Oh, I'm sorry. He knelt down to help her up. You took quite a fall. Are you okay? The girl's ruby eyes widened and she pulled away slightly from Izuku's reach in fear. The green-haired boy tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? I'm not gonna hurt you. Eri, don't be bothering people, spoke a voice from the alley the girl came from. Izuku looked up to see a man emerge from the shadows wearing a mask shaped like an old plague doctor's mask. The moment Izuku laid eyes on the man, he felt something was wrong. This would only be confirmed when the girl suddenly came into his grasp and began shaking fearfully, avoiding looking at the man. Instinct took over and he held the girl gently in an attempt to comfort her. What the hell have I just got myself into? Sorry that my daughter is bothering you, spoke Chisaki as he eyed off the boy in the All Might hoodie. It's not a bother at all. Accidents happen, replied the boy still hidden under his hood. I appreciate your understanding. Come on Eri, it's time to go, spoke Chisaki as he looked down at Eri waiting for her. The boy went to let go but the small girl's grip tightened. Please. Don't. Go, she whimpered with tear eyes. Izuku looked at the girl, feeling his heart drop at her plea, and it only worsened when he finally noticed the bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Sorry, but your daughter seems to be scared, said Izuku with his voice full of worry. Chisaki's eyes narrowed slightly in annoyance. She just received a scolding for misbehaving. One of the many unfortunate displeasures of parenting. Izuku frowned as his held Yunjiri closer. No one would be this frightened by a simple scolding. Not to mention the bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. What are you doing to this girl? Kendo watched the hooded figure talk to Chisaki from around the corner with Mirio. That girl is obviously being hurt. We should get her away, whispered Kendo. No, it'll only alarm Chisaki and ruin Sir Night-Eye's investigation. We can only watch and listen for now, replied Mirio. Kendo sighed in annoyance, feeling completely useless in the situation. Her mind clicked to an idea as she pulled her phone out. Mirio raised a brow at her. What are you doing? Call it surveillance. Night Eye might appreciate photos of Chisaki and his daughter, she whispered as she proceeded to take photos. Smart thinking, smiled Mirio in approval. Chisaki sighed and rubbed his temple. This is embarrassing. I'll explain everything to you but only in private. It's not exactly something I like to speak about in public. He turned and slowly began walking down the alleyway. Izuku gulped nervously as he gently picked up Eri and slowly followed. Kendo groaned in annoyance as the three disappeared and she quickly but quietly moved up towards the corner. Hey, wait up, whispered Mirio as he followed. The two heroes in training took a deep breath before peeking around the corner to see nothing. Kendo blinked in confusion and looked in all directions. Mirio stepped out into the alleyway looking around just as confused. Huh, they totally stole my act. Kendo stood beside him while giving him a questioning look. Your act? Yeah, the whole disappearing without a trace routine, replied Mirio as he continued to look. Oh yeah. Mirio turned around and began to walk out of the alleyway. We should inform Sir about what we just saw. Kendo nodded in agreement as she double-checked the photos she took following Mirio. Unfortunately, the two just happened to walk away as a pool of blood slowly began to form from behind a dumpster. And behind that dumpster was 1/3 of a lifeless corpse. And you're positive you weren't seen? Asked Night Eye after listening the two interns retell their tale about their encounter. Positive. Battle Fist even managed to get some photos of the three, answered Mirio as Kendo handed her phone to Night Eye for him to look. He scrolled through the photos carefully. We weren't aware he had a daughter. Who is this boy in the All Might hoodie? He looks familiar even with what little I can see of him. No idea. We just assumed he was a civilian who just happened to bump into the girl, explained Kendo as she placed her phone back into her pocket. Night Eye placed his hand to his chin in a thinking manner. And you say the three of them went down the alleyway and disappeared? The two nodded, which caused Night Eye to close his eyes with a sigh. That's enough for today, you two. Return to Ua Bubblegirl and I will continue from here. The two interns looked at each other but didn't argue, and so they returned to the agency to change out of their costumes and returns to their dorms. As Night Eye watched the two leave, he and Bubblegirl began walking towards the alleyway they were told about. You don't think Chisaki did anything to the civilian boy, do you? Asked Bubblegirl. Night Eye walked down the alley slowly. That's what we're here to find out. He spoke as he slowly scanned the area and stopped mid-step, seeing the pool of blood leaking out from behind the dumpster. He sighed, rubbing his temple. Call the police. This is a crime scene, but keep it subtle. Few days later, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Kendo and Uraraka stared at each other in confusion as they walked together along the street to a location that they all seemed to be texted to go to. Fine. I'll say it. What the hell's going on? Spoke Kirishima. No idea. Ochako and I were told to meet at this building, replied Tsuyu. The four students entered the building and immediately recognized the big three as well as the pros they're interning with. Uraraka approached Najire. Hey, what's going on? Najire rocked back and forth on her heels and gave a shrug. No idea. No one's telling us anything. Uraraka scratched her head confused until Kendo spoke beside her. Mr. Aizawa. What are you doing here? The four students turned to see their homeroom teacher looking as tired as usual. I got called to come along. No idea why. Been a while, young lady. Spoke an elderly voice. Uraraka quickly turned to come face to face with Gran Torino. She smiled brightly and bowed respectfully. It's good to see you. Before the two could even try to begin a conversation, everyone was called into the meeting room and took their seats. At the front and center stood Night Eye. I thank you all for coming and undoubtedly are wondering why you're all here. To explain things, I'd like Fatgum to explain the events that he and his two interns dealt with a few nights ago. Fatgum then stood and began to retell the story of a fight which ended up with shots being fired and Amajiki taking a bullet and temporarily losing his quirk. We did some tests on the bulletin that was fired at Kirishima and we were lucky it wasn't damaged. What we found is disturbing. Uraraka felt the tension in the room as Fatgum continued on with his briefing. This new drug that has the ability to take a person's quirk away has traces of human blood. Uraraka gulped in discomfort hearing that. Night Eye activated the screen behind him to reveal a photo of a young man wearing a bird mask. This is Chisaki, young head of the Yakuza. We believe he has recently taken an interest in selling quirk enhancement drugs as well as developing the quirk removal bullets. How's he able to make them? What's his source? Asked Ryuko, crossing her arms. Night Eye replied by displaying one of the photos Kendo took. The photo specifically zoomed in on the little girl. We believe he is using this young girl's quirk to make the bullets. He's able to do this quite easily with his quirk called Overhaul. It gives him the ability to disassemble and reassemble anything living and non-living to mere atoms. The whole room felt cold at the thought of such a power. Others were beginning to feel physically sick at the idea of that quirk being used on a little girl, let alone using her to make weapons. However, Mirio and Kendo sat shaking uncontrollably with widened eyes as their minds replayed the boy in the All Might hoodie walking into the alley and not coming back out. What was bothering them even more was that the boy was clearly concerned and wanted to help the girl, yet the just hid and watch letting them get away. We need to be able to find Shisaki and the girl, which is why most of you are here. You are experts in your local areas and so should be able to help narrow down our search to where their base of operations is located. Explained Bubble Girl. Forgive me for not understanding your quirk, Night Eye. But couldn't you just use your quirk on one of us and find out the location that way? Questioned Aizawa, leaning back in his seat. Unfortunately not. The further I look into someone's future, the harder it is to figure out what time the events take place or how clear it is. And there's also private reasons that I kindly ask you not to question. Answered Night Eye before continuing. Once we find the location, we'll work with local police along with a warrant that'll charge Chisaki with drug trafficking, drug manufacturing, child abuse and even murder, to list a few. Hiroshima raised a brow. Murder. Night Eye displayed the next photo, which made Uraraka go breathless as her eyes widened as she looked at the image of Izuku hiding in his All Might hoodie holding Eri. The boy in this photo attempted to help Eri, but Mirio and Kendo watched him disappear into the alleyway with Chisaki. And at first inspection there was no trace of them. But later Bubble Girl and I returned to the scene. Another photo appeared of a pool of blood and blood smeared and splattered across the wall and lower dumpster. Mirio and Kendo both turned pale, wearing expressions of shock, horror, not daring to glance at the image. Uraraka felt her body go cold and numb as she stared at the two images. Her heart began to bear loudly in her ears. Izuku. No, she whispered, with only grabbed Torino and Aizawa able to notice the girl's reaction as Night Eye continued speaking. DNA tests confirmed the blood to belong to the boy identified as Izuku Midoriya. The same boy that was forcefully transformed into a Nomua on live television to try and kill All Might. Due to the evidence at the scene and the situation that took place, it's fair to say that Chisaki used his quirk on Midoriya and took back Eri. Uraraka blinked as she stared into the darkness, looking around in all directions. She checked herself, overseeing she was in her hero costume. She noticed a trail of blood at her feet. Her eyes slowly followed the small trail to a slouched-over body that was armless, with only a torso, an arm and head with wild green hair remaining. She gasped at the horrible sight. Before she could even speak, the bloody figure looked up at her and coughed up blood violently before speaking. Why? Why didn't you save me, Ochako? Uraraka's eyes began to water seeing the mangled body of Izuku. His emerald eyes filled with pain and betrayal. You said you wouldn't leave me, but you let them take me. Izuku. I've been trying to find you. I've been looking for you. I want to save you, spoke Uraraka with a strained voice. But you didn't. I became a monster. And now I'm dead because of you. I tried to save that girl and no one else did. Especially the heroes. Growled Izuku as he looked down, his hair covering his eyes. Uraraka covered her hand with her mouth, trying to quieten her sobs. Izuku. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose you. Izuku's hair slowly started to turn black and lose its unique green color as his voice became more dark as he spoke. Fakes. You're a fake. All of you are phonies. Izuku slowly raises his head back up to stare angrily at Uraraka. As he does, tears start to stream down her cheeks as her eyes widen and slowly backing away as Izuku no longer had his face but instead had the hero killer's face. You're not worthy. Uraraka turned to run but quickly pumped into something that forced her to fall backwards. She looked up to see the villain that fought All Might staring down at her, grinning with his horribly damaged and sickening face. You don't deserve All Might's power. One for All is useless with you as its inheritor. Shut up! Yelled Uraraka as she throws a Texas smash, knocking the villain away. But then suddenly she feels her throat gripped and tighten, making her automatically struggle to breath. Then out of the air and darkness the owner of the hand strangling her appears. She struggles to break free as Shigaraki stares her down with a sickening grin. Everyone will lose their trusts and hopes in heroes. The symbol of peace will fall and be no more, and you along with it. He tightens his grip on her neck and she gasps and starts to scream but falls silent as her voice box decays away with her throat. Her eyes widen more as she feels herself fall apart even into nothing but dust, no one around to hear her or see her horrific death. Ah! Screamed Uraraka as she sat up straight in her bed, panting and sweating. After a few moments she managed to calm her racing mind enough to look around and confirm she was safe in her dorm room. It was just a dream. Just a nightmare. She spoke quietly to herself. She looked down at her shaking hands and breathed slowly, trying to calm herself. Out of instinct she rubbed her throat, confirming it was still there and not damaged. Her eyes then slowly drifted to her clock to read the time. 2:25 a.m. She slowly laid back and stared at the ceiling. Her lip began to tremble and eyes began to water. She quickly buried her face into her pillow and finally let the river back as she screamed into it, crying uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, she cried into the pillow as it muffled her voice. An hour passed before she managed to gain some self-control and stop herself from crying any further. After wiping her nose with her arm followed by a quiet sniffle, she proceeded down to the kitchen to get a glass of juice or water to try to distract her mind and hopefully manage to get back to sleep. As she stepped off the final step, she found Kendo sitting at the dining table staring at her empty coffee mug. As the two looked at each other, they both noticed the other with red tear-stained eyes as well as bags under said eyes that could almost rather their homeroom teacher. Uraraka spoke first. Are you okay? Kendo turned back to her coffee mug and replied quietly, I let him die. I should have recognized him from the news, but I didn't. I was so focused on the girl Eri and Chisaki that I didn't pay attention to him. If I just did something, maybe both him and the girl would be safe. But I did nothing. How can I call myself a hero if I couldn't save someone in front of me? Uraraka stood quietly, listened to Kendo vent out her frustrations. And you wanna know what's the worst part? The fact I had found the guy my best friend has been trying to find and save for so long, and I let him slip so easily. I know how much it's torn you up since camp. I've been worried about you since then. And I had a chance to make things right for you, and I ate up. Now he's dead and a girl is being ripped apart for some drug. Uraraka cut her off by hugging her best friend tightly. Kendo broke and embraced and began to cry quietly. Tears flowed from Uraraka as well, and not another word was spoken between them. Because nothing more was needed to be said. Minutes passed before the two pulled away. Uraraka stared straight into Kendo's eyes with a look of determination. No matter what. We will be heroes. And we will save Eri. Kendo nodded and fist bumped Uraraka. No matter what. Soon after, Kendo returned to her room, leaving Uraraka to proceed with her original plan of getting something to drink. Walking to her dorm with glass in hand, she was surprised to find Juru leaning against the wall. Hey. Hey. Spoke Uraraka in confusion. Juru stood up straight. Listen. I know you're going through some stuff right now. What makes you think that? Asked Uraraka in a denial of the whole thing. Juru simply pointed her earjacks. I heard you having a nightmare. Uraraka deflated with her shoulders slumping as she looked towards the ground, but Juru spoke more. I know you can't talk about stuff from the internships. And I know you got a habit of bottling up your problems. But you can talk to any of us. We got your back. Uraraka nodded, still looking down. Thanks. I appreciate that. And if you don't want to talk, play with this. Might help vent some frustration. Added Juru as she held up a ukulele and handed it to Uraraka. Uraraka blinked in confusion, looking at the instrument. Why you giving me this? I don't know how to play. Music is a good way to vent emotion without being openly obvious about it. And that's one of the more simpler instruments I got. It's good to mess around with and have a fiddle. Explained Juru. Oh. Oh well, thank you. Don't worry about it. It's what friends do, right? Spoke Juru over her shoulder as she walked back into her room, leaving Uraraka in the hallway alone with the ukulele. Shigaraki sat back eyeing off Chisaki. You can't have Kurogiri. But I may be able to lend you Toga and twice, he said, crossing his arms. Fine. If that's the deal you want, I'll accept it for the time being, sighed Chisaki. Shigaraki stood up. Then we're done here. He turned to exit but stopped, remembering something and pulling out a photo and placing it on the coffee table. By the way, if you happen to see this Brad, I'd like you to capture him. He'd make a handy player, so I'd like him back. Chisaki leaned forward to look at the photo and sighed. Well, that's going to be a problem. Shigaraki raises a brow at this. And why would that be? Because I've killed him already, he answered as he picks up and disassembled the photo of Izuku. Uraraka quickly snatched her phone up from her beside table to see the text from Ryuko to say that it's time to go. She quickly ran out into the common area to find Kendo and Tsuyu waiting, with Kirishima walking out to join them. I'm guessing you guys got it too? Asked Kirishima. Kendo nodded. Yeah. It's happening. Didn't take them very long, added Tsuyu. Uraraka looked at her phone, then slowly looked at each one of her classmates. Let's go save Eri. She spoke with as much determination as she could muster. Right. The others spoke in unison. Uravati stared at her helmet standing beside Najire and Tsuyu while waiting for everyone else to prepare. She glanced towards Mirio and Kendo, who were both psyching themselves up for what's about to come. Ochako Uraraka. Uravati blinked and looked up to see Sir Night-Eye speaking to her. Why yes? I'd like to speak with you privately. She glanced at her fellow interns, who both simply shrugged but walked off to an office where the two were alone. Is there something I can help you with? Asked Uravati, not entirely sure why Night-Eye would want to speak with her. I'll be blunt and straight to the point. When All Might told me he gave you one for all, I was certain he made a terrible choice, spoke Night-Eye, resting his hands behind his back facing away from her. Uraraka blinked and shook her head in disbelief. Wait. You know about One for All? Night-Eye looked over his shoulder. I was his sidekick for 5 years. Of course I knew. Uraraka then looked down as his words from before began to set in. You don't think I'm worthy of his power? Night-Eye turned around fully to face her. When I was told about you originally, I did not approve. However, as time passed and I watched your performance at the sports festival, I may have changed my mind. Uraraka looked up as he continued to speak. All Might used power and humor as part of his role as the symbol of peace. You, however, don't. You instead use determination to reach your goals, and your bubbly, kind-hearted personality is welcoming and comforting. You'll become a very different symbol of peace to All Might. Uraraka smiled and bowed, feeling somewhat proud. Thank you, sir. I always thought Mirio would be more suitable successor. Your performance today will determine if I agree with All Might's choice or not, added Night-Eye, causing Uraraka to look up at him nervously as he looked back at her sternly. Uraraka took the intense, awkward silence as her cue to leave and continue waiting, with Tsuyu and the others feeling more anxious and nervous than before. The heroes and the police gathered in front of the stronghold. The commanding officer stepped towards the entrance, pulling a warrant from his pocket as he was about to knock to announce their presence. However, as he drew back to make the first knock, he stopped as he heard a horrible scream of pain and other men shouting and firing firearms. What is it? Someone killed it? Where did it go? The police and heroes shared a look of confusion at the havoc and chaos of the sounds coming from the opposite side from the door. We don't have time to sit around. Red Riot. Charge that door on my mark, commanded Fatgum. Kirishima nodded and activated his hardening, standing beside Fatgum ready to charge straight into the door. Everyone topside is being attacked, spoke Kurono as he looked towards Chisaki hanging up the phone. So, the police and heroes are right on time. In that case, we best be on our way then, replied Chisaki in neutral tone, not at all fazed by the news. It's not the police or the heroes, it's something else, added Kurono with concern in his voice. What? Now? Shouted Fatgum as he and Kirishima charged forward, crashing down the doors. The heroes stormed through close behind, followed by the police. We have a warrant, shouted the officer, but stopped when everyone freezes, standing together watching in confusion as the Yakuza ignored them. In fact, they had their backs to them, looking around fearfully for something else. One man eventually panicked and ran at the police to try and escape, screaming in fear, I don't want to die. Aizawa quickly captured the man in his scarf with hardly any effort. Uravati and Froppy stood side by side with Kendo and the other pros watching the scene before them. What's got them all so scared? Wondered Froppy out loud. Then suddenly some flashed in front of them, taking out some of the Yakuza. Some of them had their feet wiped out from under them by a tail. One man screamed as teeth sunk into his shoulder and he was tossed aside, taking out another small group. The heroes and police watched stunned as the Yakuza panicked and opened fire on the creature with quirks and firearms. The creature stumbled back a step as it was fired upon. Everyone's eyes widened in either shock or horror as the beast remained standing and blood-covered bullets began to fall out of its body and litter the ground beneath. A low growl came from the creature as its green eyes stared down the Yakuza before. "Where's Eri?" roared Izuku as he leapt out and pinned two Yakuza members to the ground, holding his talons against their throats, failing to notice the heroes. Especially a certain brunette who was obviously shocked and overwhelmed by seeing him. Here's a hard truth. Not all men are created equal. When I was 4, I found that out the hard way. And as I got older it only became more and more painfully obvious. I had to be broken and created again over and over. Once trying to take my own life because I couldn't be what I dreamed to be. It led me down a path I'm ashamed that I stepped foot on. But it led me to where I can finally be equal with everyone else. No matter how much I break, I'll be created again. I may not be the hero I wanted to be growing up. But I will be a hero for her. A few days earlier Izuku held the girl Eri close to him as he followed the masked man into the alleyway. It's embarrassing to admit that I can't control my own daughter. But I find it annoying when people put their noses into other people's business. Izuku furrowed his brows at the comment but felt Eri shift in his hold. He looked down at her to adjust his grip slightly. Quick movement suddenly grabbed his attention and he looked up just in time to see the man swipe his ungloved hand across his chest. Suddenly everything with exception of his shoulders and his head disappeared into a mist of blood, then nothing. As his head and shoulders fell, making a horrible wet thud sound behind a dumpster, his eyes became lifeless and unmoving. Not a sound was made. Eri stared at the lifeless being before her, trembling and whimpering in. Chisaki grabbed hold of her hand with his gloved hand. "This was your fault. Your selfishness and greed caused me to not only get my hands dirty, but now an innocent boy is dead. I am sorry. Please make him better, please. I'll do whatever you say," whimpered Eri as Chisaki escorted her away into the darkness of the alley before anyone can see. "No. You need to learn your actions have consequences, Eri. And if I have to make some kid's head rot to get that point across, then I will," he said coldly. Izuku's head and shoulders continued to lay motionless as blood slowly looked from his remains. Shortly after Kendo and Mirio leave the scene, his eyes suddenly blink and he gasps loudly for air as the rest of his body explodes from his shoulders back in perfect order like it had always had been, except he was now naked and covered in blood. He sat up panting and shivering as he tried to cover his exposed blood-stained body. What happened? His mind quickly flashed back to Eri, then suddenly seeing the hand come out at him. He used his quirk on me. What the hell was that? Where did they go? He looked around, then glanced inside the dumpster. He groaned as he pulled out a rag to wrap himself up in. "I need clothes. And I need to find out who that guy is," he spoke to himself as he left the scene, only the pool of blood remaining behind. "But most importantly, I have to save that girl from whatever they're doing to her. I will save you, Eri." The two gangsters stared up in fear at Izuku, too full of fear to answer his question. He began to grow impatient, but sudden crashing noise from the building grabbed everyone's attention. The gangsters and heroes all looked up to see Katsukame stroll out, rolling his shoulders. "It's too early for all this commotion. Not exactly how I wanted to start the day." He pulled his fist back and launched it straight at the Wereraptor hybrid. Izuku prepared himself for the his, but it never came. He blinked in confusion and looked up to see Ryuko in her dragon form blocking the punch. Seeing her take action caused the other heroes and police to charge in and battle the Yakuza. Izuku watched the scene play out in front of him. Before he could pass a thought, he suddenly felt himself change back to human form. Luckily he was wearing a pair of cotton tracksuit pants that had enough stretch to survive his transformation, with the exception of a large hole in the backside for where his tail would be. "Huh? What's going on?" He spoke out in confusion before finding himself completely wrapped and tied up in some kind of scarf. He suddenly gets dragged along the ground and pinned under the foot of tired-looking man with long dark hair. It seems you were wrong about him being dead. Night Eye approaches and looked down at the boy. I was certain that he was considering Overhaul's quirk. Izuku looked and gulped nervously, recognizing both pro-heroes. He then began to look around wildly until someone stepped beside Aizawa, looking down at him, still in shock of his sudden appearance. Izuku did a double take as his eyes widened, seeing the girl. Oh, Ochako, what are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, she replied, tears swelling up in your eyes. Sorry to interrupt this reunion, but we're kinda running on time here, shouted Fat Gum as he, Kendo and Kirishima defended the little small area they stood in. We'll talk later, Midoriya. But for the time being you're being placed under arrest, spoke Aizawa as he pulled out a pair of quirk-canceling handcuffs. Wait. Please, I need to save her. There's a little girl here who needs help, he pleaded desperately. Izuku. That's why we're here. That's why all of us are here. This is a rescue mission to get Eri, explained Uraraka, kneeling down beside him. Izuku looked up in amazement at her, then looked around at all the pros fighting. They were here for the same reason he was. Every one of them. Please let me help. I swear I'll come in quietly once this is over. I just need to save her. Just do this one good thing, he begged, looking at Aizawa. Let him come. We don't have time to argue with him. Every second we delay increases Chisaki's chances of escaping with the girl, spoke Night Eye as he adjusted his glasses. Aizawa glanced towards Night Eye slightly. This isn't logical. I know that, but we've already lost precious time since the boy already infiltrated and attached before our arrival, explained Night Eye. Aizawa then hesitantly lets Izuku go, allowing the boy to stand up. As soon as he's on his feet, he bows to Aizawa. Thank you, Mr. Eraserhead, sir. Just do what you're told and try not to get in the way, spoke Aizawa as he began to run off, following Night Eye and Fat Gum into the building. Izuku followed close behind among the interns. Uraraka ran time assist Ryuko, Najire and Tsuyu with their fight against Katsukame. Ryuko glanced to see her. We got this, Uravati. Go with Night Eye, I got a feeling they'll need you in there. Uraraka stopped mid-step and looked up, uncertain. Are you sure? Just go, Ochako. We got this covered, called out Tsuyu with a small smile. Uraraka gave a nod and gave chase to catch up with the others. Inside the building, Night Eye began entering a secret password to open a hidden door. Kendo quickly used this as her chance to speak. How the hell are you alive? Izuku blinked in confusion before realizing she was speaking to him. Well, I think it may have something to do with one of my quirks. Specifically my regeneration quirk. Of course. That makes sense. Should have realized that sooner, spoke Night Eye as the door opened and a mass of thugs began charging out. Bubble Girl quickly jumped into action, taking them on, using a combination of her quirk and self-defense techniques to outwit the villains. You go. We'll handle them. Uraraka caught up just in time to follow everyone through the door and into the corridor. She quickened her pace to run alongside Izuku and Kendo. So why so many heroes to save Eri? Asked Izuku. You don't know what they're doing to her? Questioned Mirio, who was running just ahead of him. Izuku shook his head. No, I knew that her father was hurting some way. She was so scared and covered in bandages. Something didn't feel right. Kirishima clenched his fists and teeth as he spoke. They're using her to make bullets. Specifically ones that take a person's quirk away. Izuku's eyes widened. What? That's not possible. Amajiki spoke up nervously. It's true. I got hit by one and temporarily lost my quirk. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling more angry that he dropped his guard and didn't run away with Eri when he had the chance. That's why we're here. Save the girl and we stop the manufacture of this new weapon, added Aizawa ahead of them. With newfound motivation, Izuku quickened his speed and began to run past all the pros, determined to rescue the girl. But unfortunately he couldn't stop himself from running head first into a wall that quickly appeared in front of him. Everyone cringed when they heard the loud thud and watched the green-haired boy tumble back, holding his face in pain. It quickly stopped as his nose repaired itself. Mirio stepped forward and peeked in past the wall, using his quirk, with Izuku watching on in admiration. The hall keeps going. Then we can break through, spoke Kirishima as both he and Uraraka charged forward, breaking through the wall only to see another wall up ahead. How many of these are there? Wondered Kendo out loud. No idea. But I'll go ahead. You guys catch up when you can, announced Mirio as he began sprinting ahead. Lemillion, wait! Shouted Night Eye. Mirio calls out from over his shoulder. There's no time. We need to get to that girl. Then he disappears through the wall effortlessly. That is so cool. What an amazing quirk. It's so much potential. He could possibly be unstoppable. But what are his limitations? How was able to make his suit move through with as well? Everyone stared silent at Izuku as he began to mumble uncontrollably, which was a sight no one had seen before. It was almost enough to overwhelm Nijire's endless questioning. Before anyone could get him to stop, the floor beneath them opened up and they all fell through, crashing onto the bottom level. Well, looks like we got some unwelcomed company. Some guys in tights and the fuzz, spoke Setsuno. Eraserhead and Fatgum quickly got to their feet. Looks like you boys are itching for a fight, announced Fatgum, cracking his knuckles with a smirk. Hojo cracks his neck and attempts to activate his quirk but fails as Eraser is staring at him. Before he or Setsuno and Tabe could react, they suddenly find themselves pinned against the wall and wrapped in tentacles. You guys go ahead, I can handle these three, declared Imajiki as one of his octopus hands turns into a crab claw and crushes the guns and weapons the three villains have. Holy crap, what the hell is your quirk? Asked Izuku excitedly. It's called Manifest. He can turn his body into the characteristics of anything he eats. Pretty cool, right? Answered Kirishima. That's amazing. With a quirk like that and eating the right foods, he'd be unstoppable. With how confident he is, it's no wonder he can take these guys himself, spoke Izuku excitedly. This kid clearly doesn't know Saniter that well. But he makes a great point. He's showing confidence now when we need it most. So I got no reason to doubt his spirit, thought Fatgum with a grin. Don't waste time. Just knock him out as quick as you can, called out Fatgum, leading the other away. Before Eraserhead joins them, he quickly takes the opportunity to knock out Tabe, thinking his quirk will be the most problematic for Saniter. As the pros continue on pushing ahead to catch up to Mirio, they stumble as the walls and floor began moving. Crap! It must be Irinaka, shouted one of the cops. What? He isn't supposed to move anything bigger than a damn refrigerator, shouted Rocklock. Remember what we're dealing with here. If they're in the drug game, then they're most likely got their hands on enhancing drugs, spoke Fatgum. At the mention of the drug, Izuku shivered, remembering the horrors of what he had become when All for One injected him with such a drug. Suddenly a pillar shot out and hit Eraserhead, sending him towards a hole that opened up in the side wall. Eraser! Shouted Fatgum as he dived out and pushed Aizawa out of the way, taking the hit himself. Fatgum rolled all the way down the deep hole until he finally landed on flat ground. Phew, what a ride. A pair of groans came from under him and he looked down to see Kirishima and Kendo trapped underneath him. Quickly getting to his feet, he helped the two up. Where'd you pair come from? I went to get Aizawa out of the way, but you kinda beat me, did, and I got caught between you and Kirishima, explained Kendo as she brushed herself off. Well, at least the three is are together. Just gotta work out how to get back to the others, spoke Kirishima. Fatgum agreed but noticed movement in the shadows ahead and got in a defensive stance. We aren't alone. Kendo and Kirishima quickly got into defensive stances, same as the pro, and watched as figure charged straight at them. Kirishima grinned and activated his unbreakable mode, ready to take on the villain. But without warning, Fatgum and Kendo watched in shock as Kirishima was forced back with a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the wall. Kendo stared speechless as she watched Kirishima's arms become bloody and shattered even in his ultimate form. That's all you got? How disappointing, groaned Rappa in annoyance. Kendo clenched her fist, seeing the state of Kirishima. Out of reaction to seeing her friend damaged in such a way, she sprinted forward to deliver a harsh blow of her own, but her fist was met with a hard barrier. What the hell? 2 shields and a spear. However, the spear seems to be weaker than the shields. Although the boy looks to be out of the fight, spoke Tengai, emerging from the shadows standing behind Rappa. Kendo frowned at the insult. She glanced back over to Kirishima, seeing him in pain. Don't quit now, Red. If you let them break your spirit now, then you will have truly lost, announced Fatgum. Kirishima looked up at the pro as he continued to have an eternal crisis about his strength and about being strong enough to be a hero. Name's Rappa, right? It's been a while since I've had a good fight, so I hope you don't mind if I'm a little rusty, spoke Fatgum. Rappa visibly perked up, getting excited. Oh hell yeah. You're on Fatso, he roared, pumping his fists together. Tengai sighed in annoyance. Calm yourself. Just defeat them now and don't mess around. Master Overhaul still requires our assistance. Grr, screw you and screw him. I want a good fight, so stay out of my way. And no barriers, growled Rappa. Tengai furrowed his brows, annoyed at Rappa's lack of respect for Overhaul, but decided to not bother arguing with the single-minded brute. Fine, do as you wish. Awesome, let's go, shouted Rappa as he unleashed a hellish onslaught of punches against Fatgum. Tengai watched on from the sidelines, watching the Rappa was unleashing. This fight will be ours. Hey, I'm still here, shouted Kendo as she throws an enlarged fist at the monk-like man, only to be blocked by his barrier. She stumbles back, clenching and unclenching her fists to work with the pain. Tengai merely only gave her a sideways glance before speaking. As I said, this fight will be ours. The echoes of Fatgum groaning in pain from Rappa's punching spree caught her attention. She watched the pro take the vicious beating, and behind him Kirishima staring down at the ground with a look of broken failure on his face. Realization hit Kendo like a train as the situation began to click. He's right. Fatgum can barely defend himself, let alone throw a good punch. And Kirishima, that guy just took him out like he was nothing, even after using his ultimate move. And Kirishima's quirk is so much more better than mine. All I can do is make my hands bigger. Couldn't save someone in front of me, couldn't stop Bakugo from being kidnapped. I'm useless. ... No matter what, we will be heroes, echoed Uraraka's voice in Kendo's mind. Her eyes opened, remembering the look of determination her closest friend always wears when times get tough and always manages to pull through. No matter what, she growled as she enlarged her fists again and threw another punch towards Tengai, only for it to be once again blocked by his barrier. He sighed and turned towards her. You're wasting your time. You can't break through it. I wasn't trying to break it, she sneered. In that moment Kirishima jumped in between Rappa and Fatgum, holding up his arms, defending the pro, taking the blows himself at all of Rappa's force. Tengai's eyes widened slightly as he became quickly concerned. Before we could make an effort to react, he suddenly found himself stumbling and losing his footing. Kendo gritted her teeth as she fought through the pain as she used both her enlarged hands to pick up Tengai's barrier with him inside it. Wait, what are you doing? He shouted in worry. If I can't break in there, then I just throw you like an other-sized shot-put ball. She grunted as she secured her grip and aimed at Rappa. He big guy. Catch. Rappa turned just in time to have the barrier and Tengai crash into him, with barrier shattering easily since Tengai lost concentration being thrown about so easily. Rappa shook his head to clear his mind and stared at Kendo in annoyance. What the hell was that, you red-headed bitch? Think fast, shouted Fatgum as he landed a solid punch into Rappa's stomach, releasing all the energy he had been absorbing from Rappa's rampaging punches, sending the brute and his shield flying back with incredible force, crashing them into the wall. Fatgum panted as he held onto a weak Kirishima. The battle is over, and we have won, said Fatgum exhaustedly. Damn it, Eraser, can't you stop him? Shouted Rocklock in annoyance, stumbling around, losing his footing. I can't stop him unless I can see his actual body, replied Aizawa. He has to be close, right? Otherwise it wouldn't be this much of an issue, said Uraraka. Izuku stumbles around when an idea comes to his mind and he looks to Lockrock. Can't you lock him down? I've never locked down something this big before, he retorted. It only just needs to be long enough to buy us some time to get ahead. Might even help us work out where he's hiding, replied Izuku. Kid's got a point. Do it, said Aizawa, admitting it's somewhat a good idea. Gah, fine, grunted Rocklock as he activated his quirk-locking mimic into place, causing the villain to roar in annoyance. Go now. I can't hold him for long, shouted Rocklock, making everyone charge forward down the corridor. The effort was short-lived as Mimic broke free of Rocklock's quirk and split the heroes apart. Uraraka stood beside Aizawa as he called out to the others, "Everyone all right?" "We're fine," called Night Eye from his location with the police. "We're okay here," spoke Izuku standing beside Rocklock scanning the new surroundings he's found himself in. He continues to look around feeling uncomfortable. "I got a bad feeling." Rocklock nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I know what you mean, kid. Gahhhh. Izuku quickly turned to see the pro being stabbed by a figure from behind. Both the figure and Izuku locked eyes as they automatically recognized one another. "Izuku? I knew you were still alive," squealed the figure excitedly as she jumped off Rocklock and leapt towards Izuku, knife in hand, grinning. Izuku managed to react in time to grab her by the wrists but tripped backwards and land on his back with the girl straddling him, still trying to make a cut on the green-haired boy. "Toga," he grunted, staring between the knife and her face. Hearing him speak her name sent a rush through the girl, making her shiver. "Oh Izuku, you remembered me. I couldn't stop thinking about you after what bloody horrible mess you were after our camp raid." She spoke with a blush and her insane smile remaining. "It was so hot," she beeped. Izuku gulped, not at all sure how to deal with situation. The girl's beeps caught him off guard, allowing Toga to jam her blade into Izuku's shoulder, making him shout in pain. Toga grinned and licked her lips as she slowly began to pull the blade out and watch the blood leak from the wound. Izuku's groans of pain and his grip on her wrists became too much for her to handle as she realized she was beginning to become somewhat moist between her legs. Her beautiful moment of enjoyment was unfortunately for her cut short as Uraraka and Aizawa charged through the wall, breaking in. Toga smiles excitedly to see her friend again. Izuku took advantage of the new distraction and ripped out the blade and thrusted his head forward, headbutting the villain, knocking her back. The moment the blade left his shoulder, the wound instantly healed. Aizawa attempted to use his scarf to capture the girl. She however managed to maneuver in such a way that she back-flipped over the underground hero and jammed another blade into the back of his shoulder. "Eraser!" shouted Uraraka as she fired a smash to knock back the villain, only for Mimic to create another wall to help the girl escape. Confirming they're safe for the moment, Uraraka quickly ran up to Izuku kneeling beside him. "Are you okay?" she concerned. Izuku nodded with a small smile. "Why yeah, I'm fine. But check on Rocklock. He got hit worse than me." As the two turned to look at the pro, the walls and floor began moving wildly as Mimic roared with nothing but fury. "You insects! I'll kill you all, you traitors!" Everyone looked around, hearing the loud voice, wondering where it came from. Izuku looked up and nudged Uraraka. "Up there." She looked up to glimpse a pair of angry eyes staring down at them. "Got it." She leapt up using full cowling and drove her foot into the ceiling, crack it and revealing Mimic's angry face. Aizawa wasted no time in using his quirk on the gangster, making the mimicry user fall from the roof, landing harshly on the ground, with Uraraka landing on top of him and pinning him long enough for Aizawa to use his capture scarf to secure him. Above, in a path in the shadows, watching the pros. Toga smiled, watching Izuku while Twice struggled behind her to keep his mask together. She chose to ignore her ally for the moment and focus purely on the green-haired boy. "I'm so glad I came," she whispered, shyly blushing. Mirio panted weakly and tired as a piece of reassembled concrete rested in the side of his stomach. Chisaki wasn't going to give up the girl. And so neither could he. He glimpsed over his shoulder to see the girl named Eri huddled inside his cape, staring up at him with pure worry. He forced a smile for her before turning back to face the insane man. Even with his plague mask on, it was very clearly that Chisaki was the very definition of pissed off. But Mirio couldn't find the strength to continue on fighting. Especially now, since he can't use his quirk. Of all the injuries he had taken in this battle, the spot where the bullet had hit him hurt most. But he refuses to regret the actions he made. If he didn't do what he did, then the girl would have been shot. The realization of how cold and desperate these men were almost became overwhelming when that moment took place. His thoughts were quickly interrupted when a figure crashed through the wall with pink lighting flickering off them. Close behind them was Eraserhead and Night Eye. "I've stopped his quirk. Take him out now, Uravity," shouted Eraser as Night Eye ran to Mirio and Eri. "You got it," replied Uraraka as she quickly maneuvered her way along the random pillars and spikes towards the villain. Chisaki growled as he was completely defenseless without his quirk. Time to wake up Kurono. On cue, Kurono aimed his quirk at the two heroes and fired his hair at them. Eraser picked up on it fast enough that he was able to use his scarf to steer Uraraka out of the way, but not before getting clipped in the arm. With his quirk returned, Chisaki used it to create a hole in the floor, and Kurono quickly tackled Eraser into it before closing it up. He then stood up straight, clenching his fists, eyeing off the new intruders. Before he could even make a plan, he hears a roar to his side. "Chisaki!" roared Izuku in his hybrid form as charges the man head first, knocking him through several pillars. Uraraka landed beside Izuku, taking up a fighting position ready to go until Night Eye calls out, "You two, come here." They both quickly run to Night Eye to see and bloody and beaten Mirio barely standing and a very scared little girl. "Uravity! Make your way down below and find Eraserhead. He won't be able to defend himself with Kurono's quirk. Keep your wits about you." Uraraka nodded and quickly performed a small asteroid smash into the lower levels. Night Eye turned to look up at Izuku. "Midoriya, I need you to get these two out of here." "But I'll be useful against Chisaki. I can help," he argued. "The only way you can help is by saving Mirio and the girl. You're not licensed, therefore any combat you participate in will mark you as a vigilante, thus making you a criminal. You've already got so much stacked against you. There's no need to add any more," responded Night Eye. Izuku sighed and nodded, helping Mirio, leaning against him for support as Eri held Mirio's hand, staring at Izuku's hybrid figure, feeling scared by his appearance. "Gur-ah!" shouted Chisaki from the opposite end of the room, causing all who were present to look over and stare wide-eyed as he looked completely different from before. Especially with an extra pair of arms. That was unpleasant but necessary, he spoke lowly. Night Eye quickly engaged the new fused Chisaki, using the first chance he can get to use his foresight on the young Yakuza member. He played out his foresight and anticipated Chisaki's moves, dodging when need and attacking wherever possible. But then he foresees something that catches him off guard, thus giving the villain the perfect opportunity to strike. Izuku carefully helped Mirio to the hole Uraraka made from when the first got into the battle area. Just as they were about to pass through into it, the herd ripping off flesh and breaking off bone. Both turned around in time to see Night Eye cough up blood. Mirio froze at the horrific sight. "Sir, no. Lemillion, go. Get Eri out of here," roared Izuku as he leapt away from them towards Chisaki. The villain saw the Nomu hybrid coming at him and fired spikes and pillars. Night Eye coughed again and groaned, "Please. Let me see them make it out. Let me see the girl saved. Let me see it." As he foresight played on in his mind, his eyes widened in shocked disbelief, horror, as he foresees Izuku in his human form being dissembled by Chisaki and Eri being taken for Uraraka's lifeless arms. And no. Izuku continues to leap and dodge the pillars coming for him and occasionally whips his tail to break them. He then lands on one, hanging off it, using his talons help his grip and dive towards Chisaki. "How could you treat your own daughter to such madness, Chisaki?" he growled. Chisaki raised a brow, wondering why this beast was assuming Eri was his daughter, but ignored it and became enraged by being called his name. "That's not my name anymore." He jams both sets of arms into the ground that causes a large array of spikes to explode from the floor and pierce Izuku, stopping him inches from reaching Chisaki. Izuku groans in pain and wheezing for air as Chisaki gets to feet, staring at the boy. "You never stood a chance against me, hero." Izuku stared at the ground and slowly started to chuckle. Chisaki frowned. "What's funny? You think your death is a joke?" "Haha, nope. But you think I'm a hero." Izuku then flexed his arms, breaking the spikes out and crushing the rest as he violently shook his body and stood towering over Chisaki. The villain stepped back as he watched all of the wounds heal instantly. "And I am gonna prove you right. Overhaul has an interest in erasing quirks. So it'll be better for us if we keep you alive," spoke Kurono, standing over a barely moving Aizawa. Uraraka meanwhile was peeking around the corner through a doorway. She'd flinch and hide behind the wall every time the above floor would rumble from the above battle. Kurono would look up occasionally from the rumbling also, but then would refocus his attention to his prisoner. Uraraka takes a deep breath and then activates her zero-gravity quirk on herself and proceeded to glide along the ground, using the desks as cover to hide her approach. Another loud rumble occurred as she peeked around the desk to see Kurono's back. "I need to time this right." knocking him out with one punch, and don't give him a chance to hit me with his quirk. At that moment a loud rumble shook the room. Quickly Uraraka activated full cowling at 20% and dove straight at Kurono. The villain turned as he heard the explosive force from behind, only to be met with Uraraka's knuckles across his temple, sending him flying head first into the wall. Wasting no time, Uraraka took a pair of Aizawa's quirk-canceling cuffs and cuffed the knocked-out villain to a nearby pipe. She turned her focus to helping Aizawa and getting him out by using zero gravity and carrying towards the entrance she made. Any wall Chisaki attempt to create between him and the rampaging Izuku continuously failed, as the Nomu hybrid kept breaking through, pursuing him. Growing angry with the situation, he creates another wall of spikes and waits for Izuku to do the obvious, which he does, charging through head first and arms outstretched reaching for him. Chisaki charges as well and grabs a hold of Izuku's scaly arms and quickly dissembled them, making the boy roar in pain, falling to his knees. Chisaki slowly pants, satisfied that he actually managed to stop the disgusting filthy beast, but his satisfaction was short-lived as Izuku began to groan as new arms started growing from the shoulders. Night Eye watched on weakly, trying to speak, but his voice lacked volume. "Midoriya, you need to get away before it's too late," but his words were not heard. Chisaki began shaking with rage and frustration as this seemingly invincible creature can't be stopped. Then in the corner of his eye he caught a glint among the rubble. Turning to see, he notices it to be Nemoto's gun. Seeing it, forms an idea in his head as he walks towards it, glancing at Izuku, whose arms have already grown to the length of his elbows. Reaching out, he picks up the pistol in one of his four hands and smirks when he sees the small case a few feet away. Guess Kurono dropped it. No matter. It's better this way, he says to himself as he chambers around. "Midoriya, run!" chokes out Night Eye desperately. Izuku's groans as his claws finally regenerate and he flexes and clenches his talons. He then hears a metallic click and looks up in the direction he heard it from. Uraraka carefully guided Aizawa towards the corridor, seeing a blood trail that she assumed was from Mirio, and slowly began to follow it. She took a moment to look out towards the battlefield and gasped when she saw the horrible state Night Eye was in. Then she heard a very unwelcoming sound. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.